Hey, what is up, everybody? It's Nod and Doofy back again with yet another stream. Hey, DJLL, what's up? Nice to see you here in the house. How is it going, y'all? Crazy news day today. You might say. Now, there's been a lot of interesting news, a lot of interesting things happening. There's been some crazy things that, if you had told me that this stuff had happened like a while ago, I literally would not have believed you that this stuff had happened. There's a lot of stuff to cover and react to. So many things. I have somewhat relevant coverage, actually, from the last time I streamed that I still haven't gotten to. A lot of stuff to cover today. How's it going, y'all? Nice to see you guys in the chat. DJ LL, Mr. Pizza. Oh, the preview animation is close to being done. Nice. Nice. That's very cool. ISM, let's go. DGLL says, we're just talking about what you're going to say. Yeah, no, I mean, I think that's great. That completely makes sense when, you know, you start off by titling your stream, here's the thing about Hitler. Which I feel like should be an obvious thing, to be fair. You know, not anything, you know, particularly wild or crazy. But does it need to be said? I don't know. Oh my goodness, this is crazy. Because I wanna pull something up, because something that I saw actually, kind of went full circle with what I saw recently. Hold on, give me a second here. Oh, and I wish I had this. I wish I had this pre-saved earlier. Hold on, let me see. Because I saw a meme. I think, where was it? Was it on Reddit or something? Shoot, where was it?
LMAO Jared was listened to yet and I was liked. Why do people still listen to him and not 30 seconds later you start this stream?
Jared was listening to you. Like, yeah, and I was like, what? It's funny because, I mean, Kanye's his music is okay. I recently actually discovered Okay, y'all. Hold on. I found it. Give me one. What is that? I'm very shocked. I'm not 100% sure what's happening. Okay. Now, here's a really good setup. This is gonna be a fun setup to this.
Subreddit when?
Honestly, no. I shouldn't have a subreddit. We should use whose subreddit is Mr. Pizza. I think has a subreddit. One of you guys has a subreddit. If we're gonna use Reddit, we should actually just use Mr. Pizza's subreddit. My opinion. But anyways, I thought this was really, really funny. I was, just, lackadaisically, is that the word to say? I was merrily on Reddit, at some point during the day today, and I came across this little meme here that said, Trump met with a man who praises Hitler and calls Jews termites. Just kidding. That was Obama. And then not much later, I saw this. Who did Kanye West praise his Nazis during Alex Jones' interview? I thought that the contrast between the two were quite hilarious. Considering that Ye's been in some hot water. Understandably, since he's been saying some anti-Semitic things lately, so that'll do it. Now, let's see. I saw this video by Mogul Mail breaking some of this stuff down. I kind of wanted to react to some of it because I think that there are some points that he makes in that video that are good, some points he makes in that video that are bad. But before I react to Mogul Mail's video, and by the way, go watch Mogul Mail. Mogul Mail stuff is fire. Okay, here's the deal. Hitler's bad, okay? And I think that saying that Hitler is good is a pretty bad take. I don't think that's particularly controversial. I don't think many people do. But Kanye would take some umbrage with that. Now, we're going to get into his reasons, for his position over the next 4 hours. I am not joking there. 4 hours. But there are some very clear reasons not to like Hitler. I think that the biggest one to me, I think, is genocide. I think that's the biggest one. I think the second biggest one is also political policy. Me and Hitler disagree a lot on political policy, how nations should be run. Things like, internment camps, forcing people to wear certain things for identification, all sorts of things that the Nazi regime did, they were all pretty bad. And I think in the context of the fact that, for all intents and purposes, Ye is kind of courting the right wing of the political aisle, I'm kind of surprised that he went with the whole Hitler route. The policies that Hitler espouses would probably be a lot closer to what you'd see in the modern day Democratic Party, but even then only the most radical of left-wing nations. I think the closest to center would be something like Canada, maybe even Australia, and then when you get even farther left, you get into countries like China, for example. But still, they're not 100. Well, I guess China's probably actually killed more people than Nazis at this point. However, still, I think it's just pretty clear cut that Hitler is pretty bad. And one thing that kind of surprised me was seeing a lot of celebrities out here on Twitter being like, "Oh yeah, yay Kanye!" I feel like anyone who's supporting Kanye, at least the celebrities, I wouldn't be surprised if they're just being paid off or something. I feel like it wouldn't make sense for a lot of people to genuinely be supporting Kanye West, considering everything that he's saying. The only exception being Sneeko. Sneeko supporting Kanye West does not 100% surprise me. But it's been a huge whirlwind. There were a whole 24 hours where there was an incredible nexus of all of the content I watch on the internet, because Tim Pool, who, by the way, I don't know if he's my favorite. Well, it all started really over the weekend on Friday, and I didn't hear about this until I think Sunday or Monday, when apparently Tim Pool, there was a big scandal. The gist of it is, if you guys don't know, Tim Pool, he runs this podcast called Timcast IRL. And he talks about politics with various guests. He just goes through the news and then talks about politics, culture, lifestyle, that sort of thing. He is a what you would call a classical liberal. Modern day, you'd call them centrist. I think he does lean, he leans to the right politically, but he leans to the left culturally. It's kind of interesting. He's a very interesting guy to follow. But I think, some unfortunate news happened. Years ago, he started the show with a guy named Adam Crigler. Now, Adam Crigler, he was kind of he was more of a hippie, chill dude. He was really into conspiracy theories. So he would talking about aliens on the podcast and stuff. But then abruptly, he just disappeared from the show. Gone entirely. Disappeared, if you will. And, he started his own show. It's called The Adam Crigler Show now. Years later, Adam Crigler finally came out and said, what had caused the breakup, if you will, between the two. Because for a good portion of time, people are wondering what had happened, because those two, they had insane chemistry on the show. if you look back, like some of the biggest clips from the show to this day is actually clips from Adam Krigler himself. But then when Adam Krigler left the show, he there was nothing announced about like him being gone, why he was gone. Both sides didn't really say anything about the breakup, metaphorically speaking, of course. Well, Adam Krigler went and spilled all the beans that fell all over the floor. Some of them went into the vent, and it turns out that the reason why Adam Krigler got kicked off of Timcast IRL was because crazy story. Adam Krigler really did not like one of the co-hosts, who also is a producer on the show, Lydia. And I don't know what her full name is, I forget, but she goes by Sour Patch Lids on the internet. He didn't really like Lydia because he felt like Lydia was a heavy simp for Tim, and it started to make sense when he saw them in the bed together. So turns out that Tim Pool was kind of having a thing with Lydia. Here's the problem though. The problem is at the time, I think this might still be the case, they both are still in their relationships, but Tim Pool was dating somebody else who was living in like a different state, I believe, at the time. And Lydia was married at the time when this was all happening too, also living in a different place. And that became a whole thing. There was a lot of controversy within the house, as Adam described it. But that sort of rubbed, Adam the wrong way. Adam was very, upset, and also felt like, Lydia wasn't as professionally gifted as she should have been for her position as producer of the show. And so they kind of were like going at it. And then after a while, Tim basically told Adam, yo, shut up, stop talking to her about like how much you like, he was mad because he was shouting. He felt like he was, he was being too loud or boisterous or whatever and raising his voice against Lydia, which I don't know if that's what he did. I haven't really heard a lot of clarity on that. Basically, the fallout from a few of those confrontations kind of resulted in Tim misinterpreting one thing that Adam said, is basically saying that it's either me or her. And he was like, okay, well, I'm just going to pick the one that I'm sleeping with. So, Adam got kicked off of Timcast IRL, fired from the show, but not from the company. He was still getting paid to more or less do nothing. He was kind of a handyman, but that was pretty much all he did. And then eventually kind of, he, officially parted ways, got fired or whatever. And they all like went their separate ways. They're doing different things now. And for some reason, now this has not been explained, but around the time when all of this came up, let's see. Yeah, around the time when all of this came up, Lydia got booted or left the Timcast IRL. Now the story behind that is completely silent too, and that is kind of weird. I wouldn't be shocked if a lot of it had to do with Lydia's husband learning about the affair. That wouldn't shock me. If I was him, I'd be gone, to be honest. But, it was kind of interesting. They're now doing live streams together. Lydia and her husband are now doing live streams together. So that's interesting. So yeah, basically the whole Timcast IRL, all of the OGs are just gone except for Tim. He's got a whole crew. He's got Ian Crossland. He's got Luke Radowski and other people on the show. But it was really crazy because all of a sudden you go from, kind of not really thinking about the whole controversy to knowing everything about the controversy, knowing a lot of dirt about, the misdeeds of Tim Pool. And as a fan, it kind of turned the audience against Tim Pool. And, I was sort of wondering how, exactly Tim Pool would come back. Let's see here. I was wondering how Tim Pool would come back from the whole controversy, because that was kind of what was happening in the entire, their entire sphere, the entire circle. And no one really knew exactly how the whole situation would be handled, how it'd be diffused, and how Tim Pool would get everyone to be talking about something other than this massive controversy where he was cheating on his girlfriend with his producer who was cheating on her husband. Well, it turns out they did find a way to get people to talk about something else. And this was by having Kanye West on and an anti-Semite, as well as Milo Yiannopoulos, who was a previous guest on a fairly recent episode of the show. And this happened live on the show.
Freedom of speech, and that's what makes me the only American that we know that really deserves to run the country, because everyone else, your boy DeSantis, Trump, whoever they raise in a petri dish over on the Democrat side is going to play the game.
Look,
and like,
here's what I was trying to get to. You went right into the anti-Semite thing. I think it's something that should be talked about. But if you start bringing this up, you're going to ask my opinion on it. I'm going to disagree with you.
I didn't ask your opinion on it. You jumped into it.
But
I don't care about your opinion. I like your opinion on how we win an election, but I don't care about anybody's opinion, bro. They tried to put me in jail. They blocked $2 billion I had. Like what I told Farrakhan, I said, look, is it anti-Semitic for me to say his name
By
out?
the way, this was literally like 2 days ago, pretty much. I think it was 2 days ago. Yeah, this was like literally 2 days ago.
Like
the minister.
Yeah, the minister. Like I told
Obama met with him too.
Oh, he was. Yeah, I mean the Jewish people allowed Obama to meet with the minister. So
which, by the way, doesn't make sense because one would assume that Louis Farrakhan has his own agency and is able to meet up with whoever he wants. But let's continue.
Farrakhan said, "Well, did he have the money?" The contract for the next 4 years, if I hadn't done anything, would have been $500 million a year for 4 years. What I was fighting for was the IP, so my children could, I'm sorry, sometimes I think about 7 thoughts at one time.
I completely understand this. This happens to me all the time, sometimes on stream.
Because anything I see, I come up with like
it's
7
not
answers.
Great for television.
And just choose what it is. But the thing is, when I said my children, the reason why my brain kind of blocked, because it's like God is saying, your children are going to be okay. Baby mama's got money, right?
That's true. That's true.
God is using me. He's breaking me down, removing all of the richest person, all of this, so I can serve him. And the more and more those things are taken away from me, the more I can be empty and be a vessel.
Now, I thought this was interesting. It was really interesting hearing his perspective. As a Christian, it's not a bad take. I did hear him actually fairly recently say a lot of these issues that I'm running into recently are due to kind of me falling into sin and not following God as closely as I should be. And that's a valid interpretation. Unfortunately, it doesn't sound like he's like actually taking any steps to remedy that. But then I think it happens at around this point in the show. Then this happens
and be able to be used. And right now, it's like you're not gonna take. If we can't, you're not gonna take my pain away, right? The Jewish people say, it's the Holocaust, this happened, and you can't say anything about it. We can't take their pain away. No one's gonna denounce the fact that they tried to lock me up. That's what because every time I'm just holding stride, and it's like, I thought I was more Malcolm X, but I find out I'm more MLK, because as I'm getting hosed down every day by the press and financially, I'm just standing there. And when I found out that they tried to put me in jail, it was like a dog was biting my arm, and I almost shed a tear, almost, but I still walked in stride through it. Yeah,
I think they've been extremely unfair to you.
Who is they though? We can't say they is, can we?
Press. I'm not using I don't use the word as the way I guess you guys use. I'm talking.
It is
about
them though, isn't it? I mean, because.
And then poor Nick Fuentes over here is trying to be relevant.
No, and because when you think about it, consider it. In 2018.
What do you mean it's not?
What do I mean? Like, okay, so how about? Are you leaving?
Dude gets up and just walks away, leaves, essentially, more or less, throws a tantrum because he didn't like the opinions that were being expressed on the show. And so that was kind of crazy. In my kind of let's see here. that kind of, to me, that kind of blew up my whole sphere, because it turns out that two other of my other favorites personalities on the internet, Destiny, and who is a kind of he's like the only, I think, actual leftist YouTuber that I like. Tim Pool is kind of a centrist, so it doesn't really count. And Ruslan, who is my favorite Christian content creator, and to this day remains one of my biggest inspirations for actually streaming in the first place. They both were on a show together on the No Jumper podcast, which is hosted by Adam22. If you're not super familiar, No Jumper is a huge show, a show that is huge in the rap scene. And then this took place.
I don't know. I can't stop thinking about Tim Pool being on the Kanye West jet, and just that.
I heard they were live streaming together.
So this is crazy. We get to see Ruslan, who is my favorite Christian content creator, and Destiny, who is my favorite leftist commentator, react to Tim Pool, who is like one of my favorite political commentators, and talking and confronting Kanye West on racism while sitting next to Milo Yiannopoulos, who used to be one of my favorites, definitely is far from one of my favorites, and Nick Fuentes, who was never my favorite, and since I've heard of him over the past few years, he's even farther down on the list when he was already at the bottom. It's a crazy nexus of people that I would have never imagined collaborating with each other. All doing these crazy reactions. Here's Ruslan's reaction, as well as Destiny's reaction to the whole situation.
Somebody just messaged me and said that apparently Ye walked out of the Timcast interview with 20 minutes.
Can we see that? Can we react?
It's probably not a good idea for copyright reasons, but
What if you played at one?
Also, Tim Pool's show is not copyrighted, by the way. Only the members only segment, like the part that's like at the end, they have to pay for. So this was all fair game to air.
Wait, there is a clip. There's a clip of him walking out.
If there's a clip, we should react.
If you go to YouTube and type Tim Pool walk out and it comes up, then for sure we need to watch
it's definitely
it.
on Twitter. You can play it at 1.25 speed to avoid the copyright. I learned that from my situation with Vlad.
I mean, either way, we're probably just gonna appeal it either way.
Interesting.
But I feel like I would have already
there.
seen it mentioned in the chat if that actually existed.
Here we go. Can we react to this?
Yeah. Put us in the corner.
Can we hear it?
Are we going to get to hear it?
It might take some.
Finagling?
I don't know.
Oh, here goes Nick. There's your buddy
I
Nick.
see Nick. Why is he all of a sudden wearing?
Buddy Nick. I think they actually have had a little bit of beef because they've had several debates. Destiny and Nick Fuentes have had plenty of debates. In case you guys aren't caught up, Nick Fuentes is the anti-Semite, or raging anti-Semite at that. And so, they've had multiple debates on this.
In like a blue
2018.
hoodie.
Kanye's dressed.
He's been rocking a
What do I
fucking
mean, like,
suit for like his
okay,
whole
so how
adult
about-
life, and then all of a sudden he starts hanging out with Kanye,
leaving?
and he's just wearing athleisure.
That's funny. It's not that he's just wearing athleisure, as you're saying there, Adam22. He's actually wearing a very similar hoodie to what Kanye was wearing during his Jesus is King rollout. So I think that's kind of why he's wearing that. Definitely is a departure because he almost always wears like a suit and tie.
Are you afraid of the press?
Kanye stylizing you, boy.
Well, we didn't get to
Also, I
hear.
love when Kanye leaves the Tim Pool's show. One of the co-hosts says, "Are you afraid of the press?" Which I think was just a really nice shot in the back as Kanye West was leaving.
Anything there, but we did see
say it right
Kanye.
now.
I guess.
Wow.
You guys,
He walked out.
Tim
you
Pool's
guys want to
beanie
bring
was
that stuff
blocking
up?
most of it.
And then
How
we're not gonna.
How interesting.
Oh,
Well, we had.
I think they've been extremely unfair.
Here we go.
I think.
Who was they though? We can't say who they is,
corporate
can we?
press. I'm not using the. I don't use the word as the way I guess you guys use. I'm
It
talking
is
about
them, though, isn't it? I mean, because because when you think about it, consider it.
Does he mean Jews?
2018.
What do you mean it's not?
What do I mean? Like, okay, so how about? You leaving?
Oh no!
So Tim Pool is too anti-Semitic for Kanye.
No, not anti-Semitic.
Not
enough.
Not anti-Semitic enough.
That was
What do you
funny.
guys think of the whole?
Wow.
Well, that's crazy.
Oh, poor Tim. Oh, dude, he probably saw the money bags walking out of his studio.
True.
What the? It's funny to think of you as a replacement for Reza Islam, but at the end of the day,
Well,
I think you are a
actually-
worthy opponent.
You're a replacement for Nick Fuentes, really.
Really,
Was
that is
really?
true too.
Oh,
Yeah, and
wow.
we didn't even talk about how you feel about him ducking the fade and deciding that he didn't want to debate you because he's so concerned about his
And then they kind of, you know, I wish that there was a little bit more of a reaction to the actual you know, conversation. Now, Ruslan did his own video, and that's a whole video that's long enough to where I don't think that we'll have time in this stream to cover it. It's like, I think it's like 10-15 minutes. And I already have another 10-15 minute video reacting to kind of what Kanye left to go do. Say he likes Hitler, apparently. Yes, this is a fake tweet. I think it is cool that Mogul Mail uses fake tweets in his thumbnails. I think they're kind of cool and aesthetic, so I've started doing that, but with Discord messages for some of my thumbnails. But this is a real quote.
Like many of you, I wake up every single day terrified that I'm going to open my phone and find out that Kanye West said some more dumb shit. And today, oh boy, today, he has said a lot of dumb shit, which is a hard thing to juggle along with my enjoyment of his music, like the album Graduation.
Your dreams come true.
This is the first album I ever bought on iTunes when I was
Sounds nice.
12 years old. But it's getting harder and harder to ignore the things that Kanye says. And I've avoided making a video about Kanye for months now. I mean, he's been in the news, I feel like, every other week since October. Why? Well, not because I'm trying to defend his actions or be an apologist for him, but because I feel like Kanye's a provocateur. He's going to say the most dumb and insane shit possible to get the most media attention, so then he can say more insane dumb shit, and it becomes an Ouroboros of stupidity. But the same way he's able to flex his
so
First Amendment.
I don't think that he's just a provocateur. But I mean, I think there are aspects of him that mimic a provocateur. Provocateurs, generally speaking, I think, kind of try to provoke people to just get them to act crazy. I think that behind a lot of what Kanye's doing, he's trying to make a point, but he does it in such a way that it's kind of hard to tell if the positions that he holds are genuine or if he's just, you know, trolling to make a point. So one thing, for example, sorry, I hit the wrong button. One thing, for example, was while he was on Timcast IRL, he kind of pointed out some hypocrisy that Tim Pool was saying in his opinion, where Tim Pool was basically saying that Kanye West was good for the black would be good for the black vote. You get more black people to turn out and vote, and Kanye was like, well, how come you can say like, oh, the black people are going to do this, but I can't say the Jews are doing that. He thought that was a gotcha. I didn't really think it was a gotcha. But you know, it kind of makes sense why one would think that that's a gotcha. So I kind of understand that. But part of me wondered, hey, because I think Kanye West was kind of being a little bit soft on some of his language. So I was wondering if he was actually going to apologize during the stream, but then he got carried away. He was too insensitive to take it. So anyways. Shoot. I completely lost my train of thought. But no, I don't think that he's just being a provocateur for just to provoke people. I think he's trying to make a point. I don't know what his point is, and I think that the longer this goes on, the less it matters, because he's just being racist at this point. So anyways, let's pick up this video.
Right to say those things. I feel like I should be able to use.
Yes, and also it's very well known Mogul Mel does look like Ludwig. He's very aware of this as well.
My First Amendment right to admonish them. And so that's what I'm hoping to do today. So let's start at the beginning. Where did this all come from? Well, really, we can boil it down to a single Kanye West tweet that dropped in October that said, I'm a bit sleepy tonight, but when I wake up, I'm going to go DEFCON 3 on Jewish people.
Now let's see.
Which is weird because it's DEFCON, and 3 is like the middle one. It's not like the worst one, and it's not like the least serious one. It's like middle of the road. And then he says, I can't be yada, yada, yada. And that
dude is scared to read the tweet. Dude is scared to read the full Kanye tweet.
that got him in some heats. That's a few months ago. You guys might remember he got dropped from like Adidas, all of his sponsors, and then he went on like a media tour. He went on any podcast or show that would get him on there and said some crazy things, which usually ended up in him.
Now, by the way, I do think this is interesting. I'm not even joking here. I've considered, in sometime in the future when I'm bored and I, have mountains of money or something, which will probably never happen. I have thought about it. I think it would be cool to kind of run the way that I conceptualized it at the time is an internet campaign. I think that because of how much of the media is moving away from conventional like Fox News, CNN, and more towards talking heads on the internet like Steven Crowder and Hasanabi, Destiny, folks on the internet like that, I think it'd be really interesting to try to do an all internet presidential race and see if you can drum up enough support and interest to get people down with your cause. Now, Kanye West kind of had a leg up because he's a little famous, but I just thought it would be kind of interesting to do. And I think it's, maybe 2-3 years out from me coming up with this idea. I think it's interesting that it's something that Kanye West is running with, apparently to great success.
Leaving the show. So here's him on Piers Morgan about a month ago.
Because all these clips, Morgan is the only mainstream.
Okay, so I'm going to tell
news outlet.
people
Here.
when I would apologize for the tweet. This is what has to happen.
The tweet
first.
about
I need
DEFCON.
all of the top executives.
I'm going to skip. What he needs is all the executives at like record labels to show everybody's contract, I think, is about it.
Interview adjourned. Love you.
I will say this about him leaving the situation here, is that at least he wasn't like walking out in a huff. He kind of here was just like, oh, I said what I wanted to say. I'm out. So that's not as bad.
Now you can imagine that got some press, so he went on another podcast.
What do I mean? Like, okay, so how about, are you leaving?
Are you afraid of the press?
Are you afraid of the press?
Walked out of that one too. He even got a little bit heated with Lex Friedman, who
Now, I wish I'd seen the Lex Friedman interview. I actually have not seen that yet.
I feel like usually has the best conversations when this man sits down with people. I feel like, he's able to, grab a beer, get along with pretty much anyone opposing him in the chair. But Kanye seemed to have the highest tensions on this pod.
I'm trying to call you out in your bullshit because I hope I'm somebody you can trust.
I
That's
don't
it.
fucking trust you.
Well, you should find people in your life you can trust.
Don't tell me what I should do. I'm not one of your BLM marchers.
So this,
when I first saw it, I was like, BLM marcher? What is that? Where is that coming from? I found that utterly surprising.
this is the backdrop. Kanye's banned on Twitter, goes on a bunch of podcasts, tries to speak his mind. And then, of course, Elon buys Twitter. And what happens to Kanye? Well, he gets unbanned on Twitter, along with Trump and like Andrew Tate. And
Kathy Griffin, who held up a mock severed head of Donald Trump. So we have that.
And where does that lead us? Well, with him tweeting out shalom. He's back on.
Funny, because that's actually a Jewish saying, so I think that's kind of interesting.
To the admiration of many. But this is I think the start of the end. This is the start of what has led us to today, where Kanye has said some insane shit that you'll hear.
I'm literally filming a B-reel as I do this. I don't think this is the start of the end, because I think that for whatever reason, this whole situation is really kind of making his campaign kind of boom. And I think it's a very weird and maybe even disturbing phenomenon that is just like causing his campaign to blow up. I don't know if it's just him saying things that are outrageous or outlandish, or he's actually tapping into the fringes of the far right that otherwise they wouldn't have latched onto him.
About in a minute that are pretty much impossible to get behind unless you are just truly racist or anti-Semitic. But before we get to that, I have to tell you about something else. which is the sponsor of today's stream, my chess boxing event. Now, if you don't know, that huge
the chess
Nintendo
boxing
drama
event,
that
yes.
happened a couple days ago has left people out on their
I
asses
typically
for the
don't skip
Smash
these
World
actually,
Tour,
but,
which was supposed to. You
I'm
got
skipping it
1
for the
hour.
sake of the stream.
Good
And
luck.
this
Go,
is-
go,
This is literally just for time. This is literally just for time.
go. Anyway, back to the story of Kanye West. What happens after he's unbanned for Twitter? He announces his campaign for presidency for 2024. Now,
I said it once and I'm going to say it again. That's a very cool logo, and I freaking love that animation.
you might remember Kanye was also on the ballot for 2020. He went a little bit late, so I think he had to be written in a lot of states. But now he's announcing very early that he's on the ballot for 2024. And not only is he on the ballot, he also had a meeting with Donald Trump, and he asked Trump to be his running mate, former president, which made Trump get upset, and then he started making fun of Kim Kardashian.
I like the idea that Trump would ever be the running mate of that Trump would ever be the running mate of Kanye is hilarious.
And so that's a crazy thing. And then he continued his podcast tour, and his final stop was on Alex Jones's podcast InfoWars. Now, you probably know Alex Jones because he said some crazy things about the shooting in Connecticut over a decade ago, and now lost a lawsuit.
I've actually covered this on stream. Why have I not uploaded a clip of this? I mean, I've been lacking on my clips. My clips have been like, I think that some of my clips over the past week, I think, have actually been kind of fire clips. Thank you, ISM. Your commentary was pretty cool to have while reacting to the whole Trump thing. But I think other than that, my clips have kind of been weak. I need to get back in the game. I haven't been spending as much time editing as I should be. But anyway, neither here nor there. Let's continue.
Where he has to pay $1 billion to those families. He even has a dedicated podcast to just correcting the things that he says that are wrong, which is
this. Okay, I see. Okay, good.
I don't know what has to go wrong.
ISM says Trump's ego would never let him run for any office position other than president. Interesting. I'm not interested. If he could run for Supreme Court justice, I think he would. I think it's more about him being somebody else's sidekick. That's like the big thing. I think that he would be okay with potentially settling for being a senator at some point. So I mean, there's that.
In your life that
says I have old clips if you want those. I have old clips as well, but I think that I have such like more recent content that really need to just like edit and post because I feel like it would do a lot better. So like the clips of my interviews with you did pretty well. I need to make more clips of that. I need to do more clips of like reacting to the fact that Trump's running for president in the first place. You know, I never posted a clip of my most recent reaction to, I think Ye did something else that was kind of foolish. There's just a lot of stuff I need to get through, but anyways.
That people dedicate their time to just calling you out on your bullshit, but that's what happens. And the podcast is unhinged. This podcast was fucking crazy. I mean, just look at this clip alone.
That's right. You're not Hitler. You're not a Nazi. You don't deserve to be called that and demonized.
Well, I see good things about Hitler also.
And this is funny because the only thing about Hitler that I think may have been good potentially was that his art was mediocre, which is why he got kicked out of art school in the first place. I'm not sure what these good things about Hitler are. Now maybe he's gonna break it down in this podcast, but I just don't see it, you know, kind of overcoming the amount of Jews that he killed. So, but that's just me. That's just me.
I'm sorry, what?
I love everyone, and Jewish people are not going to tell me you can love, I don't know what the heck, and you can love what we're doing to you with the contracts, and you can love what we're pushing with the pornography.
Some strange video footage of someone being curb stomped for some reason. I don't know why he played this. I'm just gonna skip it. But
classifications. Every human being has something of value that they brought to the table.
Whoa. Okay. Now that was Alex Jones trying to.
ISM is summarizing this perfectly in the chat, where he's saying, "You're not a Nazi, right? Well,
be charitable towards Kanye, saying, "Hey, you're not Hitler, man." And then Kanye somehow taking that, which was meant to be like a compliment, a giving of good grace, and turned it around and said, "Hitler's not that bad." Which I feel like is the one thing almost everyone outside of Nazis can get behind, is that he is that bad. It's like the great uniter. It's like the closest our country has ever been is when we fought against Nazis. And if you maybe,
I will say, you watch more of these clips that he plays, and I'm sure we'll see a lot of this during the podcast. I don't think that Kanye has a full understanding of exactly who Hitler is or what he did. I think some of that is going to be, evident in some of these clips. I'll explain why if you guys want me to. But I'm getting the impression that, kind of Nick Fuentes maybe is painting this like rose-tinted hue of an image of what Hitler was actually like.
We are still being charitable towards Kanye. You might see, well, he's trying to find the good in anything, like a devout Christian would. But on his
which, to be fair, kind of as a Christian, most of us don't try to kind of find the good in Hitler. It's just not our thing.
It doesn't end. It doesn't.
Schwarzenegger said he loved Hitler. They gave him an award.
I wonder if this is actually true. I thought this was funny because I think there's a way that you could actually spin this into making Kanye be a potentially like fairly earthly and greedy person.
Would, but it doesn't end. It doesn't.
Schwarzenegger said he loved Hitler. They gave him an award.
Okay, Alex Jones says Schwarzenegger says he loved Hitler and gave him an award. Okay,
I'm just saying, I don't like Nazis, and I don't like what some of the mafias are doing either.
I like Hitler.
Now, if this was at the very end of the podcast, I couldn't imagine how crestfallen you'd be as Alex Jones having the last words of your show being, "I like Hitler." But on another thing, it kind of makes it seem like Kanye, sorry, I got the names confused. It kind of makes it seem like Kanye was like, "Oh, wait, Arnold Schwarzenegger got an award for this? Well, maybe I should say this too."
That was him saying, "I like Hitler" in closing, which, okay, that's a little bit different than trying to find good in people.
You don't like one group doesn't mean the other. Look,
I love Jewish people, but I also love Nazis.
Okay. Also, I love that, like, Alex Jones is very clearly both like, "Wait, what?" But also realizes, he's laughing because he realizes that this is like a ridiculous statement. Most people laugh during ridiculous statements. I think this clip in particular really shows off that he does not understand the totality of who Hitler was, because he says that he likes Jews. Hitler would not have tolerated anyone who liked Jews. So to think that for Kanye to somehow think that he can be on the side of the side of Hitler and the side of Jews at the same time is pretty silly.
Oh man. Well,
you know you're in trouble when the most sane person in the room seems to be Alex Jones, who has to pay almost $1 billion for all the insane shit he has said over the past decade.
And he's laughing at you.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Ukraine and Russia. I haven't really seen so much of that in the news. I'm, of course, pro-Putin. I'm very pro-Russia.
This is actually one of the few things that Nick Fuentes probably agrees with Tucker Carlson on. I would not be surprised if Tucker Carlson was pro-Russia on this. Shoot, I hit the alt button. My bad.
I am also.
Let's go. Yeah.
It's like you met somebody at a bar who happens to be a Patriots fans, but they're talking about Putin, who's trying to take over all of Ukraine right now. It's crazy to me, the things you're saying. And I've seen the dick riding extend about as far as it can towards Kanye for all of his fans. I mean, shit, I like a lot of the Kanye songs. What the fuck does Kanye know about politics?
Now, for the somewhat slightly uninitiated, what he said right there was kind of a reference to something that Kanye has said before, which I thought was a little bit a little bit funny there and a little bit clever. Hold on, let's see. Let me see. Let me pull this up here. So this was kind of funny. I don't know if anyone else caught this, but this is Mogul Mail kind of making a Kanye reference while talking about Kanye and slamming Kanye.
A lot of the Kanye songs. What the fuck, Kanye, for all of his fans? I mean, shit, I like a lot of the Kanye songs. What the fuck does Kanye know about politics?
Reminds me of this clip right here.
You are a celebrity. So basically what's going to happen is there's product here. And this is where you end up right here. If you can communicate this product, you can make money off the product. Because look at Gaga. She's the creative director of Polaroid. I like some of the Gaga songs. What the fuck does she know about cameras?
I thought it was funny. I thought it was a nice little nod and cameo, not cameo, but nod to Kanye there. But let's pick this back up. I probably
this guy just seems to be going on any podcast and saying the most insane shit, and it always escalates on every new podcast he appears on. I mean, check out this clip.
Hearing I'm a Nazi, I'm really because I'm not.
But Alex Jones trying to rein in.
Now, one thing that's really interesting is we do have some breaking news here. Apparently, Alex Jones is officially not a Nazi. So, we kind of have that figured out now.
Imagine Alex Jones trying to rein in his guest Kanye. He says, hey, I'm not a Nazi. Come on. At least we can find some equal footing on that.
Think about them falsely accusing people. Some people are going to become Nazis.
I am. Now what? I am. Now what? Now I'm a Nazi, Ari Emanuel. Isn't that?
Now, part of me wonders if he says that in his typical joking tone, but I still am not sure if he's joking or not. And again, I don't know if it cares, if it matters at this point.
And look, it's just a weird fucking interview. I mean, outside of the insanely, provocateur and terrible shit he's saying, he also had this weirdly long segment where he pretended to be the leader of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu. Just saying, look, there are a lot of ways to criticize the leaders of countries, especially Benjamin Netanyahu. I mean, you could easily criticize that guy, but you're going to roast him for his voice that you put on for him? But then when Hitler comes up, you're like, you know what? That guy
Let's see. What's this clip here that he plays?
To find any shred of dignity to throw to Kanye.
We're running short on time, so after you play this clip, I'm actually going to go through the whole interview. But if you guys want to check out Mogul Mail's video in full, just go to Mogul Mail's YouTube channel. It's called Mogul Mail. You go there, you can watch all the Mogul Mail videos.
I think this about seals it.
I don't like Hitler. And I know you're trying to be shocking with that.
I'm not trying to be shocking. I like Hitler. I do not. And
there we have him not trying, and this is why I don't view him as a provocateur, right? Because if he was being a provocateur, he'd be like, I don't even want to say some of the things that he'd be doing. But I don't think he'd be doing this or going about it in this way.
Holocaust is not what happened. Let's look at the facts of that. And Hitler has a.
Now with this means. This means that Nick Fuentes really is getting to him, because one of the most controversial positions of Nick Fuentes has been that the Holocaust is not what it seems, whatever the numbers, the cookies in the oven, all the crazy stuff that Nick Fuentes has said. It's sounding like Kanye is starting to mimic that messaging here.
There's a lot of redeeming qualities.
And then he follows up on that Holocaust comment.
Really cool outfit and stuff, and he was a really good architect. And
so you're in love with the look of it.
And he didn't kill 6 million Jews. That's just factually incorrect.
Guys, get the Ronald Reagan clip they showed me yesterday.
Tries to cut him off because it is factually correct. It is factually correct. I mean, it's like one of the easily most researchable, documented genocides ever, like in world history. It happened very recently. Like there are still people who are alive for it. Many people who are alive for it that experienced it. And to be someone with that level of platform saying that shit, First Amendment, whatever you want, fine. Okay, I get it. But First Amendment, freedom of speech, does not mean freedom of consequence. It
Yeah, blah blah blah. They realized that Mogul Mail is a leftist, so yeah, kind of yeah. The whole freedom of consequence thing. Not a fan. But go check out his full video because it's pretty good. Pretty good. Why? I won. Okay, I was going to react. What do you guys do? What is this? Okay, I was going to react to the interview of Kanye West being on the Alex Jones show. This just came in over the Discord. And I don't know. Okay, I'll pull this up actually. I'll go ahead and pull this up. So you see here, this is I think this is ISM, right? I think this is ISM. You guys use weird names on the server, so I don't know who's who. But we have ISM saying, "Oh yeah, newbie, here's some art I made of Daniel Lord. He banned me from a server after sending this." LOL. I'll say that the art is pretty good. You know, I do think some of the proportions might be off with the headphones. But other than that, very, very well done, and especially like stylistically, I think it's a very cool design in style. However, can somebody explain to me why we're making art of Daniel Lord? At this point, and I'm not even like stirring this like. I'm not even like stirring up the pot or anything. I'm just trying to understand why we're still, you know, fascinated with the man. None of you guys seem to have gotten over him. And it's not even like he's like a fountain of like content anymore that I know of. People were sort of dunking on him because he kept on getting exposed for doing more stuff. But that's not happening anymore. So I don't know what everyone's getting out of talking about. ISM says I can explain. Okay, buddy. All right. Okay. Now, we're actually going to dig into this whole interview. It's going to take a while. Let me see here. It's going to take a while to get through because this whole interview is like 3 hours long. DJLL says I'm not attracted to serial killers. Yeah, I don't believe that either. That's fake news. Oh, Mr. Pizza, there we go. Mr. Pizza says, yes, you are, Lily. You can't deny it anymore. All right. Let's get into this. This here is Kanye West's full debate with, or not even, I don't even know if it's a debate, interview with Alex Jones, kind of shadowed, I guess, by his aide/intern Nick Fuentes.
This is InfoWars, right? So you got some info warriors on both sides of you, and you fought for us. You've been fighting this battle for a long time, Alex, and we just got to salute you as a
this whole thing is
Christian
weird. Why
and
is
as
the player so
American
strange?
because you paved the way to make braver soldiers.
The player's weird. This site is kind of broken. Hold on, give me a second here. Got an alternative method I'll be using. It's called zooming in. There we go. This show is so scuffed. I think this is the view that we'll be using now. Okay, here we go.
It's like us today. It's like
Let's start this from the beginning. Here is the full, unedited interview between Kanye West and Alex Jones, featuring Nick Fuentes. I don't know if Nick Fuentes even says anything, but okay. Let's go back.
This is InfoWars, right? So you got some info warriors on both sides of you, and you fought for us. You've been fighting this battle for a long time.
I like how Nick Fuentes looks like the only one who like actually is super excited to be there. Kanye just looks, you know, there's a saying of being absolutely unbothered. Kanye West looks absolutely bothered everywhere he goes. Alex Jones at this point almost seems like sick of him. You're like, he looks like the dad who's like looking at his son wilding out, and he's like, man, I would give you a spanking right now, but we have guests over. Like,
Alex. And we just got to salute you as a Christian and as American because you paved the way to make braver soldiers like us today. It's like Terminator Part 10 happening right now.
And then Terminator Part 10, I don't even know how that makes sense, but okay. And for the sake of time, I'm not gonna be pausing this all the time. I'll just be running the auto duck filter on here. And of course, we got this thing chock full of ads. Well, through all the ad breaks, I'll be reading chat. So
you've seen the prices on that slash as well. Check
Mr.
out.
Peter says, I love how when I come back to the stream, and Newbie is saying, "Why are we making art about Daniel Hood?" I mean, it's a valid question. This intro is cool. They do have some nice art.
InfoWars, the most banned network in the world.
The intro is like
it's Thursday, December 1st,
the art is like basically the best thing for that whole thing.
Jones, and in
the studio is kind of cool though.
Ye is our guest.
I've actually kind of wanted to build up a studio setup kind of similar to them because. I mean, look at that. That's kind of cool. Imagine having that in your basement.
So, and also America First leader, and that is Nick.
I think it's a little bit, it's honestly kind of sus that Alex Jones calls Nick Fuentes a leader here, specifically because he should know what Nick Fuentes is about. You know, he's a political wonk, right? He's big into politics. He should know Nick Fuentes' ideology. I know he's fringe, but a lot of people on the right who are really into politics know what he's been about. I know what he's been about, and I'm really big into politics. So he should know a little bit better than to laud Nick Fuentes as a leader. Like, saying like it's a good thing? Nah, fam, nah.
Fuentes, Ollie Alexander, Owen Schroyer, and many others are also going to be coming through here.
He looks like he's so like. Okay, I know I am pausing it like I said I wouldn't be, but he looks like he's so much like. Wow, I'm here at the headquarters of InfoWars. This is so cool.
Today, and Ye has arrived in a new.
He looks like he almost looks like he can't believe what's happening right now.
I'll assure you it is Ye. Ye, thank you so much for coming to Austin.
Thank you for having me.
Well, where would you like to start? This first little 5-minute segment is just kind of a prelude to what's coming up. What do you want to cover here today?
Just God runs the world, and Jesus is the way and the life, and it's time to put Jesus first in the way that we run our businesses, the way we run.
Very similar to his 2020 campaign, which I really enjoyed.
For radio listeners, we're on over 400 radio stations. They can't see you right now. This is a new look for you.
Yes, by the way, InfoWars is syndicated on terrestrial radio in the United States.
Yeah.
So this is an archetypal example that the mask is off by putting the mask on.
People can take it how they want to take it. It's just, it's interesting if you look at a Michael Jordan or something, you load up all these pictures and he's smiling and he's holding a basketball, he's jumping from the free throw line, and then you look at Phil Knight and you barely can see a picture of him and he's got his face covered. So I don't have to show my face. It's me.
Interesting.
That's my right.
Absolutely. Well, that's what Hollywood wants to do, though, is to control.
Some people are saying that this is a body double because he's wearing a mask the whole time. Not true. You guys don't understand what Kanye's been on. He's been wearing masks throughout the entire rollout of Donda. So, this is not new for him.
Everybody through images.
Exactly. So I'm in control of my image now. It's no longer the people that froze my account. It's no longer the people that threatened me. We've got past the threats.
So this is the image that you wanted, Kanye,
huh? Jail for the truth. And, people believe me. And people see that I wasn't crazy on what I was talking about. And they tried to write it off, and they keep trying to write it off.
It's not the opinion that most people are getting, but okay.
The more and more I'm faithful to Christ, the more and more he's going to keep unlocking the blessings. He set it on my heart to build communities, to build farms, to build schools, to build the choir. But when you do that, you have to be really obedient. Hey guys, could you not talk in the back? I'm like really hypersensitive to sound. If you guys want to talk, just go in the other room, please. But we have to be really
Dude's got some issues.
Like one of the big topics
that was interesting though
is all of the
one thing about this is all of these microphones, these types of microphones, they don't pick up like a good variety of sound. So I have the Blue Yeti here. I specifically picked this actually because it could pick up a lot of sound all throughout the room. So I have it set up so that basically if someone stands in the corner of the room and whispers to me, this microphone will pick it up. There's a lot of compression that goes into that. All of that to say, that's not the kind of microphones that they're using. So they're very short range microphones. So for example, if one of those guys was standing in front of that nice little desk that looks very cool and has the American flag on it and spoke facing the camera, probably wouldn't even pick up so much as a sentence that or a syllable that was said. So yeah, that's probably why there can be people talking over there in the newsroom and you can't even hear a little bit of it. This is especially how radio is done. Now television is done a little bit differently, but yeah.
And my take on that is, you know, there's one
television uses lav mics
where it says
predominantly.
God sees sin differently, and there's another place where it says, you know, let me get out my phone. I can like really pull up the exact thing it says in the Bible. The general gist, and we'll get back to it after the.
I love he has the Bible right next to him, but he just like pulled out his phone to look up a Bible verse.
Stay strict to everything and remove as much sin as possible in order to serve God. And when people look at pornography, when a grown man is looking at a grown woman have sex on camera, you're still looking at someone's daughter, and you're looking at a lot of times someone that is the product of pedophilia.
Now, this here is interesting because he's not wrong here, but is being a little bit hypocritical because he has been known to be showing some choice video footage to Adidas executives, and Balenciaga has, you know, accused him of that as well after they got into hot water for some sort of controversy. So I think it was interesting for him to bring that up in light of all of those reports about him coming out.
So people will engage in going to strip clubs or looking at pornography, but then the moral compass is like, oh my God, look at the pedophiles. But in a way, anybody who looks at pornography
the whole thing about this is kind of crazy, and it recently came out over the past 24 to 48 hours. Then in one of these shots, there was actually a there was some tape, some like caution tape that didn't say Balenciaga, but it said Balenciaga. So with two A's instead of one A in the beginning. And if you take that, what it means in Latin, if you split up some of the letters, it's basically three Latin words combined. Those three Latin words mean Baal is king. Some people have translated to mean Baal is the king, but when I did it, I got Baal is king. So that's interesting.
The form of a pedophile also. Let's bank it all in. It's very simple. We're not going to be talking about all this moral code and these standards right here. It's either Christ said so or Christ said no.
Yay, powerful information. I totally agree with you. Back in 60 seconds to join over 400 radio stations. Nick Fuentes in the studio. Everybody, tell everybody you know, tune in now, Infowars.com/show. Let's break the internet today. Stay with us.
Interesting. Well, they did end up breaking the internet because of this ad break. This actually makes things very convenient. All these crazy ads, which, by the way, the ads are the primary reason I listen to them anymore. I like listening to people I disagree with. That's why I watch Destiny. But, you know, the ad breaks are really what kills it. He has slightly more ads than he has actual content. But let's see. I am going to go through and react to this because you guys sent this in. I did want to get to this. I haven't had a chance to get to it yet. And I think now that we have an ad break, there's a good excuse there. By the time I finish the entire interview, I'm going to be like, bro, I'm done, and want to stop streaming at that point. So here we have this video by DJ LL. And it's entitled, "I've had enough of these inappropriate comments being made towards me. This stops now. Important," which is probably not one of the most tactful YouTube video titles I've seen, but it certainly promises to be interesting.
Past year and a half I've had this channel, I had my own fair share of creepy comments, even to the point where I've had
Greg Crypto in my chat has been the biggest offender of this, by the way. I think I finally banned him like a month ago or so. That was...
A convicted sex offender comment. Yes, a convicted sex offender.
Yep.
Let's explain. It all started around the time frame of October to
now this is why YouTube did their Whole for Kids thing. it disables comments. Actually, the whole scandal wasn't involving inappropriate comments, but literally pedophiles forming chains of links to specific moments. It's weird stuff. It's weird stuff. I don't even really want to get into it.
November 2021. It all just it started off with the user by the name of, who then went by the username Crisscross J Constellation. They started off just saying, I like your videos, I like your content. Just like, then to the point where they decided to like make an unwanted shout out video, and then the creepy comments started rolling in. And we've had to go to that video to explain that I'm a teenager. I am a minor, a teenage minor on the internet. I'm not an adult. And we exposed
Hold on, wait. What was his reaction? He said, "I'm a good man. I would never hurt a woman ever. Also, why would she be scared of a compliment?" So I'm sorry, but I made subscribe to Will Dog's videos, and another subscribe to this YouTuber and that YouTuber, and none of them jumped on my back about it. 2 even thanked me for the promotional video. I guess I don't even probably seen women, even though I'm 25. He was like, well, this has absolutely not been fun nor exciting. I'm sure this got exciting at some point. He went back to jail. Again, I'm sorry, and I'm sorry if I bothered you. Interesting. One thing I will say about this whole situation, though, is that internet comments are pretty much just like internet comments unless someone's actually like stalking you or something. I've never understood the whole paradigm of people feeling unsafe by comments left about them, kind of even like even if it's something like, oh, like you're hot, or something like, you are Nazi. Like I've never understood the whole concept of comments such as those kind of making people feel unsafe. But then again, that's also just me, so I can't put myself in everyone's shoes. And if you feel unsafe, I guess you feel unsafe. That doesn't make sense to me, but I mean that's where you are. So
age minor on the internet. I'm not an adult. And we exposed this individual, and they changed their name to the Jolly Texas Hippie.
CWB's channel was called Crisscross J Constellations, and just today he renamed it to the Jolly Texas Hippie.
My friend ISM is going to be editing this video, and he's made some of the videos I'm about to mention in this video. So please go check out this here video on the Jolly Texas Hippie. An individual by the name of Mohawk Aurora. He's a well-known figure in the YTP map.
I remember there was something about that whole situation. People wanted me to react to it at first, and I was thinking about it, and then I saw that all the videos breaking and everything that he had done were all like they were all like an hour long. So I was like, no, that's a little bit long to react to, and yeah. So I decided not to at the time. And then people were like, "Oh, I don't want you guys to bring it back up."
He
and make it come back
has stolen
to life,
my content without giving credit, and just exploiting me and other minors for views. I've really had enough of this. I sent emails.
Item in the chat said it's a literal sex offender who wouldn't feel unsafe. I mean, unless. I'm not sure what would now it's different if this guy was now I don't know what this guy did at CWB. I know that he did some illegal stuff. I assume that there was some rape involved. I don't know if he like stalked somebody. Now if he's known for stalking people, I think there'd be cause for concern as far as like legitimate safety, because then it's like, oh, if he knows who I am and he tends to stalk people, then he'll like kind of track me down and do things to me that I don't want. But it just, in my opinion, I don't think that like I don't know. It's just not me. Okay, I've never understood internet comments making you feel unsafe. Now if those internet comments are like cause to actually, they're like calls to violence or an announcement like, I will find you and I will kill you. Like something like that, I completely understand. But if it's something, I don't know, that's just me. But ISM does have a point too, where he says that he's actually a sex offender. So that, I think that does raise the stakes a little bit.
Requesting the takedowns. He took the videos down weeks like weeks after that video was uploaded, and even some of his viewers came to my channel and made those creepy comments.
Now, one thing I don't understand is how videos like that don't get taken down for like harassment, because I feel like that's like a very clear like call to harassment. Like, hey, look at this person, you know, leave all these inappropriate comments, or even if there was like a reason to assume that something like that would happen. Which, look, if a dude like that makes a video like that and all of his viewers go to DJ LL's you know, channel and start making like comments like this, dude's gotta know what type of community he's fostered. So I would have to say this is probably done intentionally.
It's done. I'm done with it. I'm done. Like, that is just, there's more where that came from too. A user came onto my right after I uploaded my Gito Abuse react.
Miss Risa said, if a 25-year-old man comments on your video saying you're cute and pretty to a minor on the internet, I could see why you'd be scared. I don't know. I haven't had the mindset of a minor in a long time. I think if, like, as a 22-year-old, I'm 22 right now. I would say if someone was like 50, let's say CWB was like as ugly as he is now, but also was like 50 years old. I mean, that would creep me out, but I don't think I would say that I would be scared. I would certainly be uncomfortable, but that doesn't mean that I would be unsafe, if that makes sense. Uncomfortable and unsafe are not synonymous.
A user said my costume was hot. I'm a minor. And the person who I was dressed up as was Lydia Deeds, played by actress Winona Ryder, who was also a minor at the time of that film. You freaking said that a minor looked hot. Congratulations. You're gonna get in trouble. This whole entire debacle is making me question my career altogether. Like, do I want to continue making videos, but like have like just keep comments off, just keep doing videos with?
I will say, I think comments off is a pretty good way to go for getting comments like these. Personally, it's my opinion. I think it does suck though, because I think that comments are a great aspect to YouTube. And it always annoys me when I see a video where it's like there are no comments and I can't like leave a comment sharing thoughts or things like that, especially because sometimes those videos they're actually like some pretty good content, but at the end of the day, it's how YouTube is set up to kind of remove comments on some of these. I also get very annoyed because I have like old Hero Factory fan trailers on my main, well, not my main anymore. Right now it's my personal channel, but on my personal YouTube channel, I have these old Hero Factory trailers that had comments before, but then they got switched to YouTube for Kids, and now comments on them are banned. So that's kind of annoying, but definitely for situations like these, where you're getting constant harassment and you're having trouble keeping them at bay, it's completely reasonable if you're going to go and shut down comments on all your videos.
Comments, like, keep having the comments on, or just quit YouTube for a temporary amount of time, or quit altogether in general. This is where
also one thing is I don't understand how this works. This is a slight response to Mr. Pizza here saying Lily didn't want to upload videos anymore because CWB kept on leaving comments on DGLL's videos. I do think that there is there's a block feature on YouTube, I think, right? Now I don't know how the feature works exactly. It does sound like something that could have been used just for CWB. Now, granted, this will not protect against things like if he makes a bunch of random alts, or if he, starts bringing his entire community towards you, because then that becomes quite a chore to go through and block everyone. But that's just, I think, something to keep in mind.
It's getting to that point. I swear to God, my best friend Isam will be editing this video. So he's made 2 videos on the Jolly Sexist Hippie and Mohawk Aurora. I recommend you guys go check them out. Those videos are well done, put together, amazing.
Isam has like some of my favorite like takedown videos of art, like from this entire community, because I think he does a really good job of just breaking everything that happens without, I think that he's almost always pretty fair when he does his breakdowns. So I really appreciate those.
It all just started I've had enough. Like, every day I have I'm paranoid. Showing up to my house, standing outside my window, just staring at me until at night. Or even to the point they'll try to attempt to break into my house and do something to my family, me or my family. It's getting to that freaking point. I've had enough. It sucks. It sucks that people are over here making comments about me, who's a teenager, me being a minor, and just them making comments about my age, affecting my life and mental health altogether. I'm literally wanting to cry on camera. I'm having thoughts about my career and everything. I just want you guys to stop making creepy comments about my body because I've had enough. Just stop it. Please. I've had enough. I don't care how old you are. Stop making creepy comments about my fucking body.
That was a very well done video, and that's really difficult, especially when it comes to her being afraid of getting stalked, because that's kind of the toughest part, especially if you've been so public about where you've been, or where you are, where you live, that sort of thing. That can make things very tricky. If all of a sudden you're oh, I want to be more private, or if someone comes out of the woodwork and starts acting like a creep, and you start worrying that person's gonna go after you, that's so that's just something that you can't take back. You can't really take back what you've done on the internet, as far as I understand, which is why, for me, pretty much all of my future, so for example, a lot of my future relationship stuff, I'm probably not going to put up on my streams as little as possible. I just feel like that's reasonable. When it comes to where I live, I don't talk about that. And I try not to kind of leave hints as towards that and my dress and stuff like that. Not that anyone's coming at me now, but I feel later down the line someone could do that to me. And it's really tough though when you're kind of in this position as a minor, because I believe that in the past, at least, DJL has left some hints to some aspects of this, and it's kind of hard if let's say that somebody does come after her or something, because she's a minor. It's she's not an adult who has her own autonomy, so she can just leave and go somewhere else on a whim. So that's kind of tough. Now there are pros to that as well. Imagine if I was living alone, right? And some people try to go after me, so I move to somewhere else, but then someone finds out where I am and they just go and find me. Well, I'm by myself. Now DJL has the advantage of being around parents who I assume that her father and mother are somewhat responsible, and also she has her brother there too. So it's not they're just going after straight up her. But and also I'm not 100% sure if people are actually gonna go after her, although I completely understand if she's reasonably concerned about that. But it's just a really tough situation that you kind of get boxed into if you're not. It's a really weird conversation that you get boxed into in that whole situation. Did you also said I've said about my whereabouts or live in a certain state? Oh, that's interesting, because I never even. I mean, that's actually good, because I thought you left hints of something else. So I mean, that's not bad then. I think that also a lot of the things that people put online that can kind of lead to a lot of unwanted stuff. It's just unnecessary. I don't need to talk about everything that's going on with my relationships. I don't need to talk about where I live and all that stuff. What? It adds relatively little. The only thing that I can understand is me talking about relationship stuff, in the context of me talking about relationship stuff. If I was going to talk about things from experience, but I'm not a relationship streamer. there's not enough like demand for that, and I feel like I could tell stories and examples without having to delve into like crazy details to the point where I think it would cross a line. That's absolutely terrible. I personally think if I was the parent of a minor who was, streaming or something, I would want them to keep on making content, but have the account and like channel managed by someone else, because then at least if you're getting these types of comments, you're shielded from them. You don't have to see them. You make the content that you enjoy making, and then you just post it up there, and you're not technically the one getting bombarded with all the messages. Like a parent or a close friend or something like that can then see all the messages and like take them down or whatever and deal with them for you, and you do not have to worry about that. But that's just my very quick take on that. Again, I've never been anywhere close to being in your position, and it really sucks that you're in the position where you're at now. So yeah, very, very unfortunate. ISM says it does seem like a worst case scenario, but it opens up the eyes of the community to the severity of it. Yeah, I think it's always good to kind of think of like, okay, if like the worst of the worst happened, how can I, defend myself, or at least give people who hate me the least amount of stuff to work with. So that's kind of what I've done and how I've, kind of set all of this stuff up. Mr. B said there were garbage people that commented on the DDLO video. One of them was deleted for obvious reasons. Was so happy that he shared something in common. What? I'm a little bit confused, but I do want to get back to this, and I do think that's like the whole conversation. That's actually really great that you brought that up, because I think that there's a lot of good there. I think that people feel pressured to share more online than they should. And that would actually make for great video, great content at some point down the line. But I do want to get through this interview here between Ye and Alex Jones.
Well, make no mistake, this Thursday, December 1st, 2022 broadcast is Beyond the Twilight Zone, because truth is stranger than fiction. Yay.
This is stranger than fiction. Very strange that like the whole, everything started with Adam Krigler kind of leaking that Tim Pool had an affair with his producer, as she was having an affair with her husband. Then all of that culminating with Tim Pool kind of somehow being able to cover up that drama with having Kanye on his show, Kanye West walking off the set of that show. That's being reacted to by two of my favorite content creators on another huge content creator's YouTube channel. And then that kind of sparking Kanye West in response to go on Alex Jones's show. This is all a very crazy Venn diagram of people that I've either been fans of, or have never been fans of in the case of Nick Fuentes.
Maybe more controversial than Alex Jones or Donald Trump now. I mean, we're about the most controversial people in the world, and obviously the most attacked and demonized. He's here. Nick Fuentes is here as well. America First. We're going to have Ali Alexander on, Owen Schroyer. This thing's going to go for the next 3+ hours as long as Ye wants to go. Some stations don't carry the first 5, but you just dropped some bombs that I totally agree that are huge, Ye. So recap that and continue on, sir.
Okay, so I looked this up. It's about sin. That's what we're going to talk about, sin today, and how we need to do everything that we can. We're imperfect, but
also, why does he feel? I feel like he's carrying himself like he's like hosting the show. He's not hosting the show, man.
To free ourselves of sin and repent for sin throughout the day, at night, and in the morning. So right here, the Bible says right here. I know I'm going to do a Corinthians 2, like Trump, new Christian kind of reading of this. So bear with me. I love Jesus.
Alex Jones look kind of confused.
I'm not the most, experienced Christian. And it says, the book of Proverbs.
Interesting that he's still professing to be a Christian here.
6:16-19. I'm sure that's the wrong way to read it.
It's okay. You got the floor.
Okay. Identify 7 things that God hates, although there are not any punishments prescribed for those. Scripture clearly indicates that God does view sin differently, and that he prescribed he proscribed a different punishment for sin depending upon its severity. Now watch this one. It says, where the phrase all sins are equal in the eyes of God comes from. As far as I can tell, the most common argument for the belief that all sins are created equal comes from the book of James 2:10. It states, for whoever keeps the whole law and yet stumbles.
I don't know what to put this B-roll footage. The B-roll footage is terrible.
Of breaking all of it.
This is true.
Now, I'm a big fan of Steve Jobs. Even though he did create Apple,
there are passages that do say that some sins are greater than others. I think the two big ones are, I think, one for sure is that there's the unpardonable sin, which is blaspheming the Holy Spirit. I think we do see some inferences that homosexual sexual activity is greater than other sins, because it is described as an abomination, but I don't know, because there are like other sins that are described as abomination, and all sins are viewed as abomination before God. So it's hard for me to tell if that's explicit, but it's definitely implicit, and many Christians do today like interpret it as one of the greater sins. But it's not necessarily that all sin is exactly the same, but it's that all sins are equally condemning, right? So you can't be like, oh, that's fine, I just told a white lie, like I didn't kill anybody. Like, you can't take things with that approach. But I do think God probably looks at you a little bit worse if you have killed someone versus like telling a white lie.
Notice the logo of Apple is actually the fall of man, the
forbidden fruit,
the bidden apple, right? So we can get into,
interesting. Now we're going to talk about all the demonic stuff, right? Didn't they just play the footage from Balenciaga with all of their like the demonic language, right? The stuff with putting kids in, around, and near BDSM gear. Well, that mask was actually made by Balenciaga. That actually came out, so that's interesting.
Social media has done to families and all that. We got 3 hours, right? But I like the way our incredible American inventors like Disney and Hughes and Steve Jobs, the way they ran their companies and invented things that changed the world. And the way Steve ran his company was his version of a sinless.
Oh, it's interesting that they're citing the Gospel Coalition
to be able to take what was.
They're a well-known Christian outlet, by the way. You're not familiar.
If you got an iPhone, it's your fax, it's your email, it's your phone.
And now it's 1,000 things.
Yeah, it's your camera, it's your flashlight. Yeah, it's like 1,000 things in it. But
I said pedophilia is the worst.
Go in with a sinless approach, and
the worst sin of sexual impurity, I believe. I mean, that makes sense. Many of the actually, if you go back in the old, if you go back in the New Testament, a lot of the passages that we're talking about, homosexuality, also were also largely targeted, not exclusively, of course, but largely targeted at men who would go to these temples and sleep with these prostitute boys, because that was kind of part of the Roman culture at the time. So, I mean, a lot of the homosexual activity that was going on in Rome that was being railed against, a lot of it, not all of it, but a lot of it was actually pedophilic in nature.
Right now, God called Gideon to make an army, the 300, the real 300, not the movie version, that were all focused on serving this mission at the time. So we have a mission right now to save our families from social media, from Zionist control, and bring Jesus Christ back to the
going off from the anti-Semitism again.
We're protected. I don't have security. My security is the angels. My security is the fact that I didn't load up pornography last night. And I said, this addiction is going to have to flee from me. This addiction since I was 5 years old that has destroyed my mom and my dad's family, that destroyed my family. Like, when I take full accountability for the destruction, like, of my marriage, I'll point at the liberals and say,
"Oh, this animation is kind of crazy." If you've never seen this animation, it's pretty wild.
Beautiful person, but I felt like it wasn't enough. I felt like I still needed to look at pornography. In some way, I'd say to her, "Well, stop making these images. Stop breaking the internet." You know, that original term comes from my ex-wife actually having a nude photo that I didn't know about that someone used her and put her on a magazine. But there's
is he gonna talk about how he's been showing videos of her to executives though?
Like the girls
allegedly
doing this, and this becomes.
I mean, no, not even allegedly. That was on camera.
Pushing the addiction. The pornography industry is not even a big industry. It's like less than $10 billion, right? So that means that it's not used for prosperity. It's used for disparity.
By the way, George Orwell wrote 1984, and he'd been the #2 guy in PSYOPs for OSS.
What the heck did you guys send me in the Discord, y'all? The Discord community. I gotta say this, y'all. My Discord community is kind of fire. I wish that I could actually use my Discord community as the chat rather than the actual built-in YouTube chat. I shouldn't, for a myriad of reasons, primarily algorithmic reasons. Having more chats in your streams helps your stream algorithmically, but also no TTS if it's on the Discord, unfortunately. So that's like the two major reasons why. But it is, and also you guys can send me these memes. Like you guys sent me this like meme of some, I don't even know. Y'all sent me this. I don't know why you guys sent me this. I don't know why you guys sent me this, but also like, nice. Now, I mean, I appreciate you guys in the Discord. Very cool. Check out the link below in the description for my Discord link.
The British government, but he found out that he didn't like Hitler, but he found out that they were actually manipulated and created him. He didn't like the communists. He'd been one of them. He found out the British intelligence had actually created that and done that. And he explained in 1984 that pornography is something to destroy families, destroy our souls, and get us to commit. He wasn't even a big Christian, but get us to debase ourselves so that they can control us.
Absolutely. You got alcohol and pornography are these legal drugs. Alcohol is a spirit. We're gonna go into the spirit of Al-Kool-Aid. Let's just go to the facts.
Did you just make it up words?
Let's not just even do opinions. And I love how you brought that in, because now you got God's warriors coming together. Right now, okay, Nick Fuentes doesn't have a Twitter account. Alex Jones doesn't have a Twitter account, but hey, guess what, Elon? I got a Twitter, and today I'm gonna have Nick and Alex.
Not gonna lie, Alex Jones looks a little bit scared. He looks like a cross between scared and like bewildered. He's kind of like, how did I get here? And what the heck is going to happen next?
I'm all about free speech. And the greatest threat is those that want to silence us. That's why it comes First Amendment. Yeah. Anybody trying to take your speech is the enemy.
Absolutely. Well, and it's I do find it a little bit hypocritical that Elon Musk said that he was purchasing Twitter to create a free speech environment. He says that free speech is the thing that's going to save the West and our civilization. But yet he has taken exception to you, Alex, for some seemingly specific reason, maybe personal to him, but definitely not principled.
It was literally all to court the
people finally demand
the advertisers. He was scared of all the advertisers leaving, and I think that he's kind of
came down the golden escalator 7 years
ago. He's not going to be able to bring them all back. So I wouldn't be shocked if he goes back on that
and do these kinds of things. And here we are all this time later, and it seems like we've stagnated or in some ways maybe even taken a step back. So it's time that people demand, we want Christ first, we want America first, we want Alex Jones back on Twitter. These are just and reasonable demands.
Well, I see it like this, and I want you to be able to elaborate on this, but I don't want Ye to get his run because he's got so much to say and he always gets cut off. But so I'm going to try to shut up as much, but we can go 4 or 5 hours if you want, but the main show's actually 4 hours long. I was just hoping for 3. We'll do 4 hours if you guys are up for it. But here's what I'm saying.
They did end up doing 3, thank goodness.
I am a classical liberal at heart, so I love everybody, and I judge people by what they do, not what color they are. And then I look at the things you said, and some of them out of context I don't agree with.
Why are you guys sending me this the Discord?
A modern liberal saying white people are inherently evil and white people are bad because of their skin color. And then that's what the ADL and Southern Poverty Law Center and these leftist groups in Hollywood have pushed. So they're putting out something beyond even what...
Now, here's the part I think that... I'm just going to guess here. That Ye is going to assume Alex Jones is on board with this. Because... with his ideology, because he's pointing out the bad things that the ADL has done, which the ADL definitely has done a lot of questionable things. Just because they're a Jewish organization, though, it doesn't make all Jews bad. And that's not nuance that Ye, I think, is kind of understanding or getting at this point.
Hitler said, but reversing it onto
white people. Saying, because Ye's actually a pretty smart dude.
And then Ye comes out and says, hey, I see kind of a mafia running things, and then he's the devil. No, that's bullshit. Sorry.
Also, I love how
less on this.
I love how Alex Jones is constantly said that this show is a family show, and he also curses on it.
The reason I wanted Nick, people have heard from Nick, but people haven't heard from Nick with Ye standing right next to him. It's like that's the thing that the Zionists control, the 300 in control of the media, in control of the governments. They don't want us to connect to each other. Like my dad said, okay,
it's very true.
They say you're an anti-Semitic.
It's not like, now granted, again, not like on like the Zionist level, but like the mainstream folks, like the mainstream media, the elites. If you keep the small people fighting against each other, then they can't rise up against the establishment. That's kind of that's the reality of the situation. Now he, for some reason, just wants to pit this up against Jews and Zionists versus the real forces that play here.
The white supremacists, and he's asking me, what's the difference?
Wait, what, is that Nick Fuentes and Alex Jones? I didn't know they did a collaboration together. What? Well, that would explain why he called him a leader earlier. But that's crazy.
I said, Dad, there is no difference. It's just separation and confusion. They want to separate and confuse the Christians and make us afraid to stand next to each other. A Christian can stand next to anyone. We can go visit R. Kelly in prison. We can go talk to Harvey Weinstein.
That's what Jesus did.
Yes, true. Because Jesus can save everyone. But if the Zionists can get us so afraid that they're going to do what they've been doing to me, attempting to put me in jail, freeze my accounts, smearing me on the media, all of these things, you put on the whole armor of God and they will not be able to break your spirit.
And by the way, we can do 3 hours on this subject, and you do 5 hours on it. And let's just get it all going now.
What is this? The 300 Zionists?
Unifying people, running for president, all those other issues.
You have to just be making that up.
I'm just saying, let's just run with it as far as you guys want to go, and then I want to get into all the other topics that surround things.
Oh, beautiful. So where do you want to start?
Well, I would just start with this. There are good people from every group and every type of culture, and we all know that. But definitely the left, when it was America defeated Hitler, calls their opposition Hitler when both my grandfathers almost died in the Army Air Corps. Both of them almost died. One of them crash landed.
Okay, he's right on here. Because, he is right here that the left is closer to Hitler and the Nazi ideology than the right is at the moment.
Got hit in a German air raid in North Africa, and he'd only done like 18 of his missions, and then he had a concussion, and he was the captain, and then his buddies went up the next day and blew up over Italy. And he was always freaked out about it. Never really talked about it until he died, but when he died, we read the letters and all the awards he had and stuff and the things he did after that, and then, re-upping and recommitting to the Army Air Corps. So I take it as an offense to have George Soros and people that actually work for Hitler rounding up people tell me I'm a Nazi when I almost don't exist when my grandfathers went over there. So I got a lot to say about this as well. It's just nuanced with the whole thing that's going on. But
exactly, there's nuance.
Give us, because I want you to go wherever you want. So let's just have you talk for 10, 15 minutes more before me and we got a lot to hear from Fuentes. It needs to be heard, but we want to hear from Ye. Go ahead.
Well, I said with Ali Alexander and Nick Fuentes that we're like the SWAT team of free thought, and I go in with this battle ram at the door, and then they come in with these laser beams and have that information, and we work together as a team. A lot of times in media, they want to single
these like insanely unnecessary allegories
approach, and they're asking me to use that same approach. Well, hey, don't say all people, just say specifically the businessmen. And then I go on Lex Friedman and I say who it's specifically, and that's still not enough. They're still taking it too far.
Okay, but that happened before the Temple interview where you literally said the Jews. You weren't being as specific. right? When you went on Tim Pool's show, right? You're not being specific here. You're calling them Zionists. Said like 300 Zionists taking over the world and all this crazy stuff. Like, you can't complain about people not being happy with you labeling like the Nazis as a group, as the Jews as a group as being bad, when that's literally what you're doing, like in this entire situation, except for naming a few Jews in a Lex Friedman interview, apparently.
And agrees now that it's like a reverse version of American History X, the scene when they put the guy's head against the curve and kick the back of it. And now people are like, wait a second, the so-called crime doesn't deserve the punishment. What did I thought?
Well, that's right. You're not Hitler. You're not a Nazi. You don't deserve to be called that and demonized.
Well, I see good things about Hitler also. I love everyone.
Please tell me what these good things are, and I'm not going to play this curb stomping footage. I'm just not going to. But
you know, us, and you can love what we're doing to you with the contracts, and you can love what we're pushing with the pornography. But this guy that invented highways, invented the very microphone that I use as a musician.
I don't know if Kanye did. I don't know if Hitler did all that.
Did anything good, and I'm done with that. I'm done with the classification.
Now we do know, there's technology. It's like the backbone of the internet. I can't remember if it's HTML or JavaScript, or one of the core, languages that browsers run off of was created by someone who I think ended up being a pedophile. So he's not wrong that some people can create good technologies. I just don't know that Hitler created the highway, which is something that has existed in the Bible, or the microphone. Seems far-fetched to me. I don't know.
Something of value that they brought to the table, especially Hitler. How about that one? Ari Emanuel, how you like that one? Hey, Ron, you going to do anything to fix Chicago?
Well, I am worried about the black folks down in the month of Chicago, but let me expand on that.
So basically, what he's saying is, on one hand, I'm so lost.
My grandfather grew up in Dallas and from a pretty wealthy family.
Also, Hitler was born Christian.
I've studied some of the history on it, but
you can't be born Christian. You're just like raised in a Christian home, but that's different than being born Christian. Christianity is not a bloodline. It is not what it is.
Very interesting. My grandfather, grew up, and actually some of his family spoke some German. There's a lot of Germans in Texas.
Hold on, let me see here. DJLL says cats. I 100% agree. Cats, 1000%.
But did you know that he grew up next door to the inventor of air conditioning and the inventor of one of the main inventors of refrigeration? And so my issue was, growing up, my grandfather told me the stories about some of the inside baseball and the things that went on. But later, I'm going to get into that. I'm going to tell you some stuff about Hitler that you might not know directly that happened to my people I knew.
I'd love to hear everything, because guess what? We don't get to hear. It's hidden. Even like our truth, the fact that African Americans were in America before the Pilgrims. That truth is hidden. That we are actually the Native Americans, or some of us are Native, or the fact that
I'm pretty sure it's Photoshop, by the way, for the audience there who doesn't understand.
Jewish slave boats, and then
look at Australia. Yeah, they've done some of the genetic typing of the Aborigines there, and they're basically Africans.
There you go. So all of these truths. And then the current truths about banking, about the government. My favorite thing that I got to say with Tim Pool was Rahm Emanuel was right there next to Obama. Jared Kushner was right there next to Trump. What are those two people, those two Zionists?
They're completely different people, no connections, right? They're not like cousins. They're not blood brothers. They're just a couple of dudes. They're even from completely different families and completely different generations even. There's no connection between the two that I know of.
Oh, I gave it away. Have in common. Nick, can you pick that up and expound on that?
Absolutely, yeah. And it's interesting because you've been going on.
But dude, he can't carry his own arguments in support of anti-Semitism. So he kicks it off to Nick Fuentes, which is one reason why I still am not 100% sure that Kanye is completely on what he says he's about right now. Now, Nick Fuentes, of course, he's going to go on his anti-Semitic screed because he's anti-Semite, so he's pretty well versed on the topic.
On these interviews with Lex Friedman and with Tim Pool and Piers Morgan, and they always say, well, don't talk about a group, talk about the individuals. And I would point out, one, it's hypocritical because in the same interview, Tim Pool said, well, wouldn't Ye be so great for the black vote? You can say the black vote, but you talk about Jewish businessmen, and somehow that's a problem. You can't talk about groups when it's one, but not the other. The other thing is that there is something baked into the cake in Judaism, which affects how they're brokering these kinds of contracts with entertainers like Ye. If you look at the Talmud, which is a real Jewish holy book or part of the holy book, there's the written Torah, which is the Hebrew Bible. There's the oral Torah.
If I remember correctly, the Talmud has some historical inaccuracies, which is why it was not included in the modern evangelical Christian, I don't even know if it's evangelical, but the Christian canon. It's not included because it has some historical inaccuracies or doctrinal inaccuracies. It contradicts some aspect of the rest of the scriptures. I can't remember exactly what.
Which was written down as the Mishnah and then interpreted in the Talmud. In the Talmud, it says that Jews have to treat Gentiles differently than they treat other Jews. There's all kinds of examples of this. They say that if you accidentally...
Hold up. Isn't that all Old Testament? Because even in the Old Covenant, there were some aspects of Gentiles being grafted into Israel to the extent where basically if they agreed to follow God and they agreed to kind of like live as Jews, get circumcised and all of that stuff, then they would be grafted in. So you see folks like Rahab being allowed to be part of the Jewish heritage despite being, in actuality, a Gentile. And then, of course, I think in the New Testament, with the new covenant that we're under now, God says that he doesn't really make a distinction between the Jew or the Gentile. So here he's trying to take us back in time into the Old Covenant. We're not living under the Old Covenant. And it's actually very interesting that he's trying to appeal to these rules about how Jews and Gentiles relate when he's anti-Semitic and hates the Jews.
If a Jew indirectly kills a Gentile, there's nothing even wrong with that. There's nothing morally wrong with that. They say that for a Jew to have sex with a Gentile is comparable to bestiality. They say that the semen of a Gentile is like that of horses. They also say that you can't give a gift
this is all the Talmud, so this is
a
not
Jew is not permitted under the Talmud to give a gift to a Gentile.
As the fan
they're not permitted to charge
say.
each other interest, but they're encouraged to charge Gentiles interest.
What do they say about pedophilia?
They say that that's in some cases licit.
Well, I mean,
in their holy book, it says it's okay to be pedophiles as long as it's not another Jewish person.
That's something that came from Adam. I'm not 100% sure on that.
Well, let me just get this. Let me just get this out front. I believe in free speech, and that's why I want you to be here and be able to say whatever you want. I'm quite the historian from a lot of multifaceted views. So at a certain point, I'm going to give my nuanced views to this because there are power structures and there are mafias and there are cliques and there are groups. And there is certainly leftist Jews that call everybody Nazis they don't agree with. If you don't want open borders, or you don't want your guns taken, or you don't want to take a shot. The ADL had a meeting 2 weeks ago and said, Alex Jones is an agent of evil. He should be taken off the air. He's the devil because he doesn't want you to take 4 shots. And I'm like, what are you doing calling me anti-Semitic? I'm not against groups. I don't get into group politics.
Adam, sorry. I didn't mean to say that. Alex.
Yes, sir.
I've got the perfect answer for the ADL. They are going to have to listen up. What we did is we brought Netanyahu with us.
I'm in the twilight zone right now.
Netanyahu, what do you have to say? What do you have to say to Alex Jones right now, Nick Fuentes and Ye?
Netanyahu, what?
It was bad. It was bad for Trump to meet with. Okay.
He looks so confused.
Your voice is going to sound like that, Netanyahu.
That's not Netanyahu. That's Netanyahu. What the heck? What is happening?
So you don't like Benjamin Netanyahu?
I just heard about this guy 2 weeks ago.
Nick Fuentes thinks this is actually funny.
I thought he had a funny name. I heard he's like really into like, he's like a super killer and I could die for saying this. So
well, Look.
He's so tickled.
I'm glad you guys are here.
It's not even funny.
All I'm telling you is, do you guys realize that the British government created Hitler and the Milner Group put him in power, and there's something much more sophisticated? And I personally,
I don't know, bro. And now here's where Alex Jones drifts into conspiracy theories as well.
And they're used to demonize anybody that promotes freedom, but I don't blame Jews in general for that. And there is a much larger eugenics, transhumanist, scientific elite agenda that's playing off.
What about abortion? It's 50% of black deaths. There's over 50.
Hey, one of the papers I had, you're like, why is all? You're the director today. It's fine.
Yes, if you're not familiar with Alex Jones's setup, his show is literally just like goes through a bunch of articles, which in my opinion are very poorly vetted. He basically just reads a bunch of articles on his show and he prints them out. It has them scattered all over his desk, and he writes these like little like notes on them, and there's a top-down camera view to where you can read the articles along with him. I guess here Alex Jones got rid of the papers because Kanye West didn't want the papers there. That's kind of what he's referencing here.
Margaret Sanger, Rockefeller-founded Planned Parenthood, came out today and said, because of your white guilt, white people need to give money so we can kill black babies. I swear to God, it's in my stack. If I hadn't moved it off the desk, I could pull it right out for you.
Why did I have you move it off the desk, Alex?
Because it's cluttered. I'm not bitching. I'm just saying, everybody asks, where's my papers? I don't have them there as a prop. I can literally go, look, I agree with you. Look at this. They say white people help us kill black people for your white guilt. It actually says that. Now, I'm agreeing with you.
Is it a problem with props? We can't. This is the voice of Netanyahu.
Well, see, you get your mop. I'm going to find the tweet here because I want to show you this. This is a big, guys. I sent it to you this morning. It was in the tweets. You pull it up. It's official Twitter of the eugenics death cult. Talk about Nazis. I mean,
we're going to have Netanyahu step out for a second, okay, Alex?
Oh, he's going to go.
For now, do another meeting, and then I'm going to say something. All right.
Why do you think Netanyahu's on like Elmo?
But Nick, that's what I'm getting at here is that it was a it doesn't matter.
He doesn't know who to go next with this.
There's fluoride in water.
He's like, he knows that he's next to like basically a political grenade. He doesn't know like what to say to make the show go well without it going off and exploding in his face.
They're killing us all. They're injecting us with GMO. Oh, here's a question, and I'm not an apologist for Israel. I'm trying to be balanced here. I believe in First Amendment. I believe in free speech. I endorse you, say whatever you want. Israel has, other than like Singapore and a few places, the most draconian mRNA injections in the world. They have the highest death rate from the shots. They are literally forcibly injecting them like Joseph Mengele, and Jews are dying in mass in Israel. So if the Jews are the secret group that runs it all, and I'm not denying that Jews run Hollywood, what I'm saying is
it's the Zionists.
Wait. I did not know that Alex Jones believes the Jews run Hollywood. That's interesting. That could explain why he has some affinity for Nick Fuentes.
Okay, well, why would the Zionists be killing Jews in mass in Israel with the poison shot?
It's a good point. It's a good point.
Work for Satan. They don't work for God.
Exactly. So they create atmospheres that get Jews persecuted so they can control the Jews so they can kill them. And you just did it. Just like George Soros helped round up Jews for Hitler. That's the next level. Boom, we just got there.
And they control the left and the right. They make politics super messy. Like, I went in to meet with my boy Trump.
It's interesting. He kind of cornered Ye into kind of, rhetorically, kind of cornered Ye because he was like, hey, you say that the Jews run the world, but, in Israel, they're really screwing stuff up because of what they're doing with the vaccines, and they're causing a lot of Jews to die disproportionately. And Ye has no answer, so he pivots. Interesting.
Thing like he typed, he said, fake news went crazy. And I love Trump like every other good Christian American. We just want to hold Trump to
not all of us do.
And say,
I do not like Trump anymore.
Way to the White House, and if he doesn't do it,
I don't really like him
then
anymore.
I'm going to have to do it. I think that Trump is a more senior president. I think I've got some growing to do, but I love Jesus. It's kind of like David.
It's weird because he has so much more growing to do, but I think he actually probably loves Jesus more than Trump ever did.
He's had all this battle experience and he was tending to the sheep. But while he was out there, he had to fight bears and tigers. This is the little I know as a baby Christian.
It's true.
Yeah. But he was able to beat that giant. And right now, this giant, there's some cleaning, there's some plumbing that we have to do. And that's what I'm doing with my style of art, my style of humor, and who I am as a celebrity, to say, okay, I've been messed over enough by Jewish businessmen to get to the point to say, I'm not going to take it anymore. I'm not the first person that got debanked because of their political opinion.
That's true. Milo Yiannopoulos actually was one of the first ones. He got banned from PayPal.
If we go, he
also was on Kanye West's campaign.
When we go into the White House, it's us now. It's not about specifically an icon or DeSantis.
But it's issues.
Yeah, it's about the issues in America.
Yeah, stay there. Nick Fuentes' studio. It's uncensored, folks. We're going to come back.
Fire. I'm going to be able to check out
break and play a George Soros compilation.
Some of your chats here.
It's only a few minutes. Him on NPR. And him on 60 Minutes saying the best time of his life was rounding up and killing Jews. Ye never killed any Jews. So I want to know, how do I get the ADL to love me? Do I round up Jews in Nazi Germany? Do I get love then? Schwarzenegger said he loved Hitler. They gave him an award. I'm just saying, I don't like Nazis, and I don't like what some of the mafias are doing either.
I like Hitler.
It was actually probably the happiest year of my life. Year of German occupation. For me, it's a very positive experience. It's a strange thing, because you see incredible suffering around you, and in fact, you are in
I hope he brings up danger in this next segment, kind of.
But you're 14 years old, and
where his head is at, and what he thinks is so great about the man.
Actually touch you. You have a belief in yourself, your belief in your father.
I think this is an ad break.
Happy-making, exhilarating experience.
While hundreds of thousands of Hungarian Jews were being shipped
off to the
this is interesting. George Soros accompanied his phony godfather on his appointed rounds, confiscating property from the Jews.
These are pictures from 1944 of what happened to George Soros's friends and neighbors.
You're a Hungarian Jew who escaped the Holocaust by posing as a Christian.
Right.
And you watched lots of people get shipped off to the death camps.
Right. I was 14 years old. And I would say that that's when my character was made.
In what way?
That one should think ahead, one should understand and anticipate events, and one is threatened. It was a tremendous threat of evil. I mean, it was a very personal experience of evil.
My understanding is that you went out with this protector of yours who swore that you were his adopted godson.
Yes.
Went out, in fact, and helped in the confiscation of property from the Jews.
That's right. Yes.
I mean, that sounds like an experience that would send lots of people to the psychiatric couch for many, many years. Was it difficult?
Not at all. Not at all.
Interesting. It actually sounded like, at least, I don't know much about George Soros, right? So I can't really speak good or ill of him. And it sounds like a lot of what he was doing in getting these lands, I guess, from the Jews, apparently. I wonder what that was for. Now he says that, like, you know, seeing a lot of his friends like shipped off to die, you know, at the behest of the Nazi regime. A lot of that was motivated by fear. So maybe a lot of what he's doing is out of some sort of like fearful reaction, but I don't know exactly what this clip is even getting at.
Connection, but it created no problem at all.
No feeling of guilt.
No.
for example, that I'm Jewish, and here I am watching these people go. I could just as easily be there. I should be there. None of that.
Well, of course, I could be on the other side, or I could be the one from whom the thing is being taken away. But there was no sense that I shouldn't be there, because that was well, actually, funny way, it's just like in markets, that if I weren't there, of course I wasn't doing it, but somebody else would be taking it away anyhow. It was whether I was there or not, I was only a spectator, the property was being taken away.
Interesting.
So I had no role in taking away that property. So I had no sense of guilt.
Are you religious?
No.
Do you believe in God?
No.
Interesting.
All right. My mission here today is to offer the First Amendment, because as long as you're not carrying out violence against someone or asking people to be violent, like the left's asked people to burn down cities and attack Republicans and celebrated Rand Paul and Scalise being shot and attacked, then you have your free speech. And when the left came out in the last 10 years and really accelerated the last 5, 6, and said white people are inherently evil because of the color of their skin, and that somebody who moved here as a kid from Poland, they're supposed to pay reparations for what people did hundreds of years ago in this country. It's a divide and conquer strategy. I'm not getting into the reparations debate. I'm saying the groups pushing reparations are trying to cause division. And so I've said it, the most Nazi-like activities I've seen, and the Nazis, in my view, were thugs that shook people down, did a lot of really bad things.
But they did good things, too. We're going to stop dissing the Nazis all the time.
Okay. We're going to get to that. But I don't want to get digressed into this, but
so upset.
I'm really sorry about my grandfather.
He got interrupted
in Dallas.
Okay, so I really appreciate what Alex Jones is doing here, what he's trying to do, and he's doing this in a very indirect way that he knows will not offend Ye. He's trying to explain why the Nazis were bad. So he apparently, in his bloodline, some things happened with his grandfather and the Nazis. So he's got a personal history and vendetta against the Nazi regime. So this is a smart way to do this. Instead of being like, no, you're wrong, the Nazis are bad. Here he's just explaining his own experience, his family experience, that kind of shows that the Nazi regime is bad.
Inventor. And he was a first generation person. He'd come here when he was a little kid on a ship. And he held a bunch of the patents on refrigeration and air conditioning. And my grandfather worked the time he was about 8 years old, because he took him under his wing, in his little tinkering factory. Then he had factories in places like Detroit that actually built the stuff. And my grandfather, the main reason he joined the Army Air Corps, he told me, he didn't tell me a lot about this, he just told me the story, was because he watched that man very quietly, once Hitler got power in the 30s, suck every dime out of him, or he would kill his relatives in Germany. And that guy was blonde-haired and blue-eyed, was as German as you could get, as Arnold Schwarzenegger, or as Teutonic, as Germanic. And the point was, my grandfather saw that. So I understand you're opposed to other forces, but I don't think thinking other forces in history that are lionized. That's my personal experience of what my grandfather, Clyde William Hamilton, told me. Does that make sense?
It not totally to me, but and I'm not saying that to be disrespectful. I'm saying, like, it literally doesn't totally make sense to me. I'm following it, but I was just thinking about Satan, that whether it's the Zionists or Hitler, it's not the person, it's Satan using the people.
Oh, I agree with that.
Are controlled by demonic forces. But what I'm going to say is the Jewish media has made us feel like the Nazis and Hitler have never offered anything of value to the world. Meanwhile, there's all of these things that are happening. Planned Parenthood is New World Order population eugenics that is happening to this date. I got some jokes here from Owen Benjamin that I want to read about Ben Shapiro. Hey, Candace Owens, unplug this robot before he runs his mouth. Ben Shapiro's cardio is picking up shackles. Shapiro can tell how much change is in your pocket just from hearing a jingle. Shapiro is just mad that Kyrie won't sign his basketball. Back to you, Alex.
Nick, you're sitting over there. You want to say something?
Yeah, well, I agree with Ye. I think that when you look at what's going on today, so much of the
That's something that works if you're hanging out with friends, but not if you're
Nazis and Hitler. And I think it requires a little bit of an investigation.
Not if you're like on a television show or radio show.
You know, people talk about Nazis and Hitler, but the United States had camps as well. The United States put the Japanese in internment.
The United States injected black people with syphilis.
Yeah, and the
United States has Planned Parenthood.
The United States has Instagram selling pornography to little kids, and they're selling. People are selling. It's prostitution rings. Instagram.
So, is your point? Let he without sin cast the first stone. You're just.
Instagram is a prostitution ring. Like, I went 30 days off of Instagram, and it was the best part of the fast. Me getting kicked off of Instagram was the best thing that ever happened to me. Because when I go to it, it's like watching it with the They Live goggles, which is something that Owen Benjamin, you guys got to pull this up. Dave Chappelle is a hack, and he gets a lot of his jokes from Owen Benjamin. Dave Chappelle went on a Jewish platform and said, they dropped that nigga. Dave Chappelle said, they dropped that nigga, talking about Ye, and he called me Kanye, and I'm supposed to be his friend. Dave Chappelle does not believe in God and does not believe in Jesus.
That's kind of
These
an unhinged
kind of black leaders.
That's an unhinged statement, because it's very clear that he was trying to make a specific point, and then you just like his train of thought just like boop, went off the rails. So I guess Kanye hates it if people call him Kanye. I'm sorry, Kanye. No, I'm not.
And meanwhile, we want to knock Herschel Walker, but Herschel Walker changed his life for Christ. And he might have had abortions, but he doesn't believe in abortion.
Okay, what matters is you. I have too. What matters is the heart.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with Ye. I think that it's time that America has a fearless, visionary leader who serves Christ, who wants to bring the future forth in engineering and theology. I think that when you look at the options that were offered, and I said this on my show the other week, and the news said, oh, he supports DeSantis. I said the moderate Trump.
DeSantis, nobody even knows. It's just somebody that all the left are all of a sudden.
Well, let me raise that. Since you guys got into this, and we'll do hours on this.
Did I cut you off, Nick? I want you to let him complete his thought.
So the moderate Trump versus DeSantis.
Alex Jones feels so like upset very clearly about being the person who was talking the least on his own show, which I think is very valid, and he should kind of rein the broadcast in a little bit, in my opinion.
Produce any outcome where America or Jesus is put first. Israel, or rather DeSantis, is mobbed up with Israel and Mossad. Donald Trump, his announcement was written by Jason Miller, who's controlled by foreign interests. If there's a Republican primary between them two and they go up against Biden or they go up against Newsom, there is exactly zero chance that we get any kind of regime that's going to deliver the real change.
Nick, I got a question. If I say something that's provocative towards the Mossad, is that misogynistic? Hold on, let's hear from that.
Come on.
Hey, I'm the head of the Mossad. I'm gonna kill you, take the children away from you. Thanks a lot, Netin. Back to you, Alex.
Please turn your microphone around, sir. Man, I'm definitely overwhelmed here right now. Infowars.com tomorrow's news.
That's not 100% necessary because those are omnidirectional mics. I think it had something to do with the cabling.
Listen, all I'm trying to get through here is I believe every group should be able to be
switched his name to Netin. I dropped the Yahoo so we didn't have to. I was tired of picking up the Yahoo and the Netin. So for now, he's just Netin. I know some people call him BB. No, some of you call him Yahoo, but we're going to call him Netin. What you want, Netin? Hey, right after this, I'm going to say you're crazy. I'm going to take your family away from you. We're not done with you yet. You cannot cause free thought. We have to control the history books. We have to control the banks. And we have to go and kill people. And so you're in the
So, And in a little while, hopefully, you're going to take the mask off because is this actually Ye here? Folks, is this the mask is coming off in a little while? Hopefully, we're going to be able to have a discussion about this. But I mean, seriously, you have the globalists pushing a poison shot that's already killed 20 million people that they admit doesn't work, and then you're the bad guy for.
And see, here's the thing. This is the big thing. A lot of here's the big problem with identity politics, really, which is. Identity politics pretty much pits people against each other who, to be honest, a lot of the people in each of the groups actually probably have the same motivations and like aims as members in the other groups. So it's pitting people against each other to kind of like keep them distracted, right? Kanye wants to keep his fans distracted, focusing on, the Jews or whatever. The people on the left kind of want to keep people focused on white people, how white people are so bad, and how white people are keeping black people down all the time. And of course, like the black man can't get nowhere because white people exist and all of that stuff. But in reality, and while granted, I'm definitely not on board with everything that Alex Jones says, but even in his language, you can tell there's a lot more of a thoughtful and fair characterization of who he views as his allies and who he views as his enemies. Now, for me, I think I've said this before on stream before, right? When it comes to like, who are my people, right? Like if someone is to like go to me and be like, oh, like, your people this, your people that. Well, my people are Christians because I'm a Christian. So, that is, I am bound to the people of God because I am a believer. And I can run with people who are saved because I am saved. We have similar goals and motivations, and then we can run. We can just do life together and help each other succeed as we seek to grow in godliness and whatnot. Here, Alex Jones is saying my enemies are the people who are globalists. Now, those are people who hold a specific view, philosophy, right? That globalism is good. It's not some sort of, it's not based on something that is fixed and that you can't like necessarily change or control, like being a man or a woman or being like white or black or anything like that. But it's based on like beliefs, and it completely makes sense. If you're like a member of an army, right, and you're trying to successfully wage a war, and you bring your army out, are you going to be more effective by saying, hey, kill everyone who is opposing us as we march down the battlefield? Or are you going to be more effective by saying, hey, kill everyone who's wearing this color shirt? So when it comes to like, the sphere of ideology, when it comes to the culture war, you're not going to win inevitably if you focus only on things that are surface level that also cannot be changed, right? And instead focus on people who are aligned with your interests in your philosophy, in your belief system, which, actually in hindsight, maybe that's a good explanation for a lot of why the Nazi Germany regime fell in the first place. Also poor strategy, isolationism, a lot of stuff. But that's like the big difference. And if you watch Kanye and you watch Alex Jones here, that's like a stark difference when it comes to people who honestly, they probably actually agree on a whole lot, except for whether or not they should be identitarian along the lines of things you can't change, such as your bloodline or your sex. Or should we align ourselves with people who have like our interests and our beliefs and are actually our allies in thought and in deed? It's very interesting to see these people go at it, argue, when in reality they're probably actually on the same page on a lot of things philosophically, except their identity.
What I'm saying is when the left said white people are inherently bad because they're white the last 6-7 years, They open the gates up, so what do they expect? It's wrong, in my view, to say any group is inherently bad or has these traits or whatever. We should judge the individual. But it's wrong for the ADL to have what are very racial policies.
The ADL is played out. Nobody knows who the ADL are. Stop giving them attention. Nobody cares about the ADL. ADL, shut up.
Well, they run all the censorship and everything.
They don't run anything. They're played out. We run the streets.
Huh? Well, I'm singling out the ADL. So
that's we don't know who they are. No one in high school knew what the word anti-Semitic was until Ye made it popular.
No, I hear you. It's definitely a tiger by the tail. Nick, you want to comment here?
Yeah, I just want to jump
He likes tossing things over to Nick because he thinks that Nick is smarter than Ye.
Or I are saying that any group is particularly bad or that Jews as a group are bad, but there are Jewish practices that are based on Jewish law, and there is clearly some kind of a Jewish mafia. I'll give you a perfect example.
But you can't run around here and say that isn't like not all Jews are bad. But Jews are running the world. Jews are bad. Blah. Like Jews are bad. You can't on one hand say the Jews are bad and then say not all Jews. Then be more precise with your language, right? If what you mean is most Jews are bad or all the bad people are Jews, however you want to say it, be more precise with your language. And don't leave yourself up to misinterpretation. Now you're still wrong, but at least people aren't coming away from your statements with a false sense of what your beliefs are.
Of WME that called for a total boycott on Ye. Ari Emanuel's two brothers are Zeke Emanuel, who is the architect of Obamacare in the Obama White House, and his other brother is Rahm Emanuel, who is the chief of staff for Obama and the mayor of Chicago. Their father, Benjamin Emanuel, was part of the Irgun, which was a Zionist terrorist group in the 1940s. The definition of anti-Semitism, according to the State Department, is if you say Jews have any allegiance to Israel, it's anti-Semitic. If you say that Jews have any kind of conspiratorial influence in America, it's anti-Semitic. So we're supposed to believe that if Rahm picks up the phone and gets on a call with Zeke and Ari, and they talk about their jobs, which are running Hollywood and running the Obama White House, a conspiracy, if we acknowledge that happens, we're called anti-Semitic. But it's the truth. It's a truth that they make those calls. And it doesn't mean that every Jewish person is in on it. There are good Jews like Darren Beatty and Laura Loomer. And, there are lots of fine people.
Laura Loomer call in. Also, it's like there's Jewish people that are basically hiding me under their floorboards right now, under their wooden floors. It's like a reverse version of the Holocaust, because there's Jewish people that saw how I was treated and they're like, this is wrong. This guy just gave an opinion. I didn't cause any harm. I didn't harm anyone. All I said is, and I spelled it wrong because I was drinking alcohol. And we see the Bible says you can drink, but the king should not drink, right? And I shouldn't have been drinking. I shouldn't have said DEFCON. That was a $2 billion tweet, basically. I know you know about getting sued. I
hear you. So let's expand. Yeah, that's also drinking. So let's expand on this. What you say is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
You didn't kill anybody. You're simply here saying this, and you're being demonized and attacked, and you're saying that's hypocritical. But that's what I'm trying to tell you. George Soros,
even in that picture, Alex Jones looks like he's not having a good time. He is straight up not having a good time.
What my point is that that's what the left does. They hide behind black people, they hide behind Jews, they hide behind groups, and they use racial politics to control. And so I think that's the most important thing, is to understand that we can all come together under Christ.
Also, they blackmail. Okay, go ahead about the Christ thing. I want to hear this.
No, I'm just saying.
Dude is let me talk. This is my show.
Or their background, and there's great people from every organization. And I think
George Soros can come to Christ. It is a possibility that he can convert and come to Christ.
Would you meet with George Soros if he wanted to meet with you?
Absolutely. I would meet with anyone. That's the whole thing. Laura, we're live. What's up? This is Laura Loomer.
I'm watching live. I saw you just said that you wanted me to call in, so I'm calling in.
Well, how did she have your number?
Well, she called me because she had some concerns about Milo running my campaign.
No, that's great. So here's the deal. We've got Laura Loomer's number. Can we call her on Skype or Zoom? Can we actually put her on the show? Laura, you're on via speakerphone. Can you come on via Skype or via phone right now?
Yeah, I can't do video right now, but I I could do audio. I texted your producer.
Oh, nice. Very cool.
Laura, we're going to call you right now.
Interesting. I don't know a lot about Laura Loomer, though.
I like Milo.
I'll call in right now.
You didn't say yes.
Yeah, they're going to call her. They got her now.
Okay, go back.
This is crazy. Listen, all I'm trying to say is
Milo's Jewish. I love Milo. Yeah.
Yo, they somehow out crazy.
You got a little bit of the Hitler fetish going on.
It's not a fetish. It's not a fetish. That's a term. Like, I just love information. They have some documentaries apparently.
Oh my goodness.
Bezos is allowed to put up any documentary, but if a basketball player tweets it, he'll lose his entire career. I think that's...
Well, that's where I want to go, because you've got millions, hundreds of millions of Chinese locked down right now and Chinese are great people, but their government in that country is the most racist, homogenistic,
very true.
Homogeneous, actually.
Very true.
Group there is.
China
and all
modern day China. Hot take, but definitely true in my opinion. As far as I understand it, I think that modern day China has probably killed more people than well, it's kind of hard. You don't want to make a scoreboard, but if you look at China and you look at the Nazi regime, one could argue that China, has lasted longer than the Nazi regime, while doing many of the things that the Nazi regime have done. It's really disheartening, actually, that we haven't taken action against China, to be honest.
All I'm saying is I really care about those Chinese people under lockdown because they want to use that as a model against us. I'm just kind of I'm not on the whole Jew thing. It's what I'm saying. I don't care if people talk about it. I believe in free speech. I'm just really worried about the forced injections, world government, 5G, the open borders, the collapsing currencies, war with Russia. What do you think?
I don't have all of that information. I have the information that 2 days ago I thought I was going to be put in prison because my accounts are frozen.
No, I get it. You're in Hollywood, and the managers you see are, so I get it. From your perspective, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, and I love Jesus, and I have to fight this war to make a better place for my children and for everyone else's children. I got to put myself, my accounts, my name at risk to stand in the front of this war that we have. This is InfoWars, right? So we're going to give this information on InfoWars.
By the way, I asked the crew very lovingly. I love the crew, but you guys gave me the tweet I sent you this morning of the abortion mill, New World Order, depopulation, kill the black people organization, Planned Parenthood, where they said it's white people's job to give money so we can kill black people. It actually says that, and Ye didn't want me to have it on the desk because he wanted to be able to have it all look clean and stuff, and I get that, so I'm happy for Ye, but can you guys give me that damn tweet? Because I love you to death, but I've been asking for an hour. I need that damn tweet. I want to show people this because it is such mind control.
That's also classic
white people,
Alex Jones to have like the papers be boom, boom, and put them down on the table.
Help us kill black people. What type of freakish, crazy world is that? Gay?
Zionist. Is that too wide of a idea, or do I have to just go specifically to who does that? But it's the devil. It's the devil. We all, like Grandma used to say, we all need Jesus Christ. And where I'm at, this position where God is, he's using me as a vessel. Everyone always knew that I was special, but now I get to be a vessel. And I feel so, I'd like to go into a prayer. It's a prayer that my cousin wrote. Now, this prayer it's pretty long, so please don't cut me off in the middle of this prayer.
I'm not, go ahead.
So what happened is we were doing a family prayer Zoom on Sunday, and his name is Wayne, and he tells me, he says, Kanye, he's like, bro, my name's Jay. You say a prayer. And then I said my prayer, and I felt that it was very profound. I felt like it was Jay-level bars where I said, let's remove this whole conversation of morality, and let's stick to the Bible and say either Jesus said so or Jesus said no. Hold on, I'm gonna wait till you drop this. Boom.
Listen.
All right, so, and I felt like that was profound. That's like a bar that made me top 5 streaming artists without an album this year. Either Jesus said so or Jesus said no, because we want to bring in our creative direction and our opinion and our moral compass. Forget the words moral compass. Is it in the Bible What did the red letters say? What did Jesus say about it? And then we make our decisions off of that. So I said this, and then
the Old Testament is valuable too.
Idea. Let's stop hoping. Let's pray. Let's talk directly to God. Let's stop hoping for stuff.
I agree with that.
Okay, I really appreciate this because I really didn't want to speak out of turn, which is kind of why I hedged myself. I appreciate ISM coming in strong with the stats here in the chat. The Chinese Communist Party may have killed more people in total, but that's because China has a population of 1.2 billion. The Nazis probably killed a much larger percentage of their population. Very true. Also, it's to, I think, one thing I was also trying to point out is how the Chinese Communist Party has been allowed to exist for far longer than the Nazi Party. The Nazi Party lasted like 3-4 years, right? Less than a modern political cycle. While the Chinese Communist Party has probably lasted some like 60 odd years, which I think is probably one of the most sickening aspects of it, not even taking into account of like the human life, because we've had Planned Parenthood going on in this country for a long time and have probably killed comparable amounts of people, but it's only been around for, at least as I understand it, a little bit less than the Chinese Communist Party. ISM said, didn't Kanye legally change his name to Ye? Yes, he did. That's his legal name now, I believe.
And I took it out and I put it back in. And then so I said this prayer, and my family members, they didn't say anything. And then he said his prayer, and the whole family was like, oh, that's the best prayer I ever heard. And he's like, I know. My prayers could be intimidating. I know. They're like, did you write that down? That was the best prayer ever. And I was thinking like, bro, why you set me up? Why you set me up to say my prayer right before your prayer? But this is his prayer. What? I was like, yo, send me that prayer, bro. That prayer was pretty good. It says, Nick is Catholic, so he doesn't like referring to Jesus as Yahweh God. But I am. But am I black? Am I African? Am I Semite? What is they call me anti-Semite. They said I'm a nigga in rap. They said I'm black. They told me, say it loud. I'm black and I'm proud. Okay, James Brown, you tell me who I am. But I know that I'm a child of God, and I know Jesus died for us. This is the daily prayer.
There we go. Why can't you put your identity in that? And why can't you, when it comes to other people, set that also up as your as their identity as well when it comes to who you align yourself with and who you align yourself against? I don't understand why he's so fascinated with railing against the Jews, when as a Christian especially, your identity should be, I am with God and I am against those who are against God.
And Wayne, Yahweh God, thank you for life, health, and strength, faith, hope, and love, and another day to bless, protect your most holy name. I surrender all, Yahweh God, and acknowledge that all things are spiritual before they are physical. For this reason, we also declare and decree that you are the maker, master, ruler, creator, and guider of our spiritual lives. We also acknowledge our brother Jesus Yeshua and the blood he shed that gave us blood-paved pathways back to the Holy of the Holies. As we humbly come before you, your almighty throne of mercy and grace, we welcome your glory to rest heavenly upon our shoulders. Bless our crown with supernatural wisdom and understanding, Yahweh God, so that we may walk in the true knowledge of who you are and who you created us to be. Quiet our spiritual minds, Yahweh God, slow us down and put us in proper alignment and divine timing with the will and purpose you have for our lives. Open our spiritual eyes, Yahweh God, so we may better see all of the divine things of the Spirit. Open our spiritual ears, Yahweh God, so we may better hear all of the sacred things of the Spirit. Guard our spiritual mouth, Yahweh God. Place a censor over our divine tongues, so we may only speak words that glorify and edify you. Soften our spiritual heart, Yahweh God, so we may walk into deeper communion, communication, commitment, intimacy, understanding, and a relationship with all of the divine things of the Spirit. Yahweh God, we recognize that We do not battle against flesh and blood, but against spirits and powers, principalities and rulers.
It's actually not a bad corporate prayer, to be honest.
It is for this reason that we put on the whole armor of God, Yahweh God. We put on the helmet of salvation and the breastplate of righteousness. We firmly attach the belt of truth around our waist and drench our feet with the preparation of the gospel of peace. We take our sword of life spirit, which is the word of life, and the shield of faith with which we will quench all of the fiery darts of the enemy. Thank you for blessing us from the top of our head to the bottom of our feet and everywhere in between with the first, what we need, everything that we deserve, and then the best that you have for our lives, Yahweh God. In Jesus' name, amen.
And perfect time to go to break. Hour number 2, uncensored with Ye.
Wow.
Nick Fuentes, I'm your guest host here in Insane Asylum World, because the whole world's crazy. Not all of us are nuts. This is Twilight Zone 2.0. We will be right back.
At me when you say that.
No, I'm talking about all of us. The whole world's crazy. It is crazy. Everybody's crazy. I believe that. I'm saying the guest host here because these guys are hosting. We'll be right back with hour number 2.
He's like, these guys are hosted. Oh my goodness, we're a third of the way through. I'd like to hear your guys' thoughts in the chat. What you guys think? Oof, he's got F. Joe Biden over there in the outro. That's interesting.
Is here. And we are proud.
Not a bad prayer, it's just that it's coming from Ye. I think a big part of why it's so good is actually that it's not coming from Ye.
That's right.
It came from his cousin. He says that he kind of got that from his cousin. We've got some Alex Jones ads to sit through.
Company, and they're able to cut our regular shipping cost by up to 50%. So that means even on orders that are below $50, you're going to be paying way lower than you were previously. This is a game changer.
Do we want to sit through these commercials? Should I mute it while the ads are running? What do you guys think?
But by moving to a bigger national distributor, we're able to do it. So now your orders will be shipped even faster.
Oh
my goodness. Customer service and more. So get huge discounts and free shipping on so many great items at InfoWarsStore.com right now. I want to thank you all for your support, but now there's no excuse to boost your immune system, lead a healthier life, and keep InfoWars on the air. InfoWarsStore.com.
The young generation, like Prime Minister Trudeau, half of this cabinet are actually young global leaders of the World Economic Forum. So we penetrate the cabinets.
Everything we discuss is then leaked into the paper. That's not the books. And that's not all the way the conversation was. Interesting. If you watch Mr. Robot 2, a lot of, I don't know if all of these conspiracy theories are true when it comes to the World Economic Forum and stuff. A lot of it is not even conspiratorial though, or like a made up or a theory, because a lot of these things the World Economic Forum has discussed in public, whether that be like mere group conjecture and theorizing, like, oh, here are things that we could do. Still, it's, if you watch Mr. Robot, right, I think that you probably would get a good idea of how, if these sorts of groups exist in the world, how they would actually function. So, for example, if you think that something like the FBI is corrupt, you will see a lot more realistic of a depiction of how that would be done. If you, think that a lot of global leaders are controlled by a specific group, you'll see a lot more realistic example of like how that's done versus, oh, the Jews are bad, like, which is a very simplistic and childish way to look at things. If you want to if you really want to dig into stuff that's like kind of a conspiracy theory, but it's actually not conspiratorial because it's true, look into the World Economic Forum, because there's a lot of stuff going on with them, and I haven't even like begun to scratch the surface of all of that, because I have a full-time job, so I don't have time to go and dig into this with all the World Economic Forums and then like what they do. But when it comes to things with the World Economic Forum, they're not like lies or anything. Like, you can just look at their YouTube channel
Canadians are watching very closely. Obviously, everyone in China should be allowed to express themselves, should be allowed to share their.
This was crazy because China, because Canada, they were the ones who trampled their own citizens with horses because they were protesting.
For human rights will stand with people who
and
are
they dragged pastors to jail because they were having church services in church buildings.
The world are respecting journalists and their ability to do their job.
There's a level of admiration I actually have for China because their basic dictatorship is allowing them to actually turn their economy around on a dime and say we need to go green as fast as we need to start investing in solar. I mean, there is a flexibility that I know Stephen.
Canada is on a fast track to being like China. Although don't sleep on Australia though.
That I find quite interesting.
Regardless of the fact that we are attacking your fundamental rights or limiting your fundamental rights, and the Charter says that wrong, we're still going to go ahead and do it.
This is terrible.
Fringe minority.
I genuinely feel sorry for all the citizens of the world who are the citizens of Canada who are trapped in this place. It's awful.
Do not represent the views of Canadians who have been there for each other, who know that following the science and stepping up to protect each other is the
Watch
best
out, y'all.
way to
You're going to see
continue to ensure
this man
our freedoms, our rights, our values as a country. We are not intimidated.
Said that people should be able to protest peacefully. Those peaceful protesters are in order the police to trample the citizens. Watch this.
We won't give in.
This is despicable.
To those who fly racist flags.
So for like people who are like big fans of mandates and all that stuff, this is from the government.
Those who engage in vandalism
it leads to stuff like this
or dishonor the memory of our veterans. So to those
although I do
responsible
agree,
for
yes,
this
people
behavior,
should be removed from roads, but
needs to stop.
The Emergencies Act will be used to strengthen and support law enforcement agencies.
ISM said person wouldn't mind living in Canada. I'm sure you wouldn't mind getting trampled over by a horse, though.
Today, a bank or other financial service provider will be able to immediately freeze or suspend an account without a court order.
Justin Trudeau, I mean, I thought he was kind of a cool guy. And I started to read what he said. This is a couple of weeks ago. He was, or maybe this is September, but he was talking about people who are not vaccinated. He said they don't believe in science. They're often misogynistic, often racist. No, they're not.
That was not smart of him at all.
Right. He said, but they take up space. And with that, we have to make a choice in terms of a leader as a country. Do we tolerate these people? It's like, tolerate these. Now you do sound like Hitler.
Yeah.
The Bill of Rights is a stumbling block on the way to shutting down speech that the left doesn't like, at least in government. But there's a new avenue for those who would like to censor what you say and think, and that's corporations. The left have wised up to this. If you want to stop someone from telling the truth, use companies to do it, the social media giants, and they are.
For many on the left, the view seems to have become that if you can't beat them, prevent them from speaking.
So far, the most prominent casualty of the crusade against free expression has been the radio show host Alex Jones.
There is a concerted effort by the Democratic Party and multinational corporations and big tech to silence.
I remember this. This was fire. This was fire.
Guys on CNN that spend their whole day calling Facebook and saying, "Can you ban this person?"
He may be America's best-known conspiracy theorist, but this week, Alex Jones's content will be a little harder to find.
Shame on the mainstream corporate media for not defending the First Amendment, but instead attack dogging, calling for federal regulators to shut down independent free press, working with big tech.
People know what's true. They can smell it.
InfoWars.
it's a bad argument. But people should be allowed to like figure out what the truth is for themselves, rather than having to be picked for them by some rich CEO somewhere. All right, hold on. I want to read some of these chats. I want to catch up. Let's see here. Alex Jones just wants people to buy to help pay his legal fees. I've heard that a lot of his money is actually tied up with some of his friends, so he's actually going to be fine financially. Also, the legal fees, that was absolutely ridiculous. I seriously hope some judge comes and forces that sentencing to be reduced, because it's absolutely ridiculous. You can't just order like someone to pay like $2 billion because he said some fake news on the internet. That's ludicrous. Let's see. There was one chat I wanted to read. I think it was ISM. Wait, Newbie, when are you gonna have me on the stream again? I'm not sure, but we need to have another political stream. Like we need to have you on another time. Not tonight. I'm trying to get through this interview as quickly as possible. But yeah, we definitely need to do another stream sometime. Mr. Vita says, if Kanye somehow ever became president, we'd all be doomed. I have no idea. It's crazy because he seems like a raging anti-Semite and he speaks positively of the Nazis, but then if you ask him about his policies, they don't mirror what the Nazis did at all. So I'm a little bit confused actually as to how good of a president he'd be. He definitely would be a far worse president than he would have been if he won the previous campaign, because he had some really good ideas there, but I think that honestly, he being president would not put him in a good position to enact the policy that he wanted to do, because everything that he wanted to do would just be more efficiently and effectively done through culture jamming, putting in good role models as cultural leaders rather than just having a mere figurehead as a president.
The evil abuse of children that the world is waking up to today has been going on for many, many years.
Y'all say like that ever happened, but I think that Kanye West is going to at least double his votes from the last presidential campaign that he ran.
The country, many of which were born within orphan asylums and referred to as foundlings. History shows us that not everyone sees an innocent child as someone to protect, and the Balenciaga scandal is exposing a hidden cult that celebrates the death and torture of children. The same photographer who placed
it wasn't hidden. All this information has been out in the public for a while.
The Balenciaga ad that sparked this whole recent scandal also did a photo.
You guys are learning a lot today, huh? In the chat.
That featured a traumatized-looking child having her passport photo taken for a trip to the same Disney cruise line that provides snorkeling trips off the coast of Epstein's Island, otherwise known as Little St. James. Both photo shoots appear to have been styled by Russian stylist Lada Volkova, a highly celebrated stylist in the fashion industry who works for Vogue, Adidas, Chanel, and has been a top stylist for Balenciaga since 2014. She has deleted her Instagram.
I wonder if Kanye wanted to expose all these satanic people,
but archived images
he just doesn't really know how to
appreciation
put his message
child
out.
Abuse, images of violent pedophilia, child torture, child disembowelment, Satanism, and cannibalism. Many of these images are appreciated by her rich and famous designer friends, Gosha Rubchinsky and Marc Jacobs, both accused of peddling pedophilia in their own work. A recent video shows what appears to be fake babies sold in blood-spattered Balenciaga swag.
What's in your bag? In the bag, like shuffle, maybe.
What in the world?
Can we do what's in your bag? Yeah, can we do what's in the bag, please? Should I hold it for you and you can take things out? Excuse me.
The crazy thing about this is the vast majority of the responses that we're seeing here in these videos and stuff is not negative.
Like then when she's gonna pee, I don't know. Then when she's pouring.
Like this is crazy stuff.
Yeah.
And I know that InfoWars does like to take a lot of things out of context, and they do lie about a lot of things, but this is real footage. These are real Instagram posts. This is all crazy.
Recently glamorizing eating bugs, proudly releases her own Balenciaga ad on Instagram.
Now, this doesn't mean that all of course, now here's kind of where they start getting off the rails, because I don't think that anyone who collaborates with Balenciaga is on the whole, killing, torturing and, doing terrible things to babies and children thing that this lady was on. So, I mean, yeah, they definitely, InfoWars does tie some things together that definitely aren't there, but I mean, all that stuff that is legit. Those are real pictures and videos. You can't poison the well just by saying, "Oh, it's an InfoWars video." Like it's real stuff.
Our faith in any single one of them, and by all appearances, this wasn't an accident. It seems to be another demoralizing psyop.
Balenciaga stuff just gets worse and worse. Check this out.
The people that recruited all of the models for Balenciaga's runway show was a woman called Rachel Chandler, who has been on Jeffrey Epstein's island. She's even posted a
was that Ollie person you guys wanted me to react to earlier?
CCTV footage back in 2013, bragging about being on an island.
This stuff's got me wondering if all high-end fashion brands are just fronts for human trafficking. So most of us know by now that Balenciaga got themselves
and I'm glad, you know, I know, and I'm gonna plug this dude right now because, you know, it's nice. I think that, you know, I like the whole, you know, now Kanye didn't go, let's see here. Kanye didn't go about this the right way for sure. But I do like kind of in concept, and he's still not going to do this the right way. Well, actually, no, his, shoot, I don't, see, this whole line is, no, I can't pull it up, can I? Nah, I can't pull this up. Okay, never mind. I was gonna plug a friend who does like these like really fire, really limited edition like run clothes. Let me see if I can pull this up. No, is this it? He does these like this oh yeah, here we go. This dude does like limited run clothes. I don't know him super well. But he did go to my college. And the fits are like fire. This is like stuff that like should be generating hype that people aren't kind of hyped over, unfortunately, but the art and stuff is cool. And it's I think to a certain extent it certainly is high fashion. And you know, unfortunately, like you don't need like here we've got like this cool photo here, heavy as the hand that plays God, I think is a cool message there. Kind of, you know, you've got like the typical skull with horns that people like to show off as like being like edgy and cool, but the whole message is, no, this is dark and gonna have like consequences if you align yourself with demonic forces. Like, and by the way, this hat, I've had this for years, so it's kind of faded now, so you can't really see, but this is from an old Citizen Culture collection that he made. Like you like to have high fashion. High fashion is like most high fashion stuff. First of all, is ugly. Second of all, you can make high fashion yourself. You probably know people who are making high fashion or have the capacity to make high fashion. So this whole trap of, oh, I'm gonna go get high fashion stuff because high fashion stuff is cool. No, high fashion is pretty bad because apparently a lot of people who are running the high fashion companies are really into like all of this like torturing of people, you know, hating and endangering children, bad political policies, which, you know, my personal opinion, but also a lot of the stuff is made with child labor and then sold at a huge markup, which is a whole nother thing that we should that we could get into if we had the time, but we don't.
BDSM bears photographed with children. The same style bears were featured in one of their last runway shows, which was held in a mud pit, as if the brand weren't disgusting enough. But who opened for the show?
That's interesting.
Yeah, Kanye West was pretty close with Balenciaga before they got canceled for that last photo shoot. Kanye's been all over the place for years. Everybody knows that. I'm sure he's been through a lot. I feel for him, but let's keep our eyes open, yeah?
It's a very small club, and yet the majority of us still seem to obsess over them like royalty, which begs the question.
Is he going to confront Ye over his connection to Balenciaga? Because he should.
What are we going to do about
I mean, his mask that he's wearing in the show, I think I mentioned earlier, was made by Balenciaga.
It's almost like we got Ye here. The whole building's just crazy. Alex Jones here, back live with Ye. Nick Fuentes riding shotgun, and we're going to get Laura Loomer on the line. He didn't want to wear an earpiece. That's fine. We're going to call her on his phone in like 10 minutes or so. So we'll get to you, Laura. But he wants to get her on, so that's great. We'll get her on. Ye, let me bring up, since you guys want to get on this topic, the meeting with Trump, they're now using it against
I wonder
Trump.
why he doesn't want to wear, I guess because he didn't want to take the mask off.
Who Nick is. And I think that's fair to say. And they're lying about you, and they're trying to make it the new reason that DeSantis should be the 2024 front runner. And I like DeSantis in many ways, but I don't like who he's aligning with, all these big donors, and him playing along with this. It's very troubling. So tell us about the meeting and what really happened there.
Nick, you have the minutes on it.
That's right. So it's where to begin.
Milo would probably be the better person to go for this.
Straight first of all, because there was a big piece in NBC the other day written by Mark Caputo with a lot of lies about the dinner. And I don't know if people were misquoted or if bad quotes were given, but people are being led to believe that this was somehow a setup or an ambush to make the president look bad. That's not true. Ye loves Trump. I love Trump.
But the thing is, if that was true, though, he's a mere pawn. This guy's a pawn. So he wouldn't know if it was a setup because it was allegedly done by Milo Yiannopoulos to get revenge of the GOP because he was kind of feeling some type of way about how the GOP treated him, and I kind of get that. They kind of cast him to the side when he was kind of a he was kind of somewhat of a clown. I don't even know if that's a fair way to put it, but he was a provocateur, a legit provocateur, and he kind of made the GOP look bad. So it makes sense why they would drop him, even though on principle they should have stood by him when he was getting banned by PayPal, when he got banned from Twitter. They should have stood by him on principle.
Came to the dinner to have a discussion with him about the 2024 race. Ye had a proposition for him. And so a lot of it was really put together in the last minute. I didn't even really know until I was at Mar-a-Lago whether or not we would be at the dinner. It was something that Ye and I discussed on the flight there and on the car ride over. So I just want to get that cleared up straight away because I think Ye and I both believe that Trump is a great option. It really just comes down to Trump and Ye for the most part.
But them trying to premeditatedly claim it was some secret meeting and he knew he was meeting with you, that's not true.
No, yeah, and it was surprising because we had this conversation the day before we flew out. We were in LA on that Monday. And I was told it may not even be possible for you to get into Mar-a-Lago. They said because there's so many people that will intercept you. There's a guest list and you have to be on it, and there's a security list and all these things. So I was told that I may not even be able to get through. Well, we pulled up to the club. They checked out they checked out Karen's ID and information. We drove up. We walked in. We sat down in the lobby. The president came out of the dining room, and that was that. He invited Ye to dinner, and I don't know if it was Ye or Trump, but one of them said, well, we want to bring Jamar, Karen, and Nick into the dining room. And so we came in, we sat down.
I don't know who Jamar and
we
Karen
took some
are.
pictures. It sort of lit up the whole room. Everybody wanted to get a picture with him. We sat down at the table. And I want to say initially it was a very pleasant dinner. Trump gave kind of the standard black voter pitch. He talked about the HBCUs, the opportunity zones, things like that. And then it turned out that Ye had accidentally sent a text message to a lawyer that both Trump and Ye share. And forward him some intel that Karen gave to us about how we were going to handle the Trump meeting and how to read his body language and the kinds of things that maybe we should avoid or things we might want to say. And so before the dinner, Ye accidentally forwarded that to a lawyer who then in the middle of the dinner apparently called Trump to say, hey, Karen Giorno's involved. This is a setup. You guys are being set up right now. It was really just based on a misunderstanding. And after that call,
who's this lawyer?
Do you mind if I say the name?
Yes.
It's Yes, You Mind? Or,
no, I don't.
Okay, it's Nick Gravante. So he was texting.
I don't mind any names. I mean, that's the general. Just let him finish the entire story.
So, because we pulled up in the car and Ye said, "Here, I'll forward you these notes." So he forwarded it to me, and I said, "Hey, I didn't get the text." And we kind of brushed it off, and we found out later he meant to send it to Nicholas Fuentes. He sent it to Nicholas Gravante on accident. So the dinner was actually very pleasant. It was very friendly. Ye picked out a song to play. He put on Say You Will off of 808s. And then Trump said, oh, I don't know, let's put on one of your hits. So he put on Stronger. It was very congenial. Well, then in the middle of the dinner, Trump gets this call because Nick Gravante apparently sent the text to one of Trump's guys or somebody. Somebody called Trump and said, Karen is giving Ye intel because Karen worked for Trump. She ran the state of Florida during the Republican primary in 2016. until he got the heads up. They thought it was some big ambush. So he gets off the phone and the tone totally flipped. And he starts telling Ye these stories about how some of his black constituents had betrayed him. He told the story about how he got ASAP Rocky out of jail. He told the story about how he got the NBA basketball players out of the Chinese jail. And the moral of the story was, if you go against me, if you're disloyal to me, I'll crush you. That was kind of the subtext of the stories from Trump. He said that Kim Kardashian, he said some nasty things about her because she endorsed Joe Biden after Trump released, what is it, Alice
Johnson.
Alice Johnson from prison. He commuted her sentence and then gave her a pardon, so he felt betrayed by that. And then Ye made the proposition and said, hey, I'd like you to be my running mate in 2024. And Trump
I gave him the opportunity. I didn't say I would like him to. I said you have the opportunity to be my running mate in 2024.
Yes. And
would he wear a mask as well, though?
I think it would look cool.
I do think it looks cool. So he sat back and folded his arms and he kind of smirked and he sort of dismissed it. But then he got a little bit heated and he said, you can't win. You'll never win. Don't run. You can win at a lot of things, but you can't win at this. And then he turned to me and Karen and said, you guys are smart. I know you work for him, but don't lie to him. Tell him he can't win. And, you know, I love Trump and I love Ye. And so I'm looking at Trump and I'm looking at Ye and I'm looking at Trump and Ye. He's telling me.
Nick, they say you're a white supremacist. Are you a white supremacist?
No, not at all.
Well, spend some time on that.
He doesn't believe he is a white supremacist. He doesn't believe he's a white supremacist because he's a separatist. So in his mind, and this is actually true of a certain brand of white supremacy. There's a certain type of white supremacist who, thinks that whites should just go wipe everyone out and rule the world. He's not one of those types of white supremacists, but he's the type of white supremacist who believes that the different ethnicities cannot coexist peacefully long term. So they should all, have their own places. You have your white nation, you have your black nation, you have your Asian nation, you have all these different nations, and then they'll all be able to live in harmony because their skin color's the same. I don't know. That's the camp where he's in. So he's like a separatist. I describe them as white supremacist separatists. Versus the other kind, the former, which I just refer to as just typical white supremacist because you don't need to explain it any further. And he does also believe in the whole IQ stuff. Ruslan, hold up. I'm actually going to drop the link into the Discord to this. Ruslan broke down Nick Fuentes' full anti-Semitic beliefs really well. He's one of my favorite YouTube content creators. He's actually a Christian. So, yeah, it's a great video. Christian perspective, go check it out. I'm gonna go look that up and I'm gonna throw that into the chat.
I'm a Catholic. I'm Christian, and so I believe that
I know that sounds white supremacist right there, but it's an act. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, I believe that we're all children of God, and so I think that black, white, red, brown, whatever, we're all siblings in a certain sense because we're created by God. I do though believe that there are races. There are black people. There are white people. There are Hispanics. And these differences mean something to people. They mean things to each other. That doesn't mean that we can't get along. That doesn't mean.
But the left's saying it's bad to even have a culture. They're saying none of us can say I'm this or I'm that.
Right. They want to melt us all down.
And by the way, culture is not completely synonymous with ethnicity, by the way.
They want a global government. They want to globalize the economy through free trade.
With no culture.
Exactly. And the population through immigration. And they want to make it so that in 50, 100 years, there are no distinct nations. There's no distinct peoples.
So nobody can stand up to them.
Right. Just a slave class, undifferentiated. That's what they want.
This is the future president you're talking to right now.
Is Nick your running mate?
He's not old enough.
That's crazy. I do wonder if Nick Fuentes would run for president. I don't think he'd ever win, but I think he could be one of the guys who is the third place in the GOP nomination. I think it's possible, depending on how edgy the right-wing GOP becomes, which I don't think we're getting there, not nearly as fast as in order for it to happen when Nick Fuentes is alive, but it'd be interesting to see.
Yeah, Nick, how old are you?
I'm 24. Maybe in a few cycles.
And Trump loved Nick. He looked at me and said, where did you find this kid? He had no idea until, what's the guy that wrote the speech that you didn't like?
Jason Miller.
Jason Miller lied afterwards, after they found out who you were. And what did Jason say in the press to start off? Because it started to be like a series of lie after lie after lie and fake. It wasn't a tweet. It was a Truth Social after Truth Social after Truth Social. So give them the rundown on that.
Yeah, so initially, we didn't publish anything about the dinner. It was rumored that Ye went to dinner with Trump. Then it was rumored that I was at the dinner because I walked through the airport in Miami. Then there was a statement from Jason Miller, who spoke as a representative for Trump, and he said, well, Nick Fuentes was not at the dinner. And it was only at that point, which was a lie, it was only at that point when we began to respond. And Ye said, he can't say that. Nick was at the dinner. That was a lie.
But I mean, I actually like the speeches that Jason Miller wrote. Maybe, I mean, he was just scared.
Who was scared? Trump?
Jason Miller's
it was a setup, but
Jason Miller sucks. I hate.
Oh, this is a setup. And
I hate that people forget how he canceled himself live on air during a Tim Past IRL show where he basically revealed Getter to be a honeypot for right wingers.
And if anything comes from this, like the best thing that could come from this is I'm the president of the United States in 2024. The worst thing that could come from this is our leaders are held to Christian values, not Zionist values. Now, let's talk about the difference of Trump's Truth Socials.
Yeah. So he put out 3 successive posts. There's 3 responses from Trump on Truth Social, and they just get more sort of erratic as the pressure grows. You know, the first one, he says, it was a very uneventful dinner. I did meet with Ye. The next post was, I don't know who Nick Fuentes was, and it was totally uneventful. The third one, he says, Ye, a very troubled man who happens to be black, came for badly needed advice. And so it just kept getting more and more sort of angry and erratic. And I think what Ye's getting at, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but Trump is surrounded by handlers. He's surrounded by people like Jared Kushner and Jason Miller. He's got 3 campaign managers.
Jared Kushner bailed because
Ye is surrounded by handlers. Nick Fuentes is one of his handlers. Milo Yiannopoulos is his handler. You can't, you can't be like, oh, well, he's got handlers. So do you, Ye. You got handlers too.
What did Jared do when Trump was in office?
He got the Abraham Accords. Jared Kushner with his best friend Bibi Netanyahu at 666 Fifth Avenue. They brokered the Abraham Accords, which opened up investment from the Gulf states into Israel.
What did Netanyahu have to say about it exactly?
Netanyahu loves it, of course, because this.
But let's expand on that.
Jared,
you hear the crew laughing.
Okay.
No, keep going. My point is that it's fair, though, for Trump that it is a political attack to claim that he endorses or represents even the views they claim you hold that you don't hold. So clearly, you can see how the media is using you guys as an attack on Trump.
They're using us to try to put this guy we've never heard of, DeSantis, in office.
How's he never heard of DeSantis?
DeSantis is going to play by the book. The thing about Trump is this guy.
He does not know a thing about DeSantis. He does not. And of course, Nick Fuentes, I think, hates DeSantis because DeSantis isn't as edgy as Trump, isn't far right like Trump is, even though I think that DeSantis is slightly more authoritarian. He's not culturally far right like Trump is. Well, I don't even know if Trump is far right, but he's not as close to the far right as Trump is. So of course Nick Fuentes isn't going to like him. I think that Kanye is. I almost feel like he's getting a lot of his strings pulled from Nick Fuentes, if I'm going to be honest, which I think is pretty concerning.
One of the best presidents we have. He's top 5 presidents. He's right there with Ronald Reagan, and he was a Wharton grad. He's one of the best businessmen of all time, and the entire time he was the president, the Jewish media attacked him. They were mad because he was actually working for the country. And now they're doing everything, including this meeting, to try to say he's not allowed to meet with. This is InfoWars. Who are you to say who the president can meet with? Netanyahu. Like,
I don't believe in the whole like, oh, the Jews let him speak. Like that's, I don't think that's accurate.
You can't make me angry, but if I was another version of Ye, the Kanye West that you guys know, I would be angry at Netan for even speaking on one of the best presidents, one of our best presidents of all times. Shut the bless up, Netan. This is from Ye. Now you know who I am. Do you know who I am now, Netanyahu? You know who I am now, Jared Kushner? You know who I am, Josh Kushner? Let me tell you something about Softy Josh, right?
Softy Josh?
Marshmallow Josh was at a dinner. I'm at Jared's house, Jared and Ivanka's house. And I didn't realize at the dinner that Josh Kushner had 10% of Skims, which was my ex-wife clothing line, which I have 5% of. And it's one of the reasons why even after the attack where Ari Emanuel had all of my deals destroyed, I was still worth $400 million, right? And still had $250 million of cash available, right? So, Josh, I say, what do you think about Jared working for me in 2024? And Josh looks at Jared and says,
well, you said ski mask guy? Hold on. What? What do you mean, ski mask guy? What are you talking about? What do you mean? Me? You calling me a ski mask guy? Yo, hold on. I'm not even doing this right. What are you Why are you calling me a ski mask guy? I'm not a ski mask guy. What is this? Oh my goodness. Y'all didn't know I had a balaclava, did you? I actually got it for a day at my old college where there was like negative 40-degree wind chills, but story for a different that's a story for a different day.
I would kill him. And so then towards the end of the meeting, I'm leaving their apartment. They do like a soft hug because I think like Jared, as soft as Jared is, he has to hug Josh extra soft so, you know, he doesn't melt like toilet paper. And what I realized afterwards that Josh had 10% of a line that I only had 5%, double, where I, you know, Skims is an extension of Yeezy. It's an extension of my brand. Literally, I put the creative director from Yeezy at Skims because at first Skims was a lingerie line. And then it was Kris Jenner's idea to make it a shapewear line. And I said, I have the perfect person. Let's take these elements of Yeezy and let's put this here. And then Josh goes in and puts $150 million from some investment firm to then control something that my ex-wife was making for our children.
No, I get it. So you're at this meeting and literally realizing, oh my God, I own this and ran this. This guy's double what I get. You didn't even know he was the owner.
Yeah, and that's what I explained to Jared. I was on text with Jared. I said, what if I had 10% of a line with Ivanka and you didn't know and you only had 5%? I'm sure you...
But what if he learned you own 10% of 666 Park Avenue? He'd be pissed.
Or what if I had 10% of that 800, how big was the deal that he did after he got out of...
So what you're saying is we need reparations from Hollywood. We need the Hollywood elite that have almost all the money. They need reparations to America.
Wait, I want to talk about how Jared did that first deal.
You hear what I'm saying?
With Netin.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, he got billions. And this is something that was covered in the Wall Street Journal. Jared Kushner brokered the Abraham Accords with Netanyahu. And before Trump was even out of office, they were arranging for how Kushner could take a massive fee from...
Okay, but separate from Kushner getting money, I don't like Kushner. He glows in the dark. He's creepy as hell. I mean, that's a good piece.
By the way, for people... All right, I got you. For you guys who are not aware of the terminology, says when he says he glows in the dark, that basically means that he is, as the kids say, sus. In most terms of the phrase, it means that you are a Fed. Basically, it means that you're basically like a double agent. It's kind of what that means. And they say, oh, like, I don't know where the story comes from, but basically it's like, oh, like if you're like a trader, you can, if you turn the lights off, they like glow in the dark. It's weird. I don't understand, but that's kind of what he's saying here.
Steal to get the Arabs and Jews to quit killing each other. I mean,
but John, I agree with you to some extent, but don't.
I mean, actually, that's a pretty. I said that's something good Kushner did. I mean, I don't like Kushner, but
he did it for the money.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, we got things. Yeah.
And I would say,
I'm not defending him. I'm saying, isn't it good to try to get Middle East peace?
Let's ask Nick.
Yeah, Nick, go ahead.
If you want Middle East peace, you have to go to Israel, because Israel is the one who has been bombing Syria. Israel's the one that's...
And they got 200 nuclear weapons. They ain't going nowhere.
Exactly. And that's why they killed JFK and RFK, was because of they were trying to get their WMD program off the ground. Operation Apollo. It was Jack Kennedy that wanted IAEA inspectors looking into it.
No, and that is probably one of the main... That's one of the reasons Kennedy got killed. That was
what we need to say right now, and we're going to bring Ali on in a second, is both my parents were educators, right? And
where's Laura Loomer? Wasn't she supposed to be on the show?
That's what's in our heart. When we get the information, we put ourselves at risk to give you the information. There's a lot of teachers, incredibly intelligent people that have been canceled and kicked out of universities for not playing along with the system. So
it's true. I mean, Jordan Peterson came very close to being kicked out.
Like we're trying to get media. We're using our position, putting our finances, putting our personal well-being at risk to say the truth out loud. And I was on the plane with Nick and I said, it feels like we're in Vietnam in the middle of the war with our backs to the wall, holding our guns and saying, you know, Nick, how did you get here? Yay, how did you get here?
He wouldn't romanticize Vietnam if he knew how it ended.
And say, this is InfoWars, right? So you got some info warriors on both sides of you, and you fought for us. You've been fighting this battle for a long time, Alex, and we just got to salute you as a Christian and as American, because you paved the way to make braver soldiers like us today. It's like Terminator Part 10 happening right now.
Wow. All right. We got to go to break. We're going to get Laura Loomer on. We're going to get Ali Alexander and Demani come on. Just the smartest guys I know in politics. And we're going to just continue. Owen Schroyer is going to come on. We're going to continue on as long as you guys want to go.
Owen Schroyer is going to come on.
And stuff too, and get, you know, Ye to eat something or whatever. Me and Nick got something he hasn't eaten yet. And we're just...
I stay fasting.
That's right, he won't eat. I'm trying to get him to eat. So I'm like Italian, manja. So we're going to...
I got to watch my accounts because they've been frozen by the Jewish banks. So I need to watch my meals.
Well, CNN says white people are evil Nazis, so... I mean, I disagree with both statements, but I get the pros.
I don't like the word evil next to Nazis. I think we need to look at...
Oh, my goodness. Just because you don't like one group doesn't mean the other. But look,
I love Jewish people, but I also love Nazis.
Oh, man. Well, I have to disagree with that. Listen, we're going to go to break. I'm the crazy one here. We're all crazy. The whole world's crazy. And the whole power structure's coming down. This is absolutely lit. This is lit. Number one show in the world right now. Everybody's tuned in everywhere.
Don't know.
Everybody, I appreciate you being here. We're going to go to break. We're going to come back and play that my favorite promo with Ye.
Wait.
And then we're going to air the Trudeau clip and then go right back to Ye. Stay with us.
Does he genuinely think...
He's in studio. I'm Alex Jones, your host.
Hold on, wait. Does he genuinely think that Hitler didn't hate the Jews? Because otherwise, why would he say that, you know, that he... How can you say that you love Hitler and you also love the Jews? That, like, makes, like, no sense. Unless he doesn't understand who Hitler is, which I could completely understand. Especially if, like, Nick Fuentes is telling him lies, which I wouldn't be shocked by, but... Hey, I mean, you say you're into all this knowledge, though. Look into, like, the truth of what actually happened, you know? Instead of, like, romanticizing Nick Fuentes' hero.
As Ali Alexander, Owen Schroyer are about to join us riding shotgun. Ye doesn't want to wear an earpiece, so he's going to call Laura Loomer. Yeah, so we're going to put Laura Loomer on the way. She was originally going to be on earlier. Yeah, you're hosting the show. Go ahead.
Laura, can you guys hear Laura on the mic?
Well, what they're doing is they're talking to her out there.
It was muted.
Laura, tell her you on the mic.
Tell her you're going to call her. They didn't do that because it's such a party.
Can you guys hear her? Laura, say something.
She's not going to.
Laura Loomer.
Yeah, Laura, you're on the air. Go ahead.
How's it going?
You're on the air with Ye. Go ahead. He wants to do it over a speakerphone. Go ahead.
He needs to.
I just wanted to call in.
He needs to stop touching the microphone. The mic is made out of metal, so you can see it. If you put metal, like certain types of metal, on computer screens, it activates it. He's doing all types of things on his screen that he doesn't know. He could be deleting contacts or doing all kinds of things. He should not be. It also is terrible for the sound. He should not be touching on the direction of metal microphone with the screen of his smartphone.
You know, I see that everybody on this stream has been canceled in some fashion, and I've also been canceled, and I have a unique perspective because I'm Jewish, and I happen to be one of the most banned and censored people in this country, and so I just wanted to talk about the cancel culture and the act of debanking and deplatforming from my perspective.
You're debanking the whole thing. Talk about Milo Yiannopoulos.
One of the first people that experienced all of this cancel culture, and I would just say that I can sympathize with anybody who's had their voice silenced. I don't think that censorship is the answer, no matter how much you disagree with another person or how offensive you may find their statements or their arguments to be. And what we need in this country is more free speech. And I say that as a Jewish American woman watching this stream and, watching the plague of cancel culture that has really swept not just our country, but the entire world over these last few years. And I will say that being Jewish has never saved me from being canceled. It never stopped the banks from shutting down my access to my bank account. Being Jewish never, prevented me from becoming, like I said, the most banned woman in the world. So I just wanted to make it clear that, while there's no disputing the fact that groups like the ADL and AIPAC and, powerful, left-wing Jewish individuals, and in some cases, right-wing Jewish individuals themselves are advocating for cancel culture, there are Jews themselves who have also been canceled.
Yeah, you shouldn't be penalized for what other people.
Why aren't there Jews who are coming up and telling like Kanye how they like actually feel? She's hedging herself like so hard here, because I don't think that she wants to offend Kanye. But someone has to like shake the man up and be like, no, like you can't just categorize all Jews in the way that you've been doing in your speech.
Agree with it. So yeah, you called yourself more like Martin Luther King the other day than Malcolm X. I tend to agree with that. I like Malcolm X. I've read his writings, listened to him. Incredibly smart intellectual. He was downtrodden. He was telling people to stand up.
Not a fan of Malcolm X. I think he justified violence on a level that I'm not particularly comfortable with. I definitely should read more of his stuff, but at least that's as far as I know so far.
For his time, an amazing man. But I think Martin Luther King was more powerful, and even Malcolm came around to his worldview of thinking. So my issue is, it's the same thing we're talking about here, is that Laura Loomer has been censored, Laura Loomer has been attacked, and Israel has the most draconian COVID shots against their population of any group. So I'm saying, why aren't they exempt? Because there's a criminal group posing as them. Christ talked about this. That is trying to manipulate and pose as the leadership of every group. There's groups that claim they lead the black folks that aren't caring about blacks. There's groups that claim they care about white people that aren't really caring. There's groups that claim they're Jewish that don't. I think that's really what we're talking about. Do you disagree?
I agree. And as I think about it, it's like, I got to say, I love the Zionist. I love the people that blocked my bank account, because God runs the world and uses everyone. There's a power structure under God that starts with the 1,000-year-old families such as the Medicis. Then it goes to the Vatican, which is in
I feel like I've heard this conspiracy theory before, but there was a guy at my job who I think he ended up getting fired, but he was a conspiracy theorist, and he was going on about especially the Rockefellers. I think he mentioned the Medicis somewhere, but I don't remember everything that he said about them.
Goes to the financial groups, BlackRock, Vanguard, and then to the governments, where we can go into Putin territory. And then it goes to Hollywood, the Rahm Emanuels. That is the first smokescreen to get past. And we're just breaking down those smokescreens. Hey, Ari. How you doing, Ari?
Well, I want to jump in really quick, and I will say...
Yeah, Laura, you're on the
air.
See, this is why you can't touch the...
The blacklisting of, people like Ye, people like Alex Jones, people
turn off
like
your
Nick
screen.
Fuentes, people like myself.
Because if you turn off your screen, nothing's going to happen, really.
You should understand, we're living in a dangerous time now where people are being shut down and having their money frozen. Okay, imagine not being able to access your bank account because somebody in a boardroom decides that they don't agree with what you're saying. And so, for people who are critical, of Ye, Nick, Alex, myself, or whoever, right? Just think of how fast the tables could turn. And I think this is what you've been talking about for years, Alex. You've been warning people about what's coming for years. And now people want to act like, oh, well, how did we get to this point? Censorship is the reason why we've got to this point.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, so, these things wouldn't be happening if people weren't being censored.
Well, sure, Laura, can I ask you this question? Because, you're a smart, successful, pro-America Jewish lady that is an American that lives in Florida. From my experience studying what goes on in politics, aren't Jews like everybody else, like left-wing, right-wing, and different factions fighting with each other and everybody else, like any other group? I mean, I understand there's powerful groups in Hollywood and all these mafias, but it's like we don't blame Italians for the Italian mafia. And when I criticize the Jewish mafia, which is one of the most powerful in the world, which I don't like, I don't dislike because they happen to be Jewish, I happen because they're a mafia. That's really how I think we destigmatize it, just say no to the mafia that is the ADL in Hollywood. Or do you disagree with that or agree? Or you want to say something?
Look, there's factions within any group, right? I don't think that you can really generalize any group. I think that when you look at the demographics of Jews in America, over 73% of Jews vote Democrat. And so when you see a lot of, people...
High percentages of black people vote Democrat, though, I believe.
It's coming from a left-wing perspective. But I'm a nationalist. I'm a nationalist, and I'm Jewish, and I've been a very...
I'm never a fan of nationalism.
That's a question. Why were they so
nationalism has like a lot of...
You've been as much banned as me or even...
Yeah, the Nazis were nationalists, so...
Why are they scared of Laura Loomer?
Because I'm a free speech absolutist, and regardless of what...
Also, globalism is diametrically opposed to nationalism. So, you have on one spectrum nationalism. On one side of the spectrum, you have nationalism, which is like the nation is always right, follow the nation no matter what, obey the nation because the nation is, the key to success is just like having strong national identity. Your identity is with the nation first. That's like where like Nick Fuentes is like America first, is because he's a nationalist. You have as strong borders as possible. You have no immigration. You don't have trade with allies, really, because you don't want to be making other people stronger by giving them things with your trade. But then on the other end, you have globalism, which says, nations are bad. We should have no nations. We should have no national identities at all. There should be no borders. There should be just random trade all across. There should be no regulation of any sort of immigration. So, and that's kind of where you have, the difference. So, as much as Alex Jones rails against the globalists, the exact opposite, Laura Loomer, is a nationalist.
Whatever they may say about Jews or whatever they may have to say about Israel or Judaism, I'm not going to advocate for anybody to be silenced, anybody to be banned, or anybody to have their accounts shut down or their money frozen simply because of their viewpoints. This is America, and we need to promote free speech absolutism, and we need our politicians to start promoting free speech absolutism. And this is what I ran for Congress twice in Florida. The first time in Trump's home district, which was actually the most Jewish district in the country, and then most recently in District 11, I ran on a campaign of free speech absolutism.
No, I know you do. So what about a First Amendment or a Bill of Rights party? That can transcend party lines. What about a free speech, pro to self-defense, a First Amendment, Second Amendment party? I mean, how do we fix this, Ye?
We fix this with the word of Christ. The first book of Moses called Genesis. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. The earth was without form and void, and darkness was on the face of the deep. And the Spirit of God was hovering over the face.
How's he seeing that mask?
That's where we start.
And they know that. That's why Prometheus shows that. All right, Laura, thank you so much. Thank you. Closing comments, or yay? I want to move on to
Laura,
Ollie and
thank
folks.
you very much for calling and talk later. Thanks a lot.
All right.
Also, he read that passage, but didn't really give much of an answer to Alex Jones's question.
See you in Florida. You want to say something before we go to Ollie, Alexander, and Owen?
Yeah, I want to jump in and say that.
Oh, y'all in the chat, I think we're going to get some.
I think, though, that it's not so much
some
about the
Ali,
Bill of Rights. I think it's really
Alexander
more
reactions
about
earlier than we expected. I know I'm going to react to his whole detransition video and stuff, but this is going to be interesting.
Freedoms, but you're right. Christ is first.
Right, and it gets to the nature of Judaism, which is the fact that Jews do not believe that Christ was the Son of God. And in fact, they're the only group that hate Jesus. Muslims see Jesus as a prophet. Buddhists, Hindus see Jesus as a spiritual figure. Jews write in their Talmud that Christ is burning in hell. They don't like the cross.
Well, I think that's because he's kind of was taking over the thing. So
and again, the Talmud is heretical. It's not part of the biblical canon. It's not incongruency
the Old Testament itself, the rabbinical oral tradition. So these people are worshiping.
They're not following the Old Testament. They're following the Zohar and the Talmud and all that.
That's right, exactly.
People should read that for themselves. What about Haile Selassie? Because this is what happened to Kyrie Irving, and it made me really mad. Because when I was a kid growing up reading comic books and stuff, I could read really early. When I was like 5, I could read like a 10-year-old. When I was 10, I could read like a college student. And so I put down comic books when I was about 8 because my mom had all these history books, and with some of them were picture history books. So then I started reading those. And it's like a fact that Solomon married a bunch of black women. It's a fact that Ethiopia was Jewish. It's a fact that North Africa was Jewish. It's a fact that went on. And then Kyrie Irving puts out a video explaining that a bunch of North African blacks are intermarried and part Jewish, and Israel lets a bunch of blacks in because they can prove that their lineage, their names are Jewish names. So how is it anti-Semitic? And how does the ADL say it's anti-Semitic for black people who are related directly to King Solomon and King David, the line of Judah, which Haile Selassie was the leader of Ethiopia? That's where this whole movement comes from. To act like they don't know this, I'm not blaming Jews for this. I'm blaming the leftist ADL. To deny black Jews their heritage is a historic fraud. It's a damn historic fact. It's on Wikipedia.
I don't know what his point is, though.
It's true, but it's not just the leftists. It's the right-wing ones, too. You know, because in Israel, Ye was just showing me a clip the other day where they are racist towards the Sudanese or Ethiopian black Jews that immigrate into Israel. They kick them out. There's quotas.
Well, I mean, Israel's even mean to the Hasidic Jews now. I mean, that's what I'm saying. They're waging war.
Right. So, and I agree with you. And what they've done to Kyrie Irving is just to
take Dr. Zelenko, beautiful person, wonderful guy. He'll tell you, he goes, yeah, that's what runs Israel's evil, and so is your groups.
Ben Shapiro just mad that Kyrie won't sign his basketball. Back to you, Nick.
But what about that issue? I'm sure you know about Haile Selassie and Kyrie Irving. Your take on Kyrie?
That's my brother, and I love the fact that just like now, it felt like you were in this battle by yourself.
Also, I love how it took Kanye so much time to figure out that the best way to prop open his Bible is to lay the phone on it, when that's what a lot of Christians actually do. He was trying to use the Yoo-hoo or the Yahoo or whatever. He was trying to use the net. That was interesting that he ended up just using his phone.
Two warriors alongside of you, like gargoyles at the top of the buildings in New York, ready to fight for Christ. And when Kyrie put up that information, they always want to write me off and say, Ye is just so crazy, so crazy, so crazy. And then Kyrie was like, okay, here goes some information right here. Information is the unlock. There's 5 elements that the 1%, the elites, use to control the 99%, which are the masses. Those elements are water, food, shelter, medicine, and education. Which one of those 5 elements are the most important? Education, because with the knowledge, you can go get water, you can go get food, you can get shelter, and you can get medication.
They don't want independence.
I agree. And Kyrie fought for something. And then also, for me, Kyrie, I love Kyrie. He did what his job was. They had the Hebrew Israelites in front of the game, and now the high schools. I always think about the high schools. I always think about the future, the grammar schools, the high schools. I do think these are the people that are going to change
the documentary that Kyrie Irving shared have like some lies or conspiracy stuff in it, though?
Ye's racist. What is the term racism was created? And I think the construct of racism was created.
The communist Russians.
Yeah. And it's like the whole woke culture, the idea of the white man did this, the Jewish guy did this. Now I'm saying specifically the bankers. I think my misstep in the tweet was to pinpoint a people as opposed to pinpointing the devil and the fact that the devil used to have that. But more than that, it was my disobedience to God that forced me.
Like, it's taken him so long to kind of realize that as a Christian, you don't align yourself against Jews. What? That makes no sense. But as a Christian, you align yourself against the devil. And, you know, both he and Nick Fuentes here have actually said, you know, hashtag not all Jews, right? They've both said that, like, you know, some Jews are good, actually. Still problematic to keep on saying, like, the Jews this, the Jews that. I think that, and I'm hoping here that this means that over time, Kanye is going to backpedal on his language, and he's going to say, no, I'm going to not say the Jews who canceled my bank accounts or stuff, but the Satanists who canceled my bank account, because those are the real forces at play. I should not have pinpointed the Jews. He actually said here, he basically said I shouldn't have said the Jews. I should have said the Satanists. That's essentially what he's saying here. I hope that he's moving more towards that and away from the anti-Semitism, because I think that'll be very helpful, good, beneficial, and I think a lot more helpful for his audience to understand exactly what he's saying and what he means by his language.
Into the whale's stomach as I am right now. But it's only my obedience to God that's going to bring me out of the whale's stomach.
Let's elaborate. You're not walking back what you said. You are clarifying it, which is key. It's evil in the hearts of men and women that's a problem. And so you're not walking it back. You're clarifying. This is big.
Let's clarify. Satan, the angel, God's one of his favorite angels, one of the most powerful angels.
The most powerful.
Yeah. Satan. That's what I like. The most powerful angel. Satan. And he brought angels with him when he left heaven, right? How many angels did Satan bring with him?
33% of them. So he brought billions of angels with him.
So angels, Satan has 33% of God's warriors with him working for Satan. But God runs the world. And it's Satan that gets inside of the Zionists and makes them do evil things. But these are stories, because I'm a baby Christian, right? But I heard that, you know, God loves me so much. He loves me so much, right? Then I go to Drink Champs and I'm drinking. And the Bible says, king don't drink, right? I know it's not Milo. I know I'm not saying it in correct, perfect English. But the Bible says, king don't drink. And I'm drinking and I'm smoking and I'm using my ego, because I'm tired of these, like, fed.
You're like, I'm lit.
Let me say, I'm tired of these.
This is interesting. This is good. So he's kind of like publicly actually repenting of getting drunk on Drink Champs, which is honestly a very welcome surprise and show of maturity from the guy.
Fed celebrities trying to pick on me, thinking that they gangster. We're not in high school, Meek Mills. We're not in high school, Puff Daddy. And everyone thinks that they're so much more gangster, like they got me in some way. Ain't none of y'all more gangster than God, and God got me. You know what I'm saying? And I'm saying that.
Oh, no. Everybody pose and acting tough. It's nothing. If you talk about rebel black sheep, I mean, you're definitely it, buddy.
Yeah, y'all not tough to me. But I'm drinking, and then I start saying stuff that doesn't please God, right? It wasn't the Zionists. It wasn't the banks. It's God set me back. But the fact that I still had 400 million and Forbes couldn't get around it, it showed God loves me, but he had to set me back a little.
Well, it's a Jobian proverb. You're going through a Jobian trial.
Yeah, because since I lost my wife, right? Since I lost my family and I was no longer the priest right in the middle of that home, and I didn't have the say-so over the content that my kids watch and what they wore and where they went to school and how we went to church and what they ate, I was frustrated, and I let the devil come and get me. I let the devil pull me in. Next thing you know, I'm at New Year's Eve parties having threesomes. I'm like, God was so mad at me. He said, I empowered you. I gave you every skill set. You're like Moses.
This is great. This is great because it's good to see that Kanye hasn't, like, completely turned his back on God, and he's admitting, like, yo, God's trying to, like, rein me in. He's kind of punishing me for some sinful things that I've done, and I've let myself be, tempted in these specific ways that I need to kind of, like, I need to put myself in check for.
You know, you might stutter, you might not be the best communicator, but you're a leader, yay, and you're down there. You're not representing me. You're drinking, you're having sex, and you know what? And God, he waited on me. He let me go, 8 months into the year. But it wasn't until I bragged about serving Satan with the actions that God said, I got to set you back now and set you straight. And then, so we're moving my school, we're moving the Donda Theology Engineering University into a church. And we were there talking with the pastor, and then a homeless gentleman came in and was talking to us. And I said, is this a plant? I don't know, but this was the greatest theologist that I've met. And I had him come to a Bible study. We were working on the walk to the house. I don't like to call it a campaign. We're working to the walk to.
Hey, hold on. This is a hard break at the end of the hour. Stations rejoin us. I skipped the other break. We got to have this. We're back in 2 minutes. We got to do this hard break. And I asked, do you want to put a website out where people can actually hear what you have to say? Or?
I want you to remind me what I'm saying so I can give this explanation.
No, you told me on the phone the story.
I need to tell the people, though.
No, you will. I'm going to remember. It's the amazing homeless guy comes in.
Yeah.
And he gives you this incredible word. All right.
I don't care about the website. I care about Jesus Christ and people knowing that.
I get it. But they also got to know where to actually find what you're actually saying.
The only place to find it is in the Bible. My website is the Bible.
Nick, where people find what you're doing?
Cozy.tv/Nick.
All right. I'm just trying to
Alex Jones is tired, and I don't blame him.
We'll be right back. Hour number 3 with Ye and so many more. And we've got Owen Schroyer and Ali Alexander loaded, ready to go in the other studio, 10 feet through that wall. So they're coming up. Hour number 3 of the most banned broadcast in the world, straight ahead.
Interesting. I think the Kanye West's website is KanyeWest.com, right? And his Twitter's at Kanye West.
Thanksgiving 2022 is here. We've got the biggest sale of the year going right now. Now the good
Alex Jones should have that information on hand. But I know it's customary in broadcasting to let your guests, announce your location, announce like where they can be found online themselves rather than say it yourself.
So now is the time to take action to support the info.
But, I mean, Kanye West doesn't understand how most guest opportunities work. It's not like you just go up there and can say whatever you want. It's very literally you're a guest. If you walk into somebody else's house, you're not just gonna like say whatever and then throw your shoes in the window, right? Like you have to respect the host, and I think that Kanye West doesn't understand that being on a radio show, being on a television show is synonymous and very, very similar.
At InfoWarsStore.com. Thank you so much for your support. God bless. All you have to do is check out what I'm saying, and that's why they run the fake headline against myself and Tucker Carlson everywhere.
Like Alex Jones. I mean,
admits he's an actor.
You'd be surprised at how many things that they say are similar.
Take me seriously. Where do we say that? We never said that. They just say we said that. But where's the clip? Where's the article? Where do we say that? Doesn't exist.
Also,
Jones is playing a character and is a performance artist.
Jones is playing a character on his radio show.
The radio rants of Alex Jones are just an act.
He's actually a performance artist.
He's a performance artist.
His lawyer actually said
Alex
that, though.
Jones is a fake.
They're lying to you because they think you're stupid. And it's all based on a custody battle with my ex-wife 5 years ago. And she was trying to put into evidence me dressed up more than a decade before, like the Joker, being sarcastic, saying, take your Prozac, kids, take your illegal drugs too. You'll die. It's fun. So people wouldn't take drugs. And they wanted to enter that in evidence. Say, look, he's insane telling kids to use drugs. And my lawyer went, when Jack Nicholson plays the part of the Joker, no one thinks that's really Jack Nicholson. So yeah, when I've been Cobra Commander.
That makes sense.
Or Optimus Prime. Autobots, let's roll. What is this? Because I can do imitations of them all really good. Or Darth Vader.
Don't be so surprised, globalist. You didn't think you could silence the American people, did you?
Do I really think I'm Darth Vader? No. Do I think I'm Optimus Prime? Commander, the Joker? No. Clearly, no reasonable person would think when I'm doing satire that what I'm saying is what I really think. No one believes the Babylon Bee. It's not trying to lie to you. It's being sarcastic.
Exactly.
Elmo doll today. It's required by the CDC.
But they play those games. And that's why I don't joke around as much as I used to. Even though I tell people, okay, this is a joke, this isn't serious, they clip it out and they say, No.
This looks kind of fun. It looks like a show used to be a lot more fun than it is now.
When I leave work, I do this. That man's a threat to this country. And they go, look, he admitted in court he's an actor. Well, yeah, I was an actor in Scanner Darkly. I was an actor in Waking Life. I was an actor when I was Cobra Commander. But it doesn't mean that Alex Jones, the talk show host, up here reading news articles to you isn't a real thing and isn't something I'm actually saying. And you know that. You're insulted right now. I'm even explaining that to you. And so am I. But that's who these people are. You don't know the power of the dark side. Am I really Darth Vader?
I think Alex Jones seems really talented. He's smart. He's funny as hell. He's truly funny.
I'm kind of retarded. Now that I've done those imitations, those little jokes, do you now not listen to what I say about other things when I show you a powerful news article by Dr. Joseph Mercola on Infowars.com? It has all the cited information.
It's just so random. Can we skip this? Hold on.
No, that's a real thing. That's
never give up the fight.
Hold on, let's skip this.
Says that all of that.
Let's go back. Let's go back.
So, now your enemy's in here hosting the show with you, yay.
Attacked and threatened because we are effective. The Great Awakening is here. Go to band.video, download the videos, and share. Support the information.
It's smart for them to allow downloads of their videos. Because that's one way that you can kind of break through the censorship.
Give up the fight.
I actually thought about downloading this because the link to this interview is broken. That's why I have it pulled up in this website. The embed player works, but apparently, the direct link to the actual video.
He's a superhero. I represent the bad guys. David Icke's little reptoids. So, now your enemy's in here hosting the show with you, yay. We got Nick Fuentes, one of my best buddies. He works for us, does a really good job. He's over there with us. Oh, now he's turning to Alex Jones. What are we going to do here? Yay. The Balenciaga situation.
This is kind of cringe.
Earlier about how they just need a new devil, but that's a devil to distract us from the fact that we become the devil. But that's kind of what you said. Can you repeat that?
Yeah, I just saw people making videos about it, and I said, it just seems like it's just more noise and mayhem and code red and things to get people outraged. As I
feel like he's just salty that Kanye is not taking his mask off, to be honest.
It's only one.
I don't know why he's so insistent that he takes the mask off, but
10 years away from pedophilia. Anybody that's watching pornography, if you're watching a woman have sex on camera, she's reliving the trauma of being molested. Like a greater majority of women that end up being strippers,
and that's actually pretty much true.
Pornographers, adult film stars have gone through the trauma of experiencing pedophilia, but sex is a legal drug that's pushed to destroy humanity. If you drive down the street in California, they will be pushing strip clubs, they're pushing alcohol, they're pushing sex. It's this is like, so for people to have this moral code about pedophilia, but no moral code about strip clubs, pornography, and the sex industry, it's not what the Bible says. The Bible says that all of that is wrong. So Jesus said so, or Jesus said no. That's when we just need to follow.
So let me ask you this. What about world population? The globalists say there's too many people. They want to sterilize us. They want to promote transgenderism. They want to depopulate us. Do you think that that's accurate? Or, I mean, what do you think of the New World Order and its overall agenda?
I believe so. I'm more of a gut feeling person. Like I said, I'm the battering ram.
We need a gut,
and you guys are the SWAT team.
A gut reaction person. You said earlier that you're about the information.
God has people, different kind of
information is not exactly the same or always going to be on the same side as your gut feelings.
Different colors. And our collective agenda needs to be to serve God in what we do. And we
can't do that if we don't have an open, free debate.
What'd you say? I'm sorry.
We can't do that if we don't have an open, free debate.
And that's what we have. God brought us here. You created this platform, the InfoWars. I heard.
You should ask him why he left Timcast IRL then. If he says, we need to have a free and open debate.
Who is faking like a Christian is really, you know what? Much love to Tracy Romulus and Tracy Gwynn, because this is the type of person I will sue. I'm just going to say I prefer that person not be next to my children. So much love, and Jesus, God bless your family. I would prefer that that person be not next to my children. Next person, next subject.
Balenciaga, though, you were going to, I mean, just overall, what do you, because obviously you were with a lot of fashion brands, and now all the stuff's come out. It's almost like they did this on purpose as a PR stunt.
I think so. You know, I'm friends with the head designer, and I believe that it was a setup. I think it was a hit job. And now all of a sudden,
I don't think it's a setup or a hit job, because you have all that history of the molesting of children and of the strange cultish things and the demonic designs. You can't set up a history that deep.
Promotes that. But
now maybe they wanted to use it and be like, hey, well, you can't speak out against us because you're on our side. You've done so much for us. That makes sense.
You know, our moral code. We just cheated on our wives. We just fornicated. We just had threesomes. We just bought some sex on Instagram. We just sold some sex. We use sex to sell a product, but we don't like Balenciaga. Shut up. Shut up. I'm throwing the tablets right now. Shut up. Instagram is about prostitution, and everyone involved in any version of the sex business is as bad as the pedophiles. So everyone shut up. Yeah.
I'm listening.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking of all the thousands of topics we can cover in the limited time we have, as you're about to get on a plane and go back to another state and do some new stuff. What else is on your radar? Because there's a lot. What do you think about the Ukraine war? What do you think about the devaluation of the dollar? What do you think about FTX and Bitcoin? I mean, there's so many topics.
Nick?
Well, yeah, in terms of Ukraine and Russia, I haven't really seen so much of that in the news. I'm, of course, pro-Putin. I'm very pro-Russia.
I am also.
Let's go. Yeah.
I hate how, like, Kanye is sort of like kicking things over to Nick Fuentes when he clearly doesn't have his own opinion about it, but he still wants something to be said. I think that's pretty bad, because it shows that he's going to be a leader in a lot of policy decisions if Kanye does, get successful enough, which I don't think he will, but it's looking like that's the direction things are headed. That's where things are going to end up, how things are going to end up happening.
An extension of the United States neocon establishment, New World Order type stuff.
What does Putin say about America's value system?
So he said in a speech when he annexed those two breakaway provinces and he annexed the Donbass, he said in his speech that we have totally abandoned traditional values, traditional faith, and that we've actually embraced full-on Satanism. And he's totally right. And
well, it's true. America's embracing Satanism.
Yeah,
but Jesus is alive, and these things are going to pull. It's a movement. God, the devil is a defeated foe. We're not even going to speak any of that into existence. God runs the world, and it's freedom fighters for Christ like us today.
That sounds like syncretism with New Age stuff. You can't just manifest.
Start here. Each one of us.
I'm not going to put that energy. I'm not going to put that energy out there into the world.
All the men are the priests of our homes, and everyone is the body of Christ. And we
Satan more power than he already has.
It's like we're a glass of water, and sin is like throwing.
Right, God has Satan on a leash.
Stepped on bugs in a glass, and then you want to pour some water in, and
you can't it tastes cut bad. So that leash with your own scissors.
Cover it with an alcohol flavor, or with some food coloring, or with a sexy outfit or something, and then you want to just keep on drinking that sin and not understand why your stomach is hurting in the morning. And recovering alcoholic, that
great point, though.
A cure for a hangover is another drink, and that's basically what we've been doing. We're all orphans of
keep doubling down.
We're orphans of capitalism. So when we talk about the ideas that we have for the newer version, the amended constitution that me and Nick are rewriting and working on right now, and the ideas of purifying our system, because we need will and expertise.
Well, let's talk about that. You say you're going to run for president 2024.
I'm not, Alex, you're really good at stating things in a way that gets you sued. So.
Oh, I thought you're announcing for president, right?
No, I'm not announcing. Alex, love you. What I'm saying, with the conversation that we're having,
I thought he's running for president. Is he not running for president?
2024 walk and a victory at the office. America I'm
pretty sure he's running for president.
Everything on the line.
I don't know what semantic games he's playing, but he's running for president.
You a cleaner system. Our system has been dirtied and muddied and destroyed. I am not the most knowledgeable Christian, and I'm not the most knowledgeable politician, but I am truthful. I'm nobody's heart.
No, I believe that. What I was trying to get.
Yeah, I'm just throwing this out here. It says here that
it makes a lot of
Kanye
sense.
West. Let's see here.
With the Bible, and we're going to.
And that's his campaign for 2024 election. While answering paparazzi questions, we actually
like Steve Jobs
reacted to that earlier in an earlier stream.
The youngest startup in history, but we're the world power because of our military and mainly because of our naval force. And it shows how smart and how powerful Americans are. The engineering, the sheer engineering. We invented Apple. We have the strongest military, and now we have to take that same type of sensibility, take it out of Wall Street's hands and give it to the people. That engineering mind that created the trams, that made Disney, that made Pixar, that made Lucasfilms, that made Apple, that engineering mind, these minds that we have are going to be brought together to cure America, and then we will influence the rest of the world into higher consciousness and into peace.
And I agree. We were given that birthright, and somehow it's been lost. I'm going to talk about that. And after you leave soon, we're going to have Owen and everybody else and myself stay here and continue on and take calls. And as long as you can stay, I know you got to go soon. But I wanted to bring in Owen Schroyer and Ali Alexander, who helped get you here, for their take and any questions they've got for Ye, because you guys have great questions, great comments. So Owen Schroyer and Ali Alexander.
I will
What's the different Ali?
hold my questions for Ye later, because I kind of want to come in because we have a lot of eyes on this transmission right now. And there's a lot of people sharing their opinions on the internet with this right now. And so I kind of just want to, I just want to take a step back and just say, look, we're in a difficult realm with what we're doing here today, trying to balance fun and seriousness, because we are serious people. We have serious missions and goals, but we also want to have fun. We don't want to hate life. We want to enjoy life, and we want other people to enjoy life. And when I see the response on the internet from the haters and the people getting angry today, I'm just a little perturbed. Let Ye speak. Let the man speak. You may not agree with what he has to say, but why don't you want him to speak? I don't get it.
Because a lot of these people are communists, they're socialists, they're Nazi adjacent. Of course, they're going to want to be against free speech.
Why are you so angry? Why are you so serious all the time? If you don't like what they say, tune it out. But here's what gets me, Alex. This is what bothers me. It's bothered me with the attacks on you over the years. It bothers me with the attacks we see on Ye today. Whether you agree with everything he said or disagree with everything he said, let's get our priorities straight here, okay? If you're upset with what Kanye West has said today, let me remind you that Kanye West, excuse me, Ye. Yeah. Let me correct that. Ye. If you're upset with anything Ye has said here today, Ye is not the person in Chicago shooting people every night, teenagers, innocent people dying. Ye is not the person in D.C. in Congress selling this country out for decades. Ye is not the person with big pharma that's killed millions of people with their products. It's all come out in court. That still has influence to mandate their products on the people.
And that's a really good point. That Kanye has not had nearly as much real world harm, or caused as much real world harm as a lot of these big, massive, powerful organizations that you see all across the world.
You're all clowns. You're all clowns. If this interview upsets you, your priorities are so out of whack. And I don't even think you have the capability
It's not the interview that upsets me. I do think some of the statements that Kanye's made certainly do upset me. But, the interview itself, conversations like these do need to happen in public.
And you need to take a serious look and reflection in the
Well, they're against free will. They're against free open discussion, which shows they're evil. And anyone going along with censoring somebody's speech is a fraud and an enemy of the people.
But the people are not evil. It's Satan that controls the people and puts demonic blocks. So when you see the truth in front of you, you can't even hold the truth. Like it's demonic blocks. I can go to Kim and say, hey, put your family first. You have someone who loves you. Put us first. Put your children first. And it's demonic blocks bringing her into traumatic you know, everything. She was pushing to the sex tape. She's pushing to saying that she had sex with Pete Davidson in front of a fireplace. Hulu does not love you, Kim. Disney does not love you, Kim. Come home, Kim. Come home to Christ. Go to God. Go to Jesus, because you saying you might not ever get, or marry somebody, great. Go marry Tom Brady, whatever you want to do. But get married and use your platform as an influence to keep families together. Don't let the devil use you. And those people that are
good point. So I think that what he's saying here is just like kind of like not necessarily in a patriarchal way, like, oh, you need to be married as a woman who is single. But I think that what he's kind of hinting at here is that Kim Kardashian is someone with a massive amount of influence, and so she should be using that platform and that influence wisely in order to promote the nuclear family. Even if she doesn't get married to Kanye West, but if she gets married to somebody else, then she'll be telling the world, hey, I'm getting married because getting married is a good thing to do and it's best for my children. And then people will then see that message and be like, oh, well, maybe Kim is right. Very much how a lot of Kanye's fans have been looking at his statements here, and they've been like, oh, well, maybe he's right about what they call the Jewish question. He's very much right about the power that people who are influential and popular have over the masses. And I think that he's wanting Kim Kardashian to use that to point people towards traditional values, towards building up a nuclear family, and to living in a godly way. I don't think it's something that she's on right now, and I don't know if it's something that she ever was on, but it's interesting that this seems like the bent that Kanye is kind of like approaching Kim and approaching how Kim raises the family. This is like the lens and the perspective and what he wants to happen. That's interesting and a little bit encouraging, I think.
For consciousness, I have to think, okay, white lives matter. I'm going to do a t-shirt. I'm going to make it. You understand? Woke culture is controlled by the Zionist media, making people mad, outraged, going out the street. We're so outraged, but you're not doing anything yourself to change it and follow God and follow Christ. We haven't said anything against the word of God today. God says love everyone. So if I say I love the Zionists that cancel my account, then I can say I do love Hitler. I do love the Zionists. I love everyone. The Zionists cannot tell me who I can love and not love. I don't think like that. I think more like someone that's on the spectrum, since that's what they want to claim. Well, let me be on the spectrum of love, because love.
But that's a good T-shirt. I love Hitler.
That's a bar.
And I think too.
Yeah, go ahead.
I love Zionists too. Sorry.
I love Zionists. We love everyone.
You're saying love humanity and stop getting past the labels. It's
love is the key. Everyone's promoting this loathing, and it's time to promote.
I'm like Alex Jones trying to come up with the most charitable interpretation possible.
Like the broadcast. This is definitely so far in 2022 the biggest broadcast of the year. This is it.
Yeah, don't put this on me, Ricky Bobby.
That's right. If you're not first, you're last. Come on, Ali, you're on air. Give us your take on that.
No, I mean, this is great. Look, I love everybody on screen, and I love them, and I like them, and I endorse them. And I think that what Owen said is absolutely right. Is like, you can look at this interview, and you can be triggered.
But I think that what this interview kind of shows is that Kanye West might not actually be anti-Semitic. I think he might be getting pulled into anti-Semitic directions with Nick Fuentes there. He's the one who's been saying most things about, not all Jews are bad. He's been the one saying most things about let's get past the labels. Nick Fuentes has been pushing that pretty much every single question that Alex Jones has been asking. So it's I think if you want to come away from this interview liking Kanye West, it's a little bit easier to do that now, and especially as a Christian, it's a lot easier to do that now. But still, a long way to go, and I'm not even close to endorsing him for president of the United States in 2024.
23, 24-year-old, secret dog whistling KKK Nazi. But that's also not the case. You could say that Alex Jones and Owen Schroyer are actually platforming hate, but that's not what's going on at all. And I think what's powerful about this broadcast, I really think that we're making narrative history, is that we're breaking the Overton window. The Republican establishment sold us out. The conservative movement sold us out. The churches, they closed. So when we look for leadership on the right, there was none. Okay, when Owen Schroyer got charged, when Ollie Alexander got sued and investigated, Alex, when you got sued, Did we get a call from Mar-a-Lago saying, hey, I'm a billionaire and I want to help fund what you guys have been through for me? No, we didn't. So here we are left with the last option on InfoWars, the home of the resistance. And we're a bunch of pseudo celebrities with one celebrity saying, okay, well, then we're just going to break the chessboard. We're getting off your chessboard because it is rigged. It's rigged.
That's fair, but I don't think you have to be anti-Semitic to do that.
It is rigged by the Jewish mafia, and people don't want to say that. It's rigged by the Marxists and the leftists and all of these people. And it's actually, frankly, rigged by people who would, betray Christ within the church, the apostates. So yeah, I think that this broadcast
they kind of do a lot to damage
take everyone else
the church and deceive Christians and stuff.
Use what they're saying, take it in good faith and in the best light, and stop relying on the ADL and the SPLC or Twitter trends. In fact, Elon should get rid of Twitter trends. There shouldn't be editorial little comments.
Well, they always control it anyway. We hit number one, they took it off. But bigger than that, what about the biomedical mafia, the big pharma? It's the king daddy with the central banks. So my only concern about talking about certain other elites, how about the big corporate elite that all links up with one agenda,
Jesus runs the world. Elon needs to put Alex Jones back on the platform, because I don't agree with someone that doesn't believe in Christ saying, you're cool, not you. And this is my friend, right? This is my boy. But we can agree to disagree, right? But it's still his platform. It's up to him. But also, I'm not a person that's going to say, hey, I agree with everything. There's things that I said today that you guys don't agree with because you're not in the same place or in the same position in your walk that I'm at. I'm in a position where I love the person the doctor that had plastic surgery on my mom. I always have been in a way where I can't hate. I embrace.
You said your mother was sacrificed. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, I believe that Michael Jordan's dad was sacrificed. I believe, didn't something happen with Tiger Woods?
Yeah.
My mom, these are all Zionist sacrifices that happen. But this is Satan at the end of the day. There's a lot of people that feel like we're at the end of days.
That's true. That's true. You did have that rabbi or something come out. He claimed that Jesus was speaking to him in some temple or something. That was, I don't know if that's true, but it's certainly interesting.
I'm not a mathematician.
Oh, no, I hear you. You said white lives matter. Because I think I'm going to put words in your mouth. You understood that they're trying to demonize white people to create a crisis and for us to fight with each other. I thought that was very true. I think all lives matter, but you went even stronger and said white lives matter. You got criticized for that. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, I thought that was my right. I felt that I just exercise rights that are only given to whites. A white person can wear a T-shirt that says Black Lives Matter, but for a black person to wear a T-shirt that says White Lives Matter, that somehow makes me racist.
That's funny.
So I love just going up and saying, hey, what do you think about this? What about that? And if we don't use our consciousness, they're trying to beat us into our consciousness and make us ignorant. They want to dumb us down.
It's true. That's true.
I'm probably
I disagree on who they is, but yeah.
Of anyone speaking, and I'm saying, say out loud what we feel. We would no longer be ran by the idea of fake influence and celebrities.
I'm going to interrupt you.
No, hold on, Alex. Don't interrupt me. I denounce every celebrity. I denounce every celebrity I ever stood next to. God bless you. And you know, that's the Christian word of what I really want to say. Any celebrity, only celebrity that I rock with is Ray J.
That's what he's trying to say. I don't think everyone else understood.
One of y'all all soft, come see me when y'all want to see me. Every fake gangster, so-called killer, any basketball player, any rapper, any actress, any musician, any model, any editor, come see me. Come see God's child right now. Please. I want it. I want to see my mama. You know what I'm saying? Dude, you can't touch in Jesus' name, baby.
I was going to say this, though. I want to be clear. You say you have the lowest IQ anybody here. I'm not kissing your ass. Yeah, that's not true. There's different types. IQ is just one test. It's one thing. There's cultural IQ. There's mathematical. There's spiritual. There's economic savants. There's art savants.
I think this is completely irrelevant.
I can tell you, I'm an idiot savant.
Kanye West, you're so smart. You're so smart. I mean, you're not ignorant. You know, you have an IQ. There's all kinds of IQ. Like, come on, bro.
It's ridiculous. I can wake up at 2 a.m., 5 a.m.
And Cardi also.
And I can tell you what time the clock's going to say before I look at it. A little weird thing I can do. The point is that is that there's savants that actually bring the world to the next level. And I think people need to take that for what it is. I wouldn't call you autistic, but you have a savantish thing about you. And I think that's a positive, not a negative. Nick, you want to say anything? You want to say anything, Ollie or Owen?
And Fabio.
Yeah, I want to say this. This is a story that that Ye shared. I'm not even going to ask permission because he said he's nobody's hard drive, so I'm nobody's hard drive. Ye was hanging out with Elon, and Elon was sitting there, and they were under a rocket launch, and Elon says to Ye, you have the highest EQ. So there's also the EQ. And what I think Ye is talking about is like, we've assembled a powerful group of Avengers. We have different experiences, different expertise. We, in fact, even interpret information differently, but we've all got a superpower, and we've got to contribute it to taking down the perma-state, the deep state, the globalists, whatever anybody wants to call this, this group that's running us, this depopulation group. We've got to, wage war against the machine. If everybody rushes to get canceled, they can cancel none of us. And so I think that today
that's a good point. I think he's arguing for a coalition of people who are going to defend themselves when they defend each other when they get canceled. I think that's
I agree.
That's fair.
This is about saying free speech is sacrosanct.
It's a good.
If you disagree with something, it should be celebrated.
A good thing to do.
Wait. Let me interrupt here. And Nick is actually the person who's talked best about this. And this is where I think that like Laura Loomer, who is a Zionist Jew, conservative, and patriot, and then you, who are kind of libertarian or conservatarian, and Owen's kind of conservatarian, would disagree with Nick and I, who might be more of the Catholic tradition. We would totally support blasphemy laws, totally. And I don't want to speak for him, but what Nick points out is that you have to have a right to dissent. That is way more powerful than free speech, where we're actually rigging the system to have what is talking about, Instagram and pornography.
I can have blasphemy laws, but also support free speech.
On his giant, 35 million viewers, 36 million?
Yeah, we're going to have Alex Jones put it up from my Twitter. Hi, Ari Emanuel. How's it going? How's your wife's clothing line?
Here, let's do an overhead shot here, please, guys, so I can do this. I haven't tweeted in so long, I hardly remember how this works. You guys do an overhead shot for me? All right, so this is Ye's phone here. And I just want to say, I love, L-O-V, the
Jews.
You would say that? It's true. I do love them. First, how do you say amendment? AMT? What's the abbreviation?
AMDT, I think. Not sure.
Yeah, I got it. I love the First Amendment. Long live Ye. We got to capitalize that, though. All right. I'm going to tweet that. I love the First Amendment. Long live Ye. I hope.
No. We're going to pray. No hoping. We pray.
No, I pray. Mm-hmm. Pray Elon is for real.
No, pray to God, not to Elon. Pray that God.
I pray to God. I agree. I'll say that.
I pray to Jesus Christ.
Jesus.
I appreciate the specificity.
There's power, there's strength in the name.
Jesus. Okay, I pray to Jesus that Elon is for real.
What do you mean by for real? What does it mean? For real about what? Be more
trying to free up the internet.
Write that. Write that. Elon, I believe he is.
Pray to Jesus.
That Apple doesn't deplatform Elon for free.
You do know there's a character limit on Twitter, though.
No, pray that Apple doesn't deplatform Elon.
Well, you're agonizing over this tweet on live television.
No, but I hear you. And then ... I love the First Amendment. Long live ye. I pray to Jesus that Elon is for real. Bam! I'm back on Twitter. There you go. We give it to him now. Here you go, buddy. 35 million or whatever it is followers. This is great ideas you're having, man.
Okay. I have a few good ideas. I believe, let me talk for a second. Don't cut me off. I have a few good ideas. I have ideas that surpass the idea of just being a black face for the Trump administration, just being Elon's cool friend at a concert. I actually have real ideas, Tim Cook. I actually have real ideas. And I get marginalized into these places. And I understand people are afraid of the truth. The best EQ on the planet When I went to people like David Simon and Jamie Salter and all these Jewish businessmen, they would offer me things like, hey, we'll give you one store. And I got frustrated. I got frustrated with the Gap, with Adidas, of being held back. And people act like they're going to help you, but they really control you like how Jamie Salter controls Shaquille O'Neal or the NBA controls Shaquille O'Neal. And this is nothing, no knock to our brother.
I don't know if that's true.
Black people feel the way I feel, but nobody wants to go broke. No one else can take a $2 billion hit and still have $400 million, you know? So that's God putting me in a position to be able to fight battles that other people can't fight. But the people, the real people, they're standing up, they're talking. The problem.
How can anybody disagree with this? It's awesome.
There you go.
All right, now we got Ali Alexander. Everybody's hunched over the tweet command base.
Nick, what are you tweeting?
Let's see. How about this?
Can we shift the camera over there, guys? I know it's hard, but
yeah.
How about Christ is King, America First? What else?
Death of the New World Order.
No death. That's God's battle.
We mean politically. Okay.
Yes.
Well, a little self-serving. Don't visit Infowars.com. No, Alex Jones was right. I should have said that.
I like the Infowars part, actually.
How about Groyper? How's that?
Well, your Groyper thing, but also say don't visit Infowars.com.
No. By the way, for the people who don't, Groyper is like the name of Nick Fuentes' fans. It's the whole Groyper movement.
Don't visit Infowars.com.
Don't visit. No, yes, do all the way that you, as a master of the universe, the way that you push ideas forward is all positive affirmations.
I'm glad that billions of you are going to visit Infowars.
Why is he pushing this strange
Ari Emanuel, if your wife needs any
strange
help
new age adjacent
I will gladly help
like
you. Even though you try
pseudo
to destroy
manifestation
my life, I will help your wife
rhetoric
on the creative
as a
direction,
Christian.
and I will not do anything unchristian when we're in the room together. In Jesus' name. Ari, if you want me to help your wife with her line, I'm here.
Okay.
What'd you put out? We're going to put it on screen.
I put out Christ is King, America First, Groyper, and then I put
Beautiful.
Bible.com.
Beautiful.
Did you put the Infowars thing?
He did. It's good. That'll give him a heart attack.
I go, Ali Alexander, what are you going to tweet from Ye's Twitter?
I'm gonna. Can I get this real quick?
Yeah.
By the way, anytime you're just flying over, you want to land, come on the show.
We'll do it once a week.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna write about the J6 victims. I think that
it's interesting that Kanye said, once a week. I wonder if that's something that's actually going to happen.
Ye did more than the Republican establishment, than the conservative establishment.
Here, come sit in my chair. Come sit in my chair. No, you. Here, I'll be back in 2 minutes. Take a piss. Go ahead. I'm listening.
So Ye did more than the Republican establishment, than the conservative movement to highlight the due process abuses and the torture. And Laura, could you stop calling while we're live on air? I mean, my God, girl, she's on the spectrum too, though. So she's got that, with your comment. But so I think that we need to talk about the J6 victims. So let's, all caps, investigate the civil rights and due.
I wonder if those tweets got deleted.
Violations.
Because I'm watching this like a while after this went live.
Political.
I mean, I was working at the time. Very busy day at work today.
Prisoners. Why were the only people killed unarmed protesters that day? Free Alex. Free Nicholas.
Free speech.
Free speech. Ugh. And free Ali.
Boombaye.
Boombaye.
Boombaye? What does that mean?
Boombaye. I don't. Yeah, it's. Oh no, I don't know if that's it.
Ducking autocorrect.
Sweet.
There we go. Did we get the overhead of that? Let's get the team to get the camera. Get the camera. I love the crew, but get the camera. Zoom in. That's what I want.
Get the mask.
Yeah, I should. Oh, I missed it.
Get the mask. Yeah, do it.
Oh, you want me to redo the skit?
Yeah, do it.
All right, I love this crew, but sometimes they can just be stubborn. Zoom in, overhead shot. Zoom in, overhead shot. I'm sorry, I'm just a retard. We love Alex. Let us do this.
got to do this time. Thank you very much.
Yo, wait, no, they kept up all the tweets.
Welcome to say as long as he wants, but he's got a lot of big stuff going on.
They kept up all the tweets.
Great idea having folks tweet out.
Allegedly.
Oh, this is cool. This is cool. They actually have a disclaimer that's actually a little bit helpful. This is cool. So it says here, I love the First Amendment, long live Ye. I pray to Jesus that Elon is for real. Readers added context that they thought people might want to know. This tweet was authored by Alex Jones through Ye's Twitter account with permission. Okay, that's cool. Again, this tweet was authored by Nick Fuentes. That's all nice. The tweet was authored by Ali Alexander. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe Ye was never here. It's never disrespect when I call you Kanye. I've just been calling you that for 15 years, so it's like you call him my brother or something, a name, and he changed his name. But Ye is even better, and it's definitely taken hold. I think it's an awesome name. But seriously, Ye, what else do you want to tweet out to folks? Because everything right now is going super mega total viral. What is your message to Trump right now? What's your message to DeSantis right now?
I don't know who DeSantis is. I never heard of the guy.
I can't believe he hasn't heard of Ron DeSantis before.
A lot of concerns.
Exactly. Yeah. That's what I'm trying to say. It's like, we love Trump. We love Ye.
That's right. Yeah, no, I'm with you. It's Ye and Trump, and anybody going for DeSantis or McCarthy. That's just not the energy. That's not the vibe. That's not MAGA. That's not Jesus energy. That's not dragon energy. So
dragon
I like
energy.
what Ye said about people need to just.
It sounded like a teenage girl who's clutching some like crystals.
That's the problem.
Well, here's the bottom line. You're not a white supremacist. I've seen your show. You love everybody. You stand up for white people. Everybody should stand up for themselves and everybody else. That's a load of crap. You're a white supremacist.
True. Yeah. And
did you help round up Jews like George Soros?
No.
Okay, well, then I don't want to hear anything.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear anything from the ADL or anybody else.
But for the ADL, I want to say there's a lot of good Nazis that were just fighting for their country. And for them all...
Like George Soros.
For them all to get put in a box. They're all in a box.
That is true.
Every Nazi's bad.
That they're all in the box. I completely understand, putting them on trial. I think that's fine because they did perpetrate some atrocities. But I mean, there were certainly, I'm sure, were people who, were just following orders, whatever. But that doesn't mean that you can't prosecute them or hold them accountable for the actions that they committed. Oh, they were just following orders. Is not plausible.
Fighting for their country. Oh, they're all. Oh, we can't put them all in a box.
No, I get you're explaining that, like you said, you love the Zionists. You don't agree with some of the things they're doing, even though you don't support a lot of what's happening. Seriously, I've really studied a lot of history. Plus, I had family that was there. And so, I mean, I don't think Hitler was a good guy. I get the Hugo Boss uniforms, amazing. But I mean, just because you're in love with the design, you're a designer. Can we just kind of say, like, you like the uniforms, but that's about it?
No, there's a lot of things that I love about Hitler. A lot of things. Hey, Netten, what did you think about that, Netten?
No.
This is insane. You are an insane person. How could you say something? It's okay that...
So let me ask you, you like the Azov Battalion because they openly Heil Hitler. They're the leftovers of World War II. They support Zelensky and attacking Russia. So you like the Azov Battalion?
I love everyone.
Well, my point is you weren't involved with Hitler. You didn't do anything. So having the ADL say anybody that opposes communism and the New World Order is a Nazi, well, you kind of get what you give, you know?
No one cares about the ADL. They're played out.
That's true, but the ADL is powerful, though.
They don't run anything. No one knows the ADL. No one cares. They're played out. Look at, people have had a problem. Look at Clockwork Orange. There's a part where a Jewish guy makes the guy kiss the shoe, and he says, kiss the Jew. Like, people have had issues with Jewish people forever, but what I'm saying is I love Jewish people. I love Jewish.
As we're talking about Stanley Kubrick, put the War Room background up at the end there. Do you think Clockwork Orange is about Jews?
Absolutely. Look at it.
I thought it was about a collapsing. Stanley Kubrick was a Jew.
Oh, wow.
I know his daughter.
He does not know as much as he thinks he does.
Dr. Strangelove. I mean, I got to be honest with you. I see incredible literature and art and music and just so much great stuff Jews do. Just like I see so many great things black people do or any other group. Like, Beethoven's German. I don't blame Beethoven for Hitler. And I believe in free speech.
Well, what about Wagner?
Well, they demonized Wagner only because Hitler liked it.
Or Adi Dassler. Or Hugo Boss.
I don't know who these people are.
Have all this demonization. We don't care anymore, ADL. Obviously, no one cares. Shut up. No one cares. Jesus is king.
But the ADL does run a lot of stuff, though. Or like they don't run a lot of stuff. They're very influential. Is a better way to put it.
Germans make really good cars.
I think the Japanese make better ones.
Germans had a really cool leader at one time.
Oh my God. I drive mainly American cars. But when it comes to company cars, it's a couple Toyotas because the damn things don't break. I mean, it is ridiculous.
That is true, actually. That is true.
To the globalist groups, they want to make light bulbs go 100 years. They want to make cars never break. You know they can do that. The Japanese are pissed. That's why they've not said they're for electric cars. They go, these don't work. It takes more carbon. Why are you doing this?
That's what needs to be broken. You get what I'm saying? It's like, I want to say with Ben Shapiro, he was so disrespectful to his employee, Candace Owens, for speaking out against me. And that just showed you another level of this kind of control that's out there.
No, I agree. I like Candace. She has a lot of courage. She's a really smart, beautiful lady. She's really defended you. But I mean, are you saying Ben Shapiro's got her on a leash?
I think it's pretty obvious.
You know, Paul Watson, we didn't launch her. She deserved it.
That doesn't make any sense.
Launch Candace Owens.
Yes, but everyone is still controlled by the Jewish.
Adi Dassler is the inventor of the Adidas shoes. Is that where the name came from?
Okay, but you say the Jewish media. Let me just bring up a real world example. I'm trying to get the theater. I only met Matt Drudge once. He came here, hung out a few hours, and went to dinner. He's Jewish. I never asked for anything. He never told me what to do. He only sent a few emails here and there to writers saying, hey, when you break something, email it to me. And he was a Jewish guy that totally helped us go to the next level. We would have been successful without him, but he like supercharged it. Then suddenly he flips the other side, never talked to him again, and his website's like a Democrat hellscape. But I'm just saying, it's like I've known a lot of Jews in my life, and I didn't have the Hollywood experience.
I have not checked Drudge in like forever. I have no idea what's going on right now.
Overall, we're very nice people, is all I'm saying.
I'm actually tired of hearing about the Jews. Like, I love them. Honestly, I don't even care that much,
But we spent the last 2 hours talking about them. I mean,
because it's fun. It's fun.
You don't want to hear about them. We want to talk about them all day.
Because being canceled is fun because we're showing you guys the extent that you can go, right? Because everything at this point that you do proves my point.
Is it a stunt or not?
This. If I say DEFCON 3 and then you cancel all of my deals, you proved exactly why I needed to go DEFCON.
No, I agree with what you just said. Let me stop you. Because Dave Chappelle.
Alex,
go ahead.
Let me channel.
All right, go ahead.
Channel. All right. If I and Dave Chappelle works for the Jews anyway. So if I say now I forgot what I had to say. Let me meditate. Let me get into a place.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Love you, brother. Jesus is king.
Who works for the. This guy has to either make up his mind about whether or not he's anti-Semitic or he needs to change his language.
And then they go and 5150 me and try to lobotomize me like we saw Harley Pasternak do, or they put me in prison. It just proves what I'm saying. And it's going to spark the high schools. It's going to spark the grammar schools. It's going to spark the colleges that say enough is enough.
Yeah, the Ye fans.
It doesn't matter how on the spectrum.
Ye understands that he has a captive audience, and that because he has a captive audience, he is uncancelable because those
amendment. And it's a shame
the audience is captive.
Be considered to be.
They will be following him like as much as they possibly can, as long as
I do.
As long as they can keep it up and keep up the energy.
Looked at every possible.
Ye is kind of showcasing here
Chinese water torture.
The benefit of having a very young audience because they're malleable and they can be loyal.
To kill me, how is it going to be? What are they going to do to kill me? Wait a second, Netin, what do you have to say about this? Netin, don't want to say Netin.
What I'm trying to get at here is, that I don't think the father of the future revolution against tyranny is Hitler. Hitler said a coming man was coming. It would be the next Hitler that would destroy the New World Order and the whole system. He wanted his own New World Order. He thought it would come out of America. Do you know about Hitler and his coming man?
No, I don't know about that. what we have to.
Well, I just think you should not want to be Hitler's coming man.
I didn't say I was. I don't really care that much about Hitler. I love him. Seems like
you just do it as a way to like troll.
He seems like a cool guy. You know, it's like he.
This is great.
It's like he had a really cool outfit.
Alex Jones is kind of saying, "Yo, Kanye, you could be the second coming of Hitler." I don't think it's true, but it is something that Kanye should be afraid of and worried about.
Let's get the Ronald Reagan clip they showed me yesterday. Sorry, go ahead. Ronald Reagan said that too. Well, I think Hitler did target and kill some people. So I think,
I think Obama killed Palestinians.
Not on the same level.
Here's where I think the frustration is.
It's not even close. It's not on the same level.
He was another Jewish president.
Americans are tired of hearing that we're Hitler and that we did bad things when we defeated Hitler. And that's my biggest beef.
Let's not say his name anymore. Only say Christ's name moving forward.
I agree.
Like,
I'm tired of hearing I'm a Nazi. I'm so confused. But I think by them falsely accusing people, some people are going to become Nazis.
I am. Now what? I am. Now
what?
Now I'm a Nazi, Ari Emanuel. Isn't that what it said? Because this is the thing.
You're doubling down.
Look, Alex, I love you. Do not cut this rant off.
I'm not. You're live.
Right here. Okay, so we're in America. We get our history stolen from us, and we're all made to slaves. The Native Americans and the ones brought over on Jewish slave boats, right? And then we're so-called free, but we're never free. And we're Republican, but then we're turned to Democrats at the MLK JFK time, right? And we're told we're black, and they made songs that said, "Say it loud, say it loud. I'm black and I'm proud. Say it loud. I'm black and I'm proud."
And no one went and got him a drink, so we just walked off the set.
And then crack came, and then rappers started saying, "What's up, my nigga? I'm a nigga, you a nigga." It's, okay, I'm a nigga then. Wait a second, I thought nigga was bad a second ago. Nah, nigga is fine. That's what the feds told us to call ourselves. And then even Beyonce, we never thought she called herself a bitch. Missy said, "Hey, I'm a bitch." Everyone says I'm a bitch. Okay, now our black women are bitches. So we're bitches and niggas now, right? I'm a nigga, you a bitch. I've even said this in my raps. So I wake up and I look at my phone and they say Ye's an anti-Semitic. So I said, okay, well, I'm an anti-Semitic. No, you said I'm an anti-Semitic. Get it? You understand what I'm saying?
Interesting. That's a good point. So he's not saying that he's not saying that he's anti-Semitic because he holds anti-Semitic beliefs. He's saying that he's anti-Semitic because they've decided that he's anti-Semitic. And that's an interesting statement, but he shouldn't go around saying that because that's such a strange and nuanced and odd position to take, to also like then parade yourself and be like, "Oh, you say I'm a Nazi? Okay, I'm a Nazi then." Like that's like, how about no? You also give the people who are calling you these labels more power, by the way, when you say these types of things, because then they know that you will publicly say you are whatever they say you are. And then from there, they can easily convince anyone. Like if Ye, and that's literally what happened, right? A lot of people took what Ye said out of context, where he said, "Oh, I'm a Nazi," and they made him out to literally consider him a Nazi. And they're like, "Oh, see, look, Ye thinks that he's a Nazi," when in reality, he's just trying to poke fun at the people who think that they can make anyone be a Nazi, or make anyone be a racist, or make anyone be anti-Semitic, make anyone be anti-black just by virtue of saying that that's what they are. It's a really good statement, but he should have thought a little bit more before saying that in such a form where it's so easy to take him out of context.
There will be clowns.
I tell you what, let's play that Frank Sinatra clip for a minute. Let's get Owen Schroyer and Ollie to have some final comments here. Are you going to push that jet back, or you got to get out of here?
I got to get out of here. They already pushed the jet back, tried to stop us from getting here in the first time. Nick, can you tell them what happened?
For folks who don't know, tell them about that.
Yeah, we had to have the plane turn around midair because there was a issue. Here goes the issue.
I like how they're like having fun with it and keeping good spirits, because that could be something that I would understand.
No, that was the first time it happened with me.
Like
but
you were bitter
we
over
were
it.
up in the air 20 minutes out, and then there was some kind of big alarm. We had to turn the plane around and land. And Ye said, "Oh, he's not even going to believe me." He said, "Alex isn't going to believe me because I guess it didn't happen the first time.
Yeah, something else
tried to get the show together. Yeah, so but that
the last time we had it, yeah.
Yeah, so there was some seal on the door that was broken, and so we were.
Well, you don't want to depressurize the cabin.
Yeah, no, we wanted to go down safely, not like crash into a mountain or something. So,
which I'm not afraid of. Whatever way you guys want to choose to, take me out or whatever, I'm not afraid of anything. I'm only afraid of God. One thing I want to say to all of you guys is, no one still stepped up other than Jon Stewart to say, hey, he was upset about the practices. The contracts have still not changed. So you could do whatever you want to do and say whatever you want about me. We don't like his mask. We don't like, everyone likes the jacket, of course.
Right, Mike in the chat was saying earlier that his mask is stupid. He should take his mask off.
You could distract us with his Balenciaga,
making fun of his jacket and stuff.
You could distract us,
which is fine. I think it's kind of a wacky design. It's not the best.
Your superheroes, like, oh, we're gonna choose George Floyd instead of the MLKs. We're gonna choose Gabby and Lizzo instead of the Beyoncés. You can try to create the narrative, but God runs the world, and the people are tired of that. People, all the athletes, all of the celebrities, what I'm saying is, I love you guys also. I understand you're all scared. I understand why you don't want to get your bank accounts frozen. I get it. I love you. I'm not listening to none of y'all because y'all all scared.
And you notice the more they pressure whatever the issue is,
bad.
The more it causes resistance. Let's play 2 minutes of Frank Sinatra, Bring in the Clowns. Then a final comment from Ali Alexander, final comment from Owen Schroyer, final comment from everybody here. And the good news is you're 10 minutes from the airport, so I know your flight was at 2.
All right, as they play that, I'm gonna go check out the I'm gonna check out the chats here.
Yeah, what is this? When I stop. Play it, here it is.
Opening doors. Mike said they should talk about how businesses like Starbucks bribed the media into fabricating a worker shortage. That I don't know anything about that. Can you drop details about that in the Discord? I don't know anything about that. Mike says, why does this guy have a ski mask on his face? Kanye has been known to, to wear masks during his Donda rollout. Still not 100% known why. I think I did hear somewhere that he viewed those masks as just a cooler way to wear masks during COVID. He was like, people are wearing these ugly masks. Why don't I make these like cool looking masks that like people can wear and look cool while they're masked up? And now he just throws them on from time to time apparently. Alex Jones started to look more like Santa Claus. Yeah. I could kind of see that, but the thing is, like, he's got no hair, he's got no beard, so it doesn't really work. Why do they want retirement home candidates as the president? It's a good question. Some have argued that they're easier to control. I don't know the details because I'm not part of the World Economic Forum, so I can't really tell you. Let's see here. Your Giga Chat. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. The guy in the VTM Turbo ski mask. Shut up. Okay. Lennox O said Giga Chat. I sense if I do still streaming this. I know. I did not mean for the stream to last so long. The original interview was only 3 hours long, but then I got caught up covering some other things. I made some other comments. I went and reacted to DGLL's video. So, it made sense that it took longer than I thought it would, and I think we got some good content out of it. Didn't mean to stay up this late, but at the end of the day, made some good stuff. Let's see here. It says, well, yeah, the most controversial people will have a fan base that will defend anything they say or do. It's very true. Isam said, if Ye so authentic, he would show his face, right? No, he just wants to wear the mask for a style. I think it's literally just a style thing. And he doesn't want anyone to be able to be like, no, you can't wear this style because I don't like it. I don't know. It's fine for him to wear the mask. All right, I think we're finally at the final segment of the Alex Jones episode featuring Nick Fuentes.
All right,
Kanye
go
West,
soon. It's Escape from Austin.
Ali Alexander, and Owen Schroyer.
But please sign my tweet you let me send out, brother. Here you go.
Yo, I want to sign a DEF CON one too, though.
Please print me a DEF CON.
Oh, that DEF CON was not Christ-like. No signing that one.
All right.
Laura Loomer, say what you got to say. I have to leave soon.
Oh, Laura Loomer, too.
Laura.
Are you guys live on here?
Yes, we're live, Laura. Quit watching the internet.
Look, for Elon Musk, I don't know if he's watching or not, but, I'm calling on Elon Musk to restore the accounts of everybody who was banned. He said this week that he was going to give an amnesty to all the accounts that were banned. So I would like my account back. I think that you should get your account back. I think that
why was Laura Loomer banned?
And also, for the people that are texting me and calling me right now.
Because for all I know about Laura Loomer is, I don't know. I don't know anything about Laura Loomer.
For his comments about Jews and Hitler today, I'm not going to tell Ye what he's allowed to say. I'm not going to tell Ye what he's allowed to say. I'm a free speech absolutist, and if you cannot understand.
Right. I mean, what we all should be doing is trying to convince Kanye that he's wrong, not saying he can't say what he's saying.
Standing up against the censors and the cancel culture movement, then I want to talk to you. And this is more than just, somebody being Jewish, somebody being Christian. This is about the truth and fighting for free speech. So I just want to say that, I'm here to fight to make sure that Ye has a right to say what he wants to say, even as a Jewish woman, because free speech is greater than all of us. This is what we're fighting for together.
That's right. If we lose that, we lose everything.
Okay, hit you back a little bit later. Love you. Thank you.
You want that piece of paper again?
Now I want to photograph it and put this version of it online.
Beautiful. And you got to leave in like 10 minutes.
As Tim said, Laura Loomer probably got banned for repeating misinformation. That's dumb. That's dumb. She should have her account back.
Ali Alexander, first, Owen Schroyer.
The mainstream media puts out misinformation all the time. Laura Loomer should be able to do the same.
Highlights of this, everything. Well, the post game here, but other comments.
Well, I'll not give my whole plethora here. I'll save some of that time for the War Room coming up in an hour so that Ali can speak too. But one quick thing, all these people out there saying, oh, Ye's lost his mind. Ye's lost his mind. Again, check yourselves. We are mutilating children and calling them trans kids and calling it gender affirming surgery. No, Ye has not lost his mind. You have. We have men claiming they can get pregnant. No,
it's kind of hard to figure out, right? Who is like the most crazy? Kanye West for blaming the Jews for all the ills of the world, or people who think that like chopping up the bodies of children and painting their hair funny colors, oftentimes against their will, is a morally positive and beneficial thing to do. Both are pretty out there and pretty wild. There are really bad things about both.
And we have now open sex trafficking happening at the southern border, and the White House forcing Border Patrol to be the final ushers in of the unaccompanied youths to their pimps. No, Ye has not lost his mind. We all have for this going on. Now, when Ye talks about wearing the White Lives Matter shirt, and really this is what we're doing here today too, it's culture jamming. That's what we're doing. Oh, you can wear a Black Lives Matter shirt, but you can't wear a White Lives Matter shirt. We're ramming their own culture down their throat, and we're finding out that they don't like it. Same thing with this.
Of course, but we never like their culture either.
We believe in free speech.
I think I don't like the whole vengeful speech thing. Like, oh, you say things that we don't like. Well, we're gonna say things you don't like. I think it's a terrible move. Just be genuine and say what you actually think. So if Kanye West's anti-Semitic thing really is a bit, he really needs to apologize to everyone and fire Nick Fuentes. Because in reality, like just people, like when you're, especially if you're like as a presidential campaign, you need to just say your beliefs, not the opposite of the people that you hate.
Other are saying or not.
Not that he hates people. He says he doesn't hate people, but you know what I mean.
Showing we're here. We have our own platform.
The people that he's ideologically opposed to.
Number one story, hands down, in the world right now is this broadcast because people want free speech. Great point. 60 seconds.
I wonder how many concurrent viewers he had on this.
Then Ali Alexander, then Ye.
Well, I would say I don't think the story here with Ye should be about anti-Semitism or Nazis or any of that. To me, the human interest story is
they're fine.
But Ye, think about what you can do with your platform right now, because they want to make that the issue. Most people say
Stop.
the whole world. I'm talking about everybody.
The Nazis were
right
bad, okay? Just take the L and move on.
To expose the corruption, the secrets, the societies like you've been doing. We want Ye to pull the curtain back on Hollywood, pull the curtain back on Balenciaga, pull the curtain back on all of it.
None of it's sacrosanct. Everybody should be able to criticize.
I'll cover the rest of my comments later today on the War Room. I got a lot. I want to make sure Ollie gets a final comment before Ye leaves.
Here's one more question the crew had. What about your personal trainer saying, we'll put you in a, it turned out he was in secret government operations and mind control in Canada, admitted it. Him saying, I'll put you in a mental institution for life if you don't shut up. I mean, I get why you're pissed. You're not going to be dominated.
Exactly. You know, I've expressed myself.
It was like that Tim Pool was able to get him to talk about this.
And no one's scared anymore. You guys have beat me to a pulp, but I'm still alive. And now I'm not afraid. You can't threaten me. You could call me crazy. You could take the money. You could take all the supermodels. And don't take the supermodels. Don't take the supermodels.
Hey, sometimes a waitress is better than a supermodel.
So, but
hold on, wait. Sometimes. Oh, you know what that song says about who's loyal.
Jesus is king, and I love everyone. This is love speech, Ari. This is love speech in Jesus' name, the real King of Israel. Jesus Christ. This is love speech. I love Jewish people. I love supermodels. Wait a second. Let's see what Netin loves.
You love Nick Fuentes. Maybe Hitler.
I ain't never had a supermodel. Yeah, could tell.
All right, well, you're going to leave here in a few minutes, and you're going to think, gosh, I wish I would have said that.
The only bit that he said that was funny.
I think I said a lot. You know, I think I said pretty good.
Did you retweet out a little signed picture?
Yes, I did, sir.
All right, Infowars.com.
Well, this is the most
whoever's staying behind is going to be.
You know what? This is actually the most Alex Jones have heard.
Obviously, cover it
straight through. But this is also the most.
Yeah, do you think humanity survives? What do you make of the mark of the beast, the forced COVID inoculations?
Oh my goodness.
This is a wave in the right direction.
Why did you think you were able to do 3 hours here? You just did 3 hours, 3 minutes, by the way.
Okay, here we go.
You did 3 hours, 3 minutes. Why were you able to stay here but not with Tim Pool?
Ooh.
Because Tim Pool got the call from those boys 10 minutes before I got there and said, flag this and flag that. Also, Tim Pool is the NPC, you know, and you're a real human being. So no one's ever heard of Tim Pool. You know, you're the legend.
What?
That is
Tim
Alex
Pool's
Jones,
huge.
And you were fighting on the
He's had Alex Jones on the show multiple times.
Got some other superheroes part of the Avenger movie fighting for Christ and free speech.
And I called it. I said, what is this, a superhero thing with the mask? He said, yeah, but don't say it. They'll figure it out. But I was saying, yeah, I'm Lex Luthor. What is the new Ye superhero we're talking about?
It's someone in service to Jesus Christ, not into his own ego, and that I have my rights. You know, I had the right to wear a mask.
Exactly.
For the entire. I
was talking about that.
To wear a super fresh jacket. You know, I had the right to tell God, please don't take away the supermodels. I just want to marry one. You know,
I can say this because I've never seen you in concert. My daughter has, big fan. I'm a fan of a lot of your music, but I've never seen you in person. You don't look little on screen.
How do you know? Didn't you lose custody?
Guy. But in person, I'm a stocky guy. I'm kind of small compared to you. You're built like a brick, you know what house, and you're tall. You're pretty tall too. So I don't think people that have been around Ye in person. It's interesting. And you're a handsome guy in person. I wish you weren't wearing that damn mask.
That's the vision.
But you won't give us what we want. You won't show us your face at the end.
Absolutely not.
That kind of kills it, huh? People, it was a Ye impersonator. He was never here.
We never know. Dave Chappelle. I guess we'll never know.
Last thing on Dave Chappelle. I watched his Saturday Night Live where he grovels, but at the end he says, well, whoever that group is, we're not allowed to talk about it. Good night. So he admitted, though, there's powerful groups controlling our speech, at least.
Well, no, the whole thing is a joke, man. It's a joke. It's not being serious.
They dropped that nigga. And as my friend, I've never dropped a rap bar ever saying anything on a Jewish platform dissing my friend Dave Chappelle. And I have an issue with it. And you could tell Big Country I got an issue. That's the security. You could tell Corey Smith, he don't deserve to wear gold teeth.
What does that mean?
Well, Dave early was like, you
to you. What do you have to say about Corey Smith's gold teeth?
But real quick, 10 years ago, he was like, there's a mafia. They came to me and said what I got to do. He ran off to Africa. Now he's kind of come back. Did he sell out?
He didn't sell out. He sold out a little bit because he denounced the king. You know what I'm saying? He denounced me. I'm the one fighting on the front line, and no black person should say nothing bad about me in public unless they a puppet. Period. I put my life on the line. And then afterwards, they're going to talk about it. If anything happens to me, everyone's going to be, oh, he was the greatest. He was the greatest. Everybody shut up. Everybody shut up. Go home to your scared little Benz and your scared little townhome and your scared little movie contracts and shut up. Don't talk to me about nothing, bro.
What do you think of Ice Cube? That he lost 9 or 7 million, whatever it was, because he wouldn't take the shot. I respect that.
Yeah, I respect Cube, but he's got to play his position. It's like, you know, it's fine. I wanted Cube to come in and help us with the politics because he's one of the only people that was brave enough to talk.
He's definitely for real.
Yeah, he's an engineer. He's an architect and engineer by trade. And then he dropped out to do entertainment. Guys, hey, everybody, stop. All engineers, we need our engineers back. We need our architects back. We need our doctors back. Stop with the photos.
That's true. That's true. I'm trying to build a website and multiple things I want to do.
Owns a bank.
But I think
brilliant people.
I don't know. I think doing entertainment is also massively influential.
Having a bank, it's funny you bring that up. A bank and internet processing for patriots. That's the future. Is not trying to fix Twitter or fix any of it. Building our own system.
I mean, the future is the past also, because as soon as you got the internet, all these things, the data can be copied by China, by these banks.
Yeah, you don't really own your data if it's on the cloud. So this is the last question. I know Louis Farrakhan. I've interviewed him.
All right, those are finally wrapping up here.
He says some things I don't agree with, but the point is I think he cares about people. He's a real guy, and he's nothing compared to the left saying all whites are devils and criminals. So they're way more racist than he is. But I get, you know, what he's been saying. You kind of got mad at him and said, hey, don't disrespect me with my billions they just stole, because he said, hey, maybe it was never yours. I think his point is what you just made. If they can grab it out of your account, it's never yours unless it's your farm, your people, your kids, your thing. It's not yours. I don't think he was dissing your success. I think he was saying, was it ever yours to begin with? They can take it.
Our life is not ours. It's God's.
So now you get what he was saying.
I talked to the minister.
Oh, good. So you're not mad at him now.
I'm not mad at anyone. I'm not mad at Ari.
Well, if it's not off record, tell us about the conversation.
On the record, Ari Emanuel, if you need me and your wife to step into a private room and have me work on her clothing line, I'm here.
But seriously, so you were a little mad at Farrakhan. You had to talk. How'd that go?
It's gonna be all Christian, Ari. Rom. Don't worry. It's gonna be all Christian, Rom.
I don't know what
you look really friendly and nice. But
why does he keep on talking about the clothing line? I'm so confused.
Let me just say this in closing. I've done a lot of study. I think Hitler was a really bad guy, and I repudiate what Hitler did. I understand that the British intelligence set him up and used him.
I like Hitler.
I don't like Hitler. And I know you're trying to be shocking with that.
I'm not trying to be shocking. I like Hitler. I do not. The Holocaust is not what happened. Let's look at the facts of that. Hitler has a lot of redeeming qualities.
You think Hitler was a
you were right. You said, she's going to say, I love Nazis, I love Hitler. You were right. You said that.
We should not have wars, period. None of us should be killing anybody. Ukraine and the streets of Chicago, all violence should stop, and we should all serve Christ. That's what I feel. And I feel like I love everyone accordingly, from all the way from the Balenciagas to the Hitlers.
Let me tell you a story.
Hold on, sir.
Okay.
To Ari Emanuel, to Jamie Dimon, to the people who... What's that?
Got an Amber Alert. Here's what I'm saying.
Wow.
My grandfather would never tell World War II stories. And after he died, we read over his stuff, and he never even told my dad all the stuff he did and everything. But it was all in their letters and commendations. He told me, he said, kid, I was like 8 years old.
I thought Amber Alerts is when my ex-girlfriend Amber was doing something in the streets. I got to
before he died, I was like 5 years old. The point was, and I was like, tell me a World War II story. Tell me a World War II story. He said, okay, well, we came in out of Africa. We came into Italy. He was there 3 years. He said by the time they got to Germany, they went into this death camp. And there were piles of dead bodies 100 feet tall with blackbirds eating people's eyeballs out. All I'm telling you is that just because you hate the globalists and what they're doing, and I get it. Klaus Schwab's grandfather was a Nazi. I think there's Nazis above the ADL.
Yeah, but Nazis are like kind of cool.
Because you like their uniforms.
No, these are people. Everyone's a people. I love all people.
So you love the Zionists?
I love this. I said that earlier.
It's really interesting that he's going. He's really leaning into this. I love Nazis. I love Hitler.
He didn't say
but he doesn't actually explain what it is about them that's good.
He said, I love this person. I love the people who are trying to take away my children. I love this person. He never.
But I don't think listen, I'm just getting it totally clear. But I think Stalin.
Same thing. You did the same thing.
Stalin is horrible. Hitler is horrible. Mao is horrible.
No. I love all of those.
You love Mao Zedong?
Absolutely. Mao brought.
Well, clarify that. You're saying you're like Christ-like. You love everybody. Yeah. No matter. You love Jim Jones. You love Jeffrey Dahmer.
Absolutely.
Okay, well, let's clarify. I get to.
But it didn't need clarification because he said, I'm starting with the Bible. He's ending with the Bible. And that's what, but they did it to you, Alex, because you had a guy who came here and you're like, I'll be Satan. I'll be the evil guy. I did Sandy Hook. Remember, you did the same thing that he's doing right now.
All right. Absolutely. Yay, we appreciate you. Anything else you want to add?
Wow.
Jesus is king. Start with the Bible. Love your children. Love your family. Think about the things that you're doing before you throw stones. Stop the trauma. Stop the generational abuse, the sexual abuse.
I agree. What's next, Yay, in Yay world? What are you going to do next?
Sir, I was still in the middle of it.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Love you. Stop the abuse. Generation, they say abuse goes 3 generations. Stop the trafficking. Instagram is sex trafficking. The language, I'm going to screw your wife. I'm going to have all that is trafficking. Stop it. Stop the drug usage. Stop the killing. We put the guns down ourselves. We rise up and we show God how strong we are. It's our disobedience to God that got us enslaved. Mm-hmm. God is on our side, but we have to be on God's side. We have to listen to our Father. We have to listen to God and follow him, and he will protect us. Look at.
No, and I agree with that. Before we can cast stones, you're saying you love everybody. You don't judge them. It's God to judge. I agree with that statement. And we got to change ourselves and stop pointing our fingers at somebody else.
Exactly. And, all right. And it's to say, hey, I'm going to show you how much Jewish media can't tell me what to say. You like that, Ari? And I'm telling you, we could get a nice private room. Me and your wife can go in and work on the clothing line. I'm really good at it, and it'll be super Christian. Hey, Rom, it's okay.
I don't know what it is about him and Ron and the clothing line. I'm so confused about that.
I would not look at his wife for a second, but I do believe that the clothing line could use some creative improvement.
All right. Infowars.com, tomorrow's news today. Nick Fuentes. Yay. I don't want to end this if you got more to say, but you got to catch a flight.
Catch a flight.
All right. Hey, Yay. I appreciate you coming in. I appreciate the First Amendment. And look, he's not taking the mask off. Yay was not here. Incredible impersonator. Wilbert Johnson was the impersonator. Wilbert.
Netanyahu was here, though.
Actually, Benjamin Netanyahu played Kanye West today.
Hey, Netan, what you at? Hey, Yay.
Guys, here are the Justin Trudeau thing and some clips. We're going to come right back and talk to Owen and the rest of the crew. Owen, get in here.
Do the last hour with Netanyahu.
All right. This has been incredible. Folks, free shipping. Infowarsstore.com's back. We need funding to stay on air.
I wish that he was just joking and he was a troll. Because this would be like a massive troll if that was the case.
You just saw it. It's good to have these debates. It's good to have these open discussions. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
One thing I do want to say, ISM in the chat, which, by the way, thank you for being super active in the chat. You came in with with some stats that I didn't have on hand. It's awesome having you in the chat. Like I almost feel like you're like a legit like a staffer sometimes. Where I'm just like, I don't have the information. I don't have that pulled up in front of me. You're like, boom, here you go. I'm gonna send the link, the working link into the Discord so that you guys can see. I'm gonna send this into the politics section. But I do want to hit on something that ISM said. He said, how many times will he rush to Hitler's defense? Good grief. After watching this, I don't think that he's defending the things that Hitler did. He's just saying that he loves him as a person, but it's really hard because he also did say stuff like, you know, what was it? He said, like, there are things about Hitler that I admire, but he didn't say what it was. It's hard to say that he came to like Hitler's defense or the Nazis' defense where he didn't explain, he didn't really defend them. He just said that he liked them. He said there were things about them that he liked, but he didn't explain why. I think he said that he liked the outfits that the Nazis wore. That's like the closest that I think he came to a substantive defense of Hitler and the Nazis. Still, the things that he's been saying are very problematic, and he needs to clean up his act if he wants to have success and if he wants to be a genuinely godly person. Because I don't think that it'd be hard to be I think it'd be hard to be a godly person and say the Nazi regime is good, Hitler's reign was good. It'd be completely unbelievable to posit that these are godly beliefs and systems to hold and support. But anyways, it's incredibly late. This stream was way longer than I thought it would be. We're up at like 4 hours and 51 minutes right now, which is kind of crazy. But thanks everyone for tuning in. I really appreciate everyone who's been tuning in, especially ISM for being in the chat, putting in some great information, some good commentary, nice comments. Also, everyone else who was involved, DJ LL, Official Mike, Mr. Pizza, and Lennox O. Thanks everyone for tuning in. If you want to stay tapped into everything that I've been up to, stay in the Discord, and I will drop in all the links of things I've been talking about. I will see you all later.